national anthem today.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car combrasse pour l'épopée, il s'est porté la gloire, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Anne was born on April the 14th, 1921, in Portland, Ontario, on a farm that remains in her family today. As a student in a one-room schoolhouse, she proudly earned good grades and school prizes. She places an importance on education, clearly, as her 3 daughters and one of her granddaughters are education professionals. A dedicated pre-war and post-war D&D employee, and married Francois Gagnon of the RCAF. She is the proud mother of 3 daughters, Nanny to her grandchildren and Gigi to her great-grandchildren. A woman of many hobbies, and sewed fashionable outfits for her daughters, granddaughters, and her Barbie dolls. She enjoys painting, watching political news, she favors the color red, and watching golf, and Tiger Woods is her favorite. More enjoyable while sipping a Manhattan. Anne lives by the motto, it's only a number. You're as old as you'll feel. Happy 100th birthday, Anne. May you have many more to come.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Halifax.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, last month Canada lost a businessman, philanthropist, arts patron, family man, and Nova Scotian, the likes of which we may not see again. Today I invite members in this House to join me in paying tribute to the life of Donald Creighton Ray Sobey. Starting in the basement of his family's grocery store in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia, Donald went on to become president and later chairman of Sobey's parent company, Empire. Donald will also be remembered for his commitment to post-secondary education, delivering a variety of significant scholarships, as well as his passion for the arts, best expressed through his creation of the Sobey Art Award, which is today the preeminent prize for contemporary Canadian art. Donald was a fiercely proud Nova Scotian who believed in the promise of our province and its people. In 2014, he was appointed to the Order of Canada, and yet he taught us all that you're never too important to be nice to people. Donald Sobey lived a full life of purpose and charity. I invite all members and all Canadians to join me in offering our sincere condolences to his family and loved ones.
The Honourable Member for Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to highlight the cooperation between the Western Hockey League and the Government of Saskatchewan in designating Regina the hub city for the East Division of the league. Sports at all levels have suffered during the pandemic, but the use of the hub city model has proven to be an effective approach to keeping athletes on the ice while maintaining strict health and safety protocols. On February 20th, teams from Saskatchewan and Manitoba arrived in Regina to begin their quarantine period. A 24-game season began on March 12th. Players, coaches, and staff are required to undergo weekly PCR tests, daily symptom checks, and masks are required at all times except when on the ice. These measures have allowed hockey fans in Western Canada to enjoy the season while maintaining the health and safety of the players and the community. To the teams of the WHL East Division, welcome to Regina.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the Social and Educational Centre will be opening its doors in Blainville, and that's great news for young people in the ridings of Thérèse de Blainville and Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. This centre is the culmination of a project that has been led for 3 years by 3 organizations of the Thérèse de Blainville RCM, the Omega Centre, the organization École de Lettres, and the Panda Association. These organizations have decided to pool their resources in order to create an innovative multi-service center to meet the needs of young people. This will also allow families to access complementary services, helping their youth to contribute to schools and society. Congratulations to the organization's partners, the City of Blainville, for having seen this project through. Thank you.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, last week I had the pleasure of addressing 2 online classes of civics and citizenship as part of the virtual online learning program. I'd like to thank Ms. Fraser, who is a teacher with the Eastern Ontario Francophone Public School Board, for her invitation to meet with over 50 15-year-old students. We discussed the work of MPs, community engagement, and the challenges linked to COVID. I also had the privilege of responding to a number of questions from these students who showed great interest and who were extremely professional. We have very engaged young Canadians, and I'm proud of them. I'd like to thank them for their warm welcome. I wish them much success, and I hope they find a career that makes them passionate. These are the leaders of today and tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents are sick of COVID-19. They want to hear a plan from the government to get us out of this pandemic and to move us towards recovery. Getting out of the pandemic means making vaccines available to Canadians and ramping up testing. Restrictive lockdown measures that Canadians now face result from the failure of the government to deliver in these vital areas. But I believe that a brighter future is just around the corner. Canadians want an end to the pandemic, and they want a recovery plan, a plan that recognizes the value and dignity of all work in all sectors of the economy and in all regions of the country. Conservatives have presented an ambitious, optimistic recovery plan. Secure jobs by recovering the 1 million jobs lost during the pandemic. Create a strategic stockpile of essential products. Secure accountability, secure mental health. Secure Canada's economy by balancing the budget over the next decade. Canadians are ready for a government that is focused on hope for recovery instead of on justifying failure. A government which believes that our best days are ahead. A government that once again believes that better is possible.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This April is a month when many faith and cultural communities are celebrating important holidays. Grace United Church and other churches celebrated Easter, Gauri Shankar Mandir and other mandirs celebrated Navratri. Tamil community celebrates Pattandu today. Nepali community celebrated the New Year. Guru Nanak Langar and Seva Food Bank delivered food to those in need as a way to celebrate Vaisakhi and demonstrate their selfless service. Taha Musalla, Masjid Mubarak, and other mosques are now safely observing Ramadan. Throughout Brampton, culture and faith organizations are continuing to serve Bramptonians and find new virtual ways to connect with the community. Many Canadians are getting support from culture and faith organizations. I want to thank them and all frontline workers for the support they are providing in Brampton South and across Canada. Throughout the COVID pandemic, we are fully reminded that diversity is our strength, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, it's International Day of Pink when we renew our commitment to diversity and inclusion. Today and always, we stand in solidarity with the LGBTQ2+ community here in Canada and everywhere. 14 years ago, students at a high school in Nova Scotia saw their classmate bullied for wearing a pink shirt. The next day, students wore pink shirts to support their classmate, an act that resonated around the world. All of us can learn from their example by coming together and standing up so that everyone can be their authentic self. To all those who feel alone, anxious, or hurt, you are not alone. You are loved and supported. Today, we say yes to compassion, empathy, and standing up for one another. We say no to bullying and hurtful words that leave long-lasting and emotional scars. Today and always, let's lift each other up and make sure everyone belongs.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, recently I met with a witness of a tragic hit-and-run accident. For a passing by motorist to find a young woman severely injured lying in the gutter next to a wintry highway, it was deeply traumatic experience for this witness. But as this witness reminded me, this is the reality for our first responders every single day. This pandemic has been hard on everyone, but even more so for those on our front lines who face new risks on top of horrible tragedies and accidents. In British Columbia, where we have a significant increase in opioid deaths, it is also our first responders who are the first on the scene. As parliamentarians will know, often in the spring in this place, we would be visited in person by representatives of many of our first responders. This year, we will not have that opportunity. I would ask all members of this place to join me in sincerely thanking our first responders for this incredibly important work that they do every day on our behalf. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Jusqu'à présent.
To date, Mr. Speaker, 2021 has been a difficult year for my community. We've lost a number of exceptional citizens, and today I would like to share with you my great sadness on the occasion of the passing of Micheline Lemieux, who passed in her sleep on March 21st at the age of 70. Everyone knew her, especially as she zipped around Old Aylmer on her bike. Her community involvement was legendary. She worked for the Aylmer Heritage Association. She was the founding member of Option Femmes Emploi. She worked for the Aylmer BIA and for the Museum of the Auberge Sim, l'Imagier Exhibition Center, and the Forêt Boucher Foundation. This is just an overview of her engagement, and my community is stronger thanks to her efforts. Sincere condolences to her family, and I am so grateful for you for having lent Micheline to us. Her legacy is genuine, solid, and will last for a very long time. We will miss her tremendously. Rest in peace, dear Micheline.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
It is my honor to recognize the 118th anniversary of the Labour International Union of North America. From its start in 1903 as a construction union, its members can now be found working in all sectors of the economy. In its proud history, LIUNA has played an important role in building strong communities. They help ensure working men and women enjoy the benefits of a growing economy and give workers the security of knowing that no matter what challenges they face, they're never alone. Recently, LIUNA stood up for the thousands of union workers whose jobs were lost with the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline. They're working tirelessly to defend the thousands of family-supporting union jobs now at risk with the possible shutdown of Line 5. To LIUNA and the over 100,000 workers and retirees they represent in Canada, congratulations on 118 years of standing up for working Canadians, and happy anniversary.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It has been 5 months since I confronted the Health Minister in the House of Commons here about the government's broken promise to end the blood ban. Gay, bisexual, and trans men in this country for far too long have had to live with a stigma through Canadian Blood Services and Héma-Québec's policies. The Prime Minister, the Health Minister, and everybody on the government side committed 6 years ago to eliminate this. Not to study it, not to review it, not to talk about it more, but to actually act. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I launched a video about my personal story of how about 17 years ago I went to donate blood and couldn't, simply because I was gay. I encourage Canadians across the country to visit endthebloodban.ca. The time for talk, time for word salad and virtue signaling is over. It is time to end the discriminatory blood ban in this country once and for all.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, under the procedures of the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, Laurentian University is cancelling the only French-language midwifery program that serves Northern Ontario. In a region that has trouble finding physicians, midwives help to close the gap by ensuring that pregnant women receive the best primary care for giving birth and even more.
Indigenous students, many of whom return to provide midwife services in their home communities. As we work through the pandemic to protect healthcare workers and hospital resources, canceling programs that help women safely give birth at home makes little sense. This decision will cost the public more as fewer midwives are available for the North and across Ontario, and more doctors are needed to deliver babies. The CCAA was never intended for public institutions, and these cuts to healthcare courses limits opportunities in the North for Indigenous, Francophone, and racialized students and reduces access to services women rely on. We must act now.
Yes. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Repentigny. 400,000 deaths, over 6 million refugees, and tens of thousands of disappeared and detained, in addition to 12 million people who are starving. That is 10 years of war in Syria, Mr. Speaker. And this humanitarian disaster has given rise to solidarity that we've seen very rarely in Quebec. In my community, people have come together to help a Syrian family. They have welcomed and helped the Ishtai family as this family integrated into Canada. Words cannot express the emotion I felt on February 29, 2020, when Bazel, Alathif, Zia, Bizan, and Susie opened the door to their very own home, where they live now. There they were before me with broad smiles, whereas in 2017, these Syrian refugees were crammed into a tiny room in Lebanon, where they had covered the walls with French phrases, dreaming of the day that they could come to Quebec. Thank you for having enriched Quebec with your presence. Thank you for having chosen to live in French. And thank you for trying to help us build our country.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Over the last 13 months, Canadians have significantly overhauled their lives. In order to accommodate government-imposed restrictions, the Liberal government dangled hope in front of them, telling Canadians that if they followed the rules, if they stayed at home, if they closed their businesses, if they social distanced, then things would go back to normal very soon. 13 months, and there's still no plan. Hope is starting to wane. Lockdowns have resulted in businesses permanently closing. Loved ones have been lost. Hope is waning. We need a Prime Minister who seeks the solution for what is at stake here. We need a Prime Minister who sees people as the answer, not government. Because it is Canadians who ultimately are the problem solvers and the solution makers and the wealth generators, the ones who will get us out of this current state. And as part of the Conservative Recovery Plan, we are committed to unleashing the power of the workforce and recovering the 1 million jobs that have been lost during this pandemic. As Conservatives, we will implement a strategy to restore this country to the powerhouse nation that it was always meant to be and can be. We will secure the future for Canadians.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This April, I'm raising awareness for Be a Donor Month. When you become a tissue and organ donor, you can change somebody's life forever by giving them an opportunity for a better and healthier life. One organ donor has the potential to save 8 lives, and since 2003, over 20,000 Ontarians have received a life-saving transplant. Unfortunately, while great progress has been made, there are still 1,600 Ontarians waiting for a transplant, including 24 patients in my riding of Brampton North. I'm proud to be a registered organ donor and want to thank organizations like Amar Karma, who raise awareness on organ donations amongst the South Asian community, and Trillium Gift of Life Network for delivering and coordinating organ donations. Every single one of us, age 16 and older, and regardless of medical conditions, can sign up to be an organ donor at beadonor.com. I encourage each and every one of you to take 2 minutes to register today and help save someone's life tomorrow.
Before we go to oral questions, I just want to remind the honourable members that the SO31s are 60 seconds. I didn't cut anybody off, and I really don't want to cut anyone off because I know how important the messages are. But I just want to remind everyone, and when they're practicing, just keep it to 60. Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, CNN, Forbes magazine, and The Atlantic have all covered this government's disastrous vaccine rollout just in the last week. The severe third wave Canadians are experiencing right now is the direct result of the months it has taken for Canada to secure vaccines. Is the Prime Minister satisfied that his vaccine rollout has now become an international embarrassment?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we make it through this third wave, we're going to continue to have to hold on even longer, even as vaccines are arriving in record numbers into Canada. We have delivered 11.7 million vaccines to provinces and territories. 20% of Canadians have received at least their first dose, and we are now actually third in the G20 in terms of Canadians who've received a vaccine. This is promising, but we know there's much more to do, and that's why we are working day and night to ensure the delivery of more doses even quicker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, over 300,000 doses of the Moderna vaccine that were supposed to be delivered to Ontario last week have still not arrived. Maybe they just still have to hold on, as the Prime Minister told them. Mass vaccination clinics are now closing as a result of his failure to deliver. Schools are closing across the country. How much worse is the third wave going to have to get before this Prime Minister realizes he's failed Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Every single week, Mr. Speaker, we receive 1 million doses of Pfizer, which will rise to 2 million doses a week in the month of June, with more doses hopefully coming even sooner than that. Moderna continues to deliver millions of doses as well. There have been challenges with the Moderna procurement system that has caused a few days of delay here and there, but we are keeping provinces apprised every single step of the way of all the delivery timelines, of the expectations, of any challenges with it. The cooperation with the provinces has been significant throughout.
I just want to, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Island has a point of order. I just want to check, is it a technical issue?
Yes, it is, Mr. Speaker. Those of us in virtual Parliament were unable to hear the Prime Minister's response because one of the honourable members was accidentally off mute.
Okay. What we'll do then is we'll start right from the beginning. We'll let the Honourable Leader of the Opposition ask the question again and let the Prime Minister answer again. Please.
Mr. Speaker, once again, 300,000 doses of the Moderna vaccine that the government promised for Ontario last week have not been delivered. The Prime Minister says from time to time deliveries have not come. He's also months behind the developed world, Mr. Speaker. Mass vaccination clinics are closing in Ontario. Schools are closing in Ontario. The severity of the third wave in Canada lays at the feet of this Prime Minister. When will he admit he has failed Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we see that whenever the Leader of the Opposition has a chance, he goes to disinformation and misleading Canadians. We are not months behind the developed world. On the contrary, we are now third in the G20 when it comes to delivering vaccines to Canadians. We will continue to ensure that vaccines flow, and we will continue to keep our partners in the provinces and territories apprised of delivery schedules, of delivery delays like we do see of a few days here and there on Moderna. We will continue to deliver Pfizer on time and all the other vaccines as quickly as we possibly can. When we get them, we send them to the provinces immediately.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is the worst moment of the pandemic thus far. Those are the words, Mr. Speaker, of the President of the University Health Network in Toronto. The Prime Minister's big lift is the big letdown. Right. It's months later than other countries. Other countries are reopening, Mr. Speaker. We're going back into lockdown. and it's going to be the worst because we're months behind, courtesy of this Prime Minister. How does the Prime Minister expect Canadians and provinces to fight COVID-19 when he's months behind on getting us the vaccines?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Leader of the Opposition bringing up the challenges facing Ontario right now, and I can assure them that we are working and reaching out to Ontario to help through this period of crisis that they are going through. I've heard the calls from doctors in Ontario health networks, concerned residents of high challenge areas that aren't getting the support that they need. The federal government, as we always are, will be there to support the province as it delivers for vulnerable Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, CNN and a number of media sources from around the world all covered the insufficient vaccine rollout of this government this week. The third wave that is hitting Canadians is the direct result of the long waiting time for people to get vaccinated. Why does the Prime Minister not accept that the deployment of his vaccine, the rollout, is shameful? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we promised to deliver 6 million doses of the vaccine for March. We have delivered many more. Even a few weeks later, we've already reached 12 million doses delivered, and this will continue to accelerate. We are now third among the developed G20 countries in terms of deliveries of vaccines to residents. We will continue to do more. We are working day and night to ensure the delivery of even more vaccines even more quickly, because we know that is how we will get through this together. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, today this is the worst time to wait for a vaccine dose. Canadians are concerned about their health. The Prime Minister is asking us to be patient, but the U.S. is reopening, and yet we are still in lockdown. Is the slowness of the Prime Minister's the cause of the third wave, a more severe third wave? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. No, Mr. Speaker, we're all working together to fight the third wave, and I must highlight the efforts of many of the provinces to deliver vaccines quickly as soon as they arrive. We will continue to be there to help with the millions of doses that will arrive in coming weeks. We will continue to be there to support Canadians to get through this crisis. We will hold strong with the restrictions because this third wave is quite severe, and I encourage everyone to follow the public health authorities' directives and to get vaccinated as soon as possible. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To manage the aerospace industry challenge, I imagine that we have to be on the right track, and he confused industry assistance and sweet deal with Friends of Air Canada. But the agreement does not guarantee services in Quebec capitals or competition, and it benefits a country who has a past record that isn't so great. Will regional transportation authorities benefit from this? And if they don't follow the rules of Air Canada, or is Air Canada funded by the federal government for once again, yet again, to break the backs of the regional? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that it's very important to protect the workers in the air industry, and airlines and internal or domestic competition will continue. And we will continue to ensure that the regions are well served. We will ensure that Air Canada customers and customers of any other airlines get the refunds. We will also make sure that there will be assistance for the aerospace industry. We know how important it is to move forward and to prepare for a strong return after the pandemic, and that's exactly what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Let's talk about refunds. The agreement is so good for Air Canada that it seems like it was negotiated between Air Canada and Air Canada. For example, to get a refund for a ticket, consumers must fill out a written request. The federal government allows Air Canada to ask for this written request when they have all the information they need. and people can't necessarily make the request. And in fact, this deal is funded by taxpayers' money. Is the Prime Minister complicit with Air Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Since the beginning, Mr. Speaker, we have been there for travelers, for workers in the air industry, and we will be there for consumers as well. We have gotten guarantees that people will get refunds. We are also here to ensure that services will continue to be offered to the regions, and we will protect jobs. This is good news for the Canadian air industry, but also good news for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that his government was working on a plan to vaccinate Canadians and had been working on the plan since last summer. Now we have a record number of COVID-19 cases. There are high numbers of people who are in hospital in intensive care. These numbers are rising. It's clear that this is an urgent COVID-19 crisis. It's the third wave which is hitting hard. Will the Prime Minister admit that his plan is not working and he needs to change it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We recognize that at present, in some regions of the country, there is problems with COVID-19. There are other regions that are going better, but we will continue to work to support the regions that are hard hit, like Ontario, with the federal government support, be it with the Canadian Forces, the Red Cross, which is helping in long-term care homes, be it in terms of resources and rapid testing, or be it our continued efforts to obtain more vaccines more quickly in order to get through this crisis.
Member for Burnaby South.
We are in the middle of a third wave of COVID-19, which is hitting hard. We recently learned that Scarborough Hospital had to cancel 10,000 vaccination appointments in communities for people that are hard hit. These are the frontline workers, often racialized in communities where they can't work from home. They have to go into work. These communities and these members had to now no longer have access to their vaccine simply because there's not enough dose. The Liberal government has failed to secure enough dose. And people are frustrated. Canadians are angry, and they want to know how the Prime Minister let things get so bad.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that things are getting very bad, particularly in Ontario, and that's why we are continuing to be there to support the Ford government as it is working forward to try and vaccinate and support more people. We know there are massive challenges, but there are also an issue that we are continuing to work on, which is delivering more vaccines every single week to the provinces. We know that's the way we get through it, and in the meantime, we will always be there to support provinces as they face the challenges that this pandemic is bringing.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Canada made international headlines and not for the right reasons. Canada's pandemic management has been a failure. The popular American news network CNN even devoted a report to it. The only one who doesn't seem to realize this is the Prime Minister, who even went so far as to say that we need to stick to the facts when it comes to the CNN report. Does the Prime Minister still believe that CNN is spreading fake news? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, with the progress that we have had in terms of vaccine deliveries, we've delivered 11.3 million doses across the country. We're now at third in the G20 in terms of vaccines. We know that there is still much work that remains to be done. This is something we are doing every day in order to get more doses more quickly. In the meantime, we will continue to do everything that is necessary in order to support the provinces and territories, support small businesses, help families get through this third wave. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister wants to stick to the facts, so let's do that. Instead of coordinating with the U.S. on pandemic management, the Liberal government has preferred instead to cooperate with China. We've just surpassed the U.S. in terms of cases per capita per million. The provinces are now in another extended lockdown. We've been reacting since the start. Will the Prime Minister admit that his handling of the pandemic has been a failure? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the so-called facts put forward by the member opposite are completely nonsensical. Since the beginning, we've been working to coordinate with the United States in order to coordinate on the border and have a harmonized approach when it comes to the management of the pandemic. We will continue to work with our friends, our allies, in order to get through this crisis. We know that we will not get out of this pandemic if we do not get out of it altogether, and we have to take part in international efforts. We will always do what is necessary to help Canadians to get through this crisis. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafjord. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if we live in the same universe, but the facts speak for themselves. 20% of Americans have received both doses of their vaccines, but only 2% of Canadians have. Media are reporting low vaccine inventory and a heavy dependency on other countries. We weren't prepared. We've been reacting. Instead of taking action 13 months ago, somebody slept at the wheel while other countries were getting organized. Will the Prime Minister admit that he dropped the ball when it came to the vaccines? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, since the very beginning of last summer, we negotiated with the producing companies of potential vaccines in order to have a very diversified portfolio, more diversified than almost any other country, to have more doses for Canadians than in any other country in the world. At the same time, we have worked with these companies in order to deliver more and more doses. We're third among the G20 countries. More than 20% of our population has already received at least one dose. We will continue to deliver for Canadians. We will continue to get through this pandemic together.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Yesterday, British magazine The Spectator wrote this about our Prime Minister. The Premier, best known for ethics scandals and blackface pictures, claims that the UK is facing a very serious third wave, despite figures showing that the UK has currently the lowest case rates in Europe. This isn't the only misinformation the Prime Minister has spread. His government said border measures do more harm than good and that masks don't work. With his track record, is the Prime Minister concerned that Canadians no longer trust the government with their health and safety?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we have worked with experts and scientists to ensure that is first and foremost how we move through this pandemic. We have led the way on measures that have kept Canadians safe. We have been there to support provinces and territories as they've had to make difficult decisions on restrictions by supporting them with PPE, with rapid tests, but also with measures that help small businesses, that help families, that help workers, that help us all get through this pandemic. It is an extremely difficult time, Mr. Speaker, but we're going to get through it together by continuing to work together.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
You know, that misinformation is really tough. I mean, it was the Liberal Health Minister under this Prime Minister who said that people shouldn't wear masks and was photographed without a mask in an airport. While other countries were planning a massive vaccination campaign, the Prime Minister spent last summer in a cloud of scandal after giving $900 million to an outfit that paid his mother for speaking gigs. When asked this week if he could have done anything better, the Prime Minister said no. Why won't he show some contritions while Canadians get infected by the variants?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is concerning but also symptomatic of the Conservative Party of Canada that they would pick someone to be their health critic who then gives a question listing a whole bunch of facts that are simply not correct.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
You know, Mr. Speaker, CNN's Jake Tapper just called that type of spin true anon. I really hope that sticks. You know, Canadians deserve better. There are zoo animals that are being vaccinated in the United States, while Quebec is reporting a wave of femicides because women are locked down with their abusers. The variants are spreading across the country. If we had had vaccines in January and February, while the rest of the world was rolling them out, we would not be in this situation. And does the Prime Minister really think that that's going to cut it and that Canadians will keep allowing him to pass the buck while people get infected with variants and ICUs fill up?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have worked closely with provinces and territories across this country to manage the pandemic. Now, yes, there have been provinces that are harder hit than others, the member opposite's province being a notable challenge that has faced issues recently, but we have consistently been there to support those provinces, to help people with direct aids for families, for small businesses, to get our economy roaring back, and we have continued to hit our milestones in terms of vaccines and surpass them because we need to deliver for Canadians, which is exactly what we are doing.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the quarantine of temporary foreign workers is still a fiasco. Having already abdicated all its responsibilities towards farmers, the federal government mandated Switch Health to manage the mandatory Day 10 COVID tests. The result? Our Francophone farmers are losing days trying to get service from an Anglophone company that is not keeping up with demand. Workers can remain in isolation up to 20 days before they get their results. The UPA and Ferm Foundation have solutions. Will the Prime Minister listen to them? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will always support our farmers on whom we depend greatly during the pandemic and in other moments as well. We recognize that there are challenges when it comes to temporary foreign workers and the testing. We will continue to work with Quebec and with the organizations responsible to ensure that we can resolve these challenges and that we can always be there to help to support our farmers and the essential work they do. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the outrage of giving a mandate to a company unable to provide service to Francophones, there is a serious problem with delays, which is costing producers dearly. It's the beginning of the season with 500 or 600 temporary foreign workers, and Switch Health is already overwhelmed. What's going to happen when it goes up to 14,000? This is the same company that was responsible for testing everybody crossing the borders. Will the Prime Minister ensure that agricultural workers won't have to isolate longer than necessary as a result of administrative delays? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, like the Honourable Member, I am very concerned by the situation. We are following up to ensure that we provide the necessary support to our farmers. They are providing essential services this year and every year, and we want them to be able to succeed. We will be there, as we have always been, for our farmers.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Was the Prime Minister looking in the mirror when he said, quote, "It's hard not to feel disappointed in your government when every day there is a new scandal," end quote. That's the MO of this Prime Minister. He breaks the law, he gets caught, he deflects, and then he covers it up time and time again. Canadians deserve good, ethical governance, but that won't stop this Prime Minister from doing whatever it takes to save his own political skin. When will this Prime Minister start putting the needs of Canadians ahead of his own?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives focus on personal partisan attacks, we're focused on Canadians. I made a straightforward promise to Canadians at the very beginning of this pandemic that we would have their backs for as long as it takes, with as much as it takes. And that's exactly what we have done every step of the way. We continue to work hard day and night to get more vaccines into Canada. We're continuing to support small businesses, workers across the country, families, seniors, young people. We know we need to get through this pandemic as quickly as possible and bring the economy roaring back. That's exactly what we are focused on this side of the House.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
There you have it. The Prime Minister has no intention of cleaning up his act, and he's fine with being a global laughingstock and punching bag. He blocked investigations by law enforcement, by officers of Parliament, by parliamentary committees, whether it's at the Ethics Committee or the Defence Committee. Once the opposition starts asking tough questions, he denies, he deflects, and when he doesn't get his way, he shuts down Parliament. What will it take for this repeat offender to get the message that the laws apply to him?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives continue to focus on me while we focus on Canadians. We are going to continue to be there to support Canadians through this pandemic with direct supports, with supports for businesses, with more vaccines, more rapid tests, more contact tracing. We're going to continue to focus on the things that matter to Canadians as we get through this pandemic and as we build back better for a greener, more prosperous, fairer Canada. That's exactly what we are focused on. The Conservatives can continue to play politics if they want.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, every day Canadians are shocked to see just how creative this government can get in order to help its friends, as we saw with regard to the We Charity scandal when it comes to returning favors. The Prime Minister is very, very generous. Costs for consultants rose by $6 billion over the past 6 years. Expenditures for legal and other services have never been higher. And it's all Canadians who are paying the cost. Can the Prime Minister tell us how much of these taxpayer dollars went into his friends' pockets? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have always based ourselves on facts and data when it comes to delivering for Canadians. What we have seen over the past 6 years is that it's worked. More than 1 million Canadians are able to get out of poverty, including 300,000 children, be it the millions of jobs that we created in the first 5 years. We are here to deliver for Canadians, and we depend on experts who know how to do this. We are here to listen to those who have ideas. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. What's bred in the bone will come out in the flesh. An increase of $6 billion in consultants' costs, that's a lot of money, a real lot of money. This Prime Minister stops at nothing, as we saw in the SNC-Lavalin scandal, to help his friends. It ended with the expulsion from Cabinet of the first female Minister of Justice. That's not nothing. Is the We Channel Scarcity not just the tip of the iceberg? Does the Prime Minister realize that his Liberal government's starting to smell like the sponsorship scandal? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. It's unfortunate that in the enthusiasm of personal attacks, even the Conservatives can forget the Minister of Justice, Kim Campbell, who was the first female Minister of Justice of the country. It's unfortunate that the Conservatives are forgetting the past. We will always be there to defend women. We will always be there to recognize historic events in our country.
I wish to remind the members that the way it works is that one asks a question and gets a response. We don't talk all at the same time.
Together, I just wanted to remind everyone. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Laurentian University is a valued community hub in Northern Ontario, Canada's sole university with a tricultural mandate to support French, English, and Indigenous communities. Deep cuts and layoffs were announced this week. They threaten Francophone and Indigenous education, courses on violence against women, in-demand bilingual midwifery training, and world-class research. This government talks about supporting education, research, women, and reconciliation, but when it comes to taking action, they are absent. Will this government help to save Laurentian University?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, obviously we are deeply concerned and following the situation at Laurentian University very closely. We are in direct contact with the province on this issue. Our thoughts are with all of those who've lost their jobs and all the employees and students who are facing this difficult situation. We will continue to support post-secondary institutions because the future of our two official languages depend on them. We are prepared to work with our colleagues in Ontario to achieve this as education falls under their jurisdiction.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, the lobbying registry shows that when the financial crisis hit Laurentian University, they lobbied the members for Sudbury and Nickel Belt numerous times, and nothing was done. And yet this Prime Minister himself used Laurentian University as a political backdrop when he visited Northern Ontario. And now this institution that's given generations of Francophone, Indigenous, and working-class youth is being torn apart, stripped through the use of the Bankruptcy Act. And this government sits on the sidelines. So I'm going to ask this Prime Minister, will he commit to working with us, and what steps will he take to keep Laurentian University from being ripped apart?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just like we stood up for the Francophone University in Ontario a few years ago when there were concerns about its future, we will be there to defend and support Laurentian University as an institution, as an important institution for Franco-Ontarians and indeed for all Canadians with our official languages. We have reached out to the Ontario government to hear what their plan is for how we're going to move forward, and we are there to be partners on ensuring that this important institution doesn't falter. That's a priority for us. We will continue to work with the province on this issue.
L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellan.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has 1.6 million Canadians of Italian origin. It's the most significant Italian diaspora throughout the world.
Were interned for the simple reason that they were of Italian heritage. Parents were taken away from their homes, leaving children without their father in many cases, and families without a paycheck to put food on their table. Lives and careers, businesses and reputations were interrupted and ruined. And yet, no one was held responsible. Italian Canadians have lived with these memories for many years, and they deserve closure. Can the Prime Minister provide an update on a formal apology on behalf of the Government of Canada to
the Right Honourable Prime Minister?
Je remercie le député d'Alfred Pellan.
I would like to thank the member for Alfred Pellan for his question and for his work with the community.
Heritage, whose immigrant stories are so familiar, have earned the respect of a grateful nation. But Canadians of Italian heritage deal with ongoing discrimination related to mistakes made by our governments of the past that continue to affect them to this day. I'm proud to stand up and say that our government will right these wrongs with a formal apology in the month of May 2021. We thank them for choosing Canada as a place to call home. Merci beaucoup. Grazie a tutti.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, by tabling complaints about sexual misconduct about the Chief of the Defence Staff, 2 Canadian military women demonstrated exceptional courage. On Monday, we saw just the opposite from the Bloc Québécois and the Liberal Party. At the Defence Committee, the Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois shut down a parliamentary committee that was studying this difficult issue. Some people might find this funny, but not the victims. Why did the Bloc Québécois and the Liberal Party refuse to inquire into this matter? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member knows full well that that committees are fully independent. The Minister of Defence participated in the committee study. He appeared before the committee for more than 6 hours. Our government refuses to tolerate any form of sexual misconduct. It's not time to be patient, it is time to act. The member for Louis Saint-Laurent. We need the facts, and people who have them have to be able to speak. But the Liberal Party and their new friends, the Bloc Québécois, decided to work together and prevent the committee from working. The Liberal Party has maneuvered to ensure that the Trudeau II report was not part of a appearance before the Ethics Committee. What do the Liberal Party and what do the Bloc Québécois have to hide? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, committees are fully independent and they make their own decisions about the work that they do. I wish to highlight that the frustration being expressed by the Conservatives is always connected to partisanship, and they're investing a lot of energy into attacks. Some members of the committees want to move forward, want to be able to act, and that's exactly what the committee decided to do last week. I would like to remind members that if they want to talk, they can get a little closer, as long as they maintain 2 meters distance. But yelling from one end of the chamber to the other is not very civil conduct for the chamber. Just a little reminder for the MPs. The Honourable Member for Aurora Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals, with support from the Bloc, have shut down the investigation into abuse of power and sexual misconduct at the highest levels in the Canadian Armed Forces. Key witnesses haven't appeared, critical information hasn't been provided, and we still don't know how a CDS could remain in his position for 3 years with unresolved allegations of sexual misconduct against him. This Prime Minister may not care, but this matters to Canadians. Will the Prime Minister admit he has failed women in the military?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite well knows that committees are independent and they do important work. That's why the Minister of National Defence worked with the National Defence Committee on this matter extensively. He appeared for more than 6 hours on this study alone. As we have stated, our government will not stand for any form of sexual misconduct. Time for patience is over. The time for action is now.
Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
So this Prime Minister maintains that there has been no wrongdoing by his government as the military failed to eradicate sexual misconduct in their ranks. After being made aware of the allegations against General Vance in 2018, the clerk of the Privy Council gave the Prime Minister a plan to replace him before the last election. Instead, the Prime Minister chose to reward him and make him the longest-serving Chief of the Defence Staff ever. Will the Prime Minister admit that he failed women in the military?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, anyone who serves in the Canadian Armed Forces deserves a safe work environment, deserves to be able to have supports and resources when they come forward with serious allegations. We know there is still much work to do in reforming the culture at the Canadian Armed Forces. We have taken significant steps over the past years, but it is clear that not enough has been done. We have more to do, and that's exactly what we are continuing to work on. We know we need to make significant improvements in many of our institutions, and that is something we are all working on together.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. It's been 5 years since the Panama Papers scandal. Revenu Québec has managed to reclaim $21.2 million of this money hidden in tax havens. It's not a great deal, but it's more than what the federal government has been able to go get for all of Canada. And that leads me to the single income tax statement. The Liberals are against it because they say that Revenu Québec would not be able to fight tax evasion abroad. But we know that Quebec is already doing it better than Ottawa. Does that mean the Prime Minister will finally support the single income tax statement and allow the transfer of tax information from abroad to the province of Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for months, the Canada Revenue Agency has been delivering directly for Canadians, especially for Quebecers. The CRA is so very present and so very significant in people's lives with CERB, with help for youth, with help for families. It is important to have a federal government that is present and engaged to support people when they're experiencing difficulties. It's not the time to be losing jobs in Quebec. It's not the time to be playing sovereignty games. It's time to work together as we are doing now. The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly in Quebec has voted unanimously in favour of this, and we're seeing this Prime Minister is showing contempt for their will. It's evident that nothing is being done about tax havens. Quebec has already been able to reclaim more money through the Panama Papers than Canada as a whole. It's even more embarrassing when we compare Canada with other sovereign countries. For example, Canada has reclaimed 15 times less than the United Kingdom and 5 times less than Colombia. As the deficit balloons, when will the Prime Minister take the fight against tax havens seriously? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of our first mandate, we invested record sums into the CRA to fight tax evasion and avoidance. We've made significant changes, significant improvements, because we have to make sure that everyone pays their fair share. That's a principle that's guided us from the very beginning of our government and continues to orient our actions.
In Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, it's come to light that the government threatened to cancel future funding for the Halifax Security Forum if they awarded the John McCain Prize to Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen. The government's attempt to silence those critical of China is shameful, and it plays right into China's desire to silence its critics abroad. Will the Prime Minister admit this was a mistake and commit to continuing to fund the Halifax International Security Forum, even if it awards the John McCain Prize to Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has already addressed this issue, including at committee yesterday. The government has supported and provided funding to the Halifax Security Forum throughout our time in office, and the Minister has participated every year and will continue to. On Taiwan, I've always supported Taiwan's meaningful participation in multilateral international forums, and Canada continues to have strong and growing trade and people-to-people relations with Taiwan.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Monsieur le Président, déterminer l'origine de...
Mr. Speaker, determining the origin of the coronavirus is essential to prevent the next pandemic. However, we still don't know the exact origin. Chinese leaders have blocked the investigation by the World Health Organization. Will the Prime Minister say publicly that the WHO has given into pressure from China, and will he work with our allies to demand reform of this organization? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada is determined to work in cooperation with the WHO and international experts to understand the origins of the pandemic. There are some common concerns that we share about the recent study done by the WHO in China. We support a transparent and independent analysis of the origins of the pandemic. We will continue to work with our partners and allies to set up an independent process for future international assessments of unknown illnesses. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Taiwan's handling of the pandemic has been one of the world's most successful. With a population of only 23 million, it's only had 1,000 coronavirus cases and 10 deaths. Next month, countries will be participating in the WHO's annual meeting, but Taiwan has not been invited, even though it had observer status until 2017. On Monday in this House, the Foreign Affairs Minister referred to Taiwan as a country. In light of that position, does the government support Taiwan's participation at next month's meeting?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have always been consistent in supporting Taiwan's meaningful participation in international fora. Taiwan's role as an observer in the World Health Assembly's meetings is in the interest of global health. We welcome the participation from the entire international community to work together to promote global health.
L'honorable député de Glengarry.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement s'est engagé.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to protecting and supporting our agricultural producers and providing full and fair compensation to supply managed sectors due to market losses arising from recent free trade agreements. Last week, the second compensation payment to dairy farmers was completed for a total of almost $460 million. Yesterday, our government announced the details of new programs for the 4,800 chicken, turkey, and egg producers in Canada. Can the Prime Minister tell us more about this excellent news for our egg and poultry producers?
Le Très Honourable Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Was there a problem?
For Kingston, the Islands.
In the past, Mr. Speaker, when technical difficulties like this have popped up, you've allowed for the question to be re-asked.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. No, I just, the way it stopped, I wasn't sure whether it was the end of his question, but the Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell, if you can start over and then we'll continue from there, please.
Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to protecting and supporting our agricultural producers and providing full and fair compensation to supply managed sectors due to market losses arising from recent free trade agreements. Last week, the second payment to compensate dairy producers was completed for a total of nearly $460 million. Yesterday, our government announced the details of new programs for the 4,800 chicken, turkey, and egg producers. In Canada, can the Prime Minister tell us more about this excellent news for our egg and poultry producers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell for his constant support to farmers. Poultry and egg producers will receive financial assistance in proportion to their quota. 70% of the $630 million program is supported by our government, with producers investing the remaining 30%. For producers who are 35 and under, the government will contribute 85%. $61 million will also be spent on a turkey and chicken market development program. I would like to thank everyone. I would like to take the opportunity to thank all Canadian farmers for their exemplary work.
Mr. Speaker, we have another East Coast lobster dispute. The Fisheries Minister has said moderate livelihood lobster fishing by Indigenous communities will follow existing DFO seasons, regulations, and enforcement rules. But the Liberal MP for Sydney, Victoria has said this is wrong. And the Minister's announcement is only for this year. It's an interim measure. And First Nations will be allowed to set their own seasons and rules. Are Liberals mistaking voters for lobsters, heading to the traps and to the dinner tables?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, reconciliation is about recognizing rights that are not to be granted by governments, but are recognized as have been decided in many cases decades ago. We are working closely both with commercial fishermen and Mi'kmaq fishers to ensure that we're moving forward in a way that is both scientifically sustainable and respects the existing rights that Mi'kmaq have towards a moderate livelihood. We know that there is a path forward, and we look forward to continuing to work in constructive ways to resolve this challenge in the spirit of reconciliation and for a better future for everyone.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
In fact, no one is disputing those rights at all. What we're questioning here are the various stories we're getting from this government. And I've discovered that the Fisheries Minister flip-flopped and admitted to CBC Radio that the Liberal government's lobster announcement for fishing is, quote, a plan for this season or for this year, end quote. Well, the lobster is out of the pot. But this is not what maritime Liberal MPs are telling voters down east. Would the PM like to confirm his government is not being straight with maritime fishing families?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we've worked to respect people's rights, to respect people's livelihoods, to move forward in a way that ensures a strong and growing economy with opportunities for everyone in the spirit of reconciliation. It is not an easy thing, Mr. Speaker, but it is an important thing, and that's why we are taking it seriously and working step by step to advance in a way that is acceptable to everyone. We will continue to do the right work the right way to move this country forward.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Except the government and the Prime Minister's not being clear with Canadians. And it sounds like this is nothing but a pre-election campaign gimmick to protect Liberal candidates with a policy of deception to secure votes. And the Fisheries Minister's plan will change the day after the next election if this government is re-elected. Does voting Liberal down east mean a vote to allow a separate Indigenous lobster fisheries outside existing DFO seasons, regulations, and enforcement rules? Can the Prime Minister confirm which message is correct? What the Fisheries Minister tells Ottawa, or what the Fisheries Minister is telling voters down east?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been clear every step of the way, both about ongoing negotiations and also about our values, about our understanding of how important it is to move forward in true reconciliation in partnership with Indigenous peoples in ways that supports families that have been fishing in that region for generations. We know this is an extremely important issue. We're going to continue those discussions and negotiations in good faith to make sure that we find the right solution for everyone, Indigenous fishers, commercial fishers, and everyone who lives in the Atlantic provinces and indeed across the country.
The Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Mr. Speaker, in a time when women have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, the opposition wants to add to their burden by taking away their right to choose. Women's advocacy groups disagree with the extreme measures proposed in Bill C-233. This is not the time to debate women's rights. It's the time to uplift and support their economic recovery. Will the Prime Minister recommit to this House that he will always stand up for a woman's right to choose.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the honourable member for Markham-Stouffville for her question and her strong leadership. Women and women alone have the right to make decisions about their own bodies. While the Leader of the Opposition is allowing an anti-abortion bill to be introduced, our government has and always will defend women's reproductive choice in Canada. We've taken action to protect this right, including repealing outdated sections in the Criminal Code, investing in groups like Planned Parenthood, and easing restrictions on Plan B to help increase its accessibility. We will always defend women's rights, while Conservative politicians try to restrict them.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, the government has done nothing to stop the NAV Canada studies to close flight control towers at airports across the country, which would shut them down. Removing air traffic control services at airports would threaten public safety and eliminate jobs. The Liberals know I proposed legislative fixes, Bill C-278, which would give the government the power to save these airports. So far, 2 transport ministers have failed to act, putting Canadian lives and jobs at risk. Now is the time to decide. No more excuses, no more hiding. Will the Prime Minister use the NDP solution to protect these airports?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians have seen through this pandemic, our priority remains the safety and security of Canadians at all times. We're watching closely NAV Canada as it moves forwards in its deliberations, and we will ensure every step of the way that the safety, security, and indeed prosperity of Canadians is not put at risk.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi has a point of order. Mr. Speaker, as you know, since the beginning of the pandemic, we have tried to emphasize the importance of respecting quorum, the dress code here in the House, and I think that today we've set a new record. We've seen a member during question period improperly dressed, that is unclothed. So perhaps remind the members, especially the male members, that suits and ties are appropriate, or rather called for. And we have seen that the member was in very good shape, but I think that this member should be reminded of what is appropriate and to control his camera. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank the honourable member for her observations. I missed that, but as she was speaking, I spoke with the technicians, and indeed they did see something. And what I would like to do is to remind the members that when they are at home, they must be aware that there is a camera and a microphone, and they need to be aware of their functioning.
Point of order, arising on the same point of order.
Mr. Speaker. During the question period today, the Conservatives referred to the first female justice minister they actually misquoted that. It's actually Kim Campbell. Now, I would recognize that they probably don't know that because that was a different Conservative Party of a different time. But the first female justice minister was.
I want to thank the honourable member for that information, but it's starting to turn into debate at this point. The honourable member for Lakeland is rising on a point of order.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that given A, the risk to Canada's national security posed by Huawei, B, the fact that China's national security laws require all companies to, quote, support, assist, and cooperate with China's Communist Party intelligence work, C, the fact that Canada's Five Eyes partners have already banned Huawei, and D, the government's failure to respond to a motion passed in the House on November 20th, 2020, calling on the government to ban Huawei. The House repeat its call on the government to ban Huawei from Canada's 5G network.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have agreement on that. There is another point of order. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find the unanimous consent of the House for the following motion.
It's just
That this House, A, agree with the statement of the Vice President of the Halifax International Security Forum that with respect to
Member for a moment. I'm going to interrupt him for a moment. I'm going to ask him to start over. But before he does, I'm going to ask all the members who are joining us virtually to please turn off their microphones if they are not speaking. The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills, please start from the beginning.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent of the House for the following motion. That this House, A, agree with the statement of the Vice President of the Halifax International Security Forum that with respect to the John McCain Prize for Leadership in Public Service, President Tsai Ing-wen of Taiwan is a well-respected international leader, the first female president of Taiwan, and a strong global advocate for democracy. She would certainly be an ideal fit for this award. And B, calls on the government to continue funding the forum at current levels, even if the John McCain Prize is presented to President Tsai Ing-wen.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. It's carried. We have a point of order from the honourable member for Outremont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During a debate at the Late Show last night, I mistakenly claimed that the member from Calgary Nose Hill signed a letter calling for an end to the lockdowns that are helping protect our most vulnerable from COVID-19. I was wrong. It was a tweet in support of ending lockdowns, which was reported by the Western Standard as MP for Calgary Nose Hill joins Alberta UCP MLAs in blasting Kenny's third COVID lockdown. I do apologize for the error and ask that the record be corrected, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for that clarification. We have a point of order for the member for Carleton. Okay. Oh, je m'excuse, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable has a point of order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The interpreter must apologize but cannot hear. I must interrupt the honourable member if he could lower his microphone boom. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. During question period today, Mr. Speaker, I did not want to not show respect for Kim Campbell, the first female Minister of Justice in Canada. And I want to say that I recognize that Ms. Campbell held that position. I wanted to say that the Prime Minister kicked out the first Aboriginal Minister of Justice. That is what I should have said. Thank you.
We'll proceed. Comme il est 15 heures.
It being 3:20, pursuant to order made on January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motions at report stage of Bill C-224 under private members' business. Call in the members.
The question is on motion number 1, le vote sur...
The vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2 and to 4. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moved that Bill C-224 be amended by restoring the long title as follows. An act to amend an act to authorize the making of certain fiscal payments to provinces and to authorize the entry into tax collection agreement with provinces.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item. Nous commençons.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
We will now proceed to the members participating in person. Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
30 seconds.
Tous.
Qui appuie la position?
Madame Larouche. Madame Larouche. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Mott. Mr. Mott. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Mr. Cram. Mr. Cram. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Terrien. Madame Gill. Madame Gill. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Deltel. Monsieur Deltel. Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean. Monsieur Blanchet. Monsieur Blanchet.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Lalonde. Madame Lalonde. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming the proceedings. I was Je désire informer.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mrs. Monsef.
It's Ms. Monsef. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to register my vote against.
Ms. Monsef, against. Contre.
Mr. Polievre.
For.
Mr. Poliev, for. Pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 155, 155. Nays contre 179, 179.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion number 1 defeated. I therefore declare motions numbers 2 to 4 defeated as well.
At this time, the question would ordinarily be put on the motion for concurrence at report stage of Bill C-224. However, as the House has just defeated the amendments to restore the bill, nothing remains of the bill except the number. The Chair is therefore obliged to exercise the authority provided by the Standing Order 94-1A to ensure the orderly conduct of private members' business. En conséquence,
accordingly, I rule that the order for consideration at report stage of Bill C-224, an act to amend an act to authorize the making of certain fiscal payments to the provinces and to authorize the entry into tax collection agreements with provinces, be discharged, and that the bill be dropped from the order paper.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division of the motion to concur in Bill C-228 at report stage under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
By Mr. Moore, move that Bill C-228, an act to establish a federal framework to reduce recidivism and as amended, be concurred in at report stage. La période de 10
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Bragdon.
Yes, I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
In favor, for.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. Que tous ceux
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui...
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. To inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Monsef, for.
Mr. Poilievre.
For.
Mr. Poilievre, pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 301, 301. Nays contre 32, 32.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
When shall the bill be read a third time? À la prochaine séance de la...
At the next sitting of the House. Agreed.
Oh, yes, we have. For Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated to you informally earlier today, I want to return to a point of order that we were discussing on February 23rd, 2021. And it was on the question of not my original point around the right for independent members and members of non-recognized parties to pose questions on Wednesdays, but the more general problem of the distribution among many MPs and a number that has grown. At the time, Mr. Speaker, you said you would take that matter under advisement as the number of people in the category, the number of honorable members in the category of either independents or non-recognized members has in fact doubled within this Parliament. I'll try not to, I certainly won't repeat the points I made earlier. You'll recall I had citations going back to Speaker McNaughton, Speaker Jerome, Speaker Guy-Perron, John Fraser, and so on, to the fact that we do have rights to ask questions in question periods. It's a matter of the distribution. Just compiling some statistics, and I'll be as brief as I can possibly be, Mr. Speaker. In the 41st Parliament, when Green MPs first seats in this place, it was one question a week at the beginning of the Parliament. We've gone from 5 members of Parliament in the category of independents or organized parties. We've grown to 14. And we went from one question a week to, with the addition of 7 slots per week, we ended up with 0.86 questions per week as opposed to 1. In the 42nd Parliament, we started with 11 members in that category of independent or non-recognized parties. It grew to 17 over the lifetime of that Parliament. Again, the effect of that was to go from 1 question a week to each one of us having 0.82 questions per week. That was because the Speaker added, and the process Speaker and other parties added 3 questions to the slots available for members in our category. In this 43rd Parliament, we started with 4, and we had 1 question per week for each one of us. The number in the independent and non-recognized party category has doubled. It is now 8. No questions have been added to the available slots. And the result is that rather than having where we started in after the last election with 1 question per week for each one of us, the 3 Green MPs and the honourable member for Vancouver Granville, each of us at the beginning of this Parliament had 1 question a week. With the addition of 4 more independents, we now have 0.50. In other words, roughly half of what we'd ever had since the 41st Parliament. So I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, we had near agreement yesterday on unanimous consent. We have a lot of support in this House. There should be more questions available for category 10 non-recognized parties. I would be very grateful if you could look at these numbers, these statistics, and see if it isn't time to add more slots to the available times in question period for members who fall into our category. Thank you, Mr.
I want to thank the honourable member for her intervention, and we will take it under advisement and come back to the House with new information should it be required. I just want to point something out that, and this is on a technical matter, what I found is I found some ministers answering questions, some members asking questions, and there's a bit of a choppiness in there. One thing I found with my computer, and this is just me giving you my experience, is sometimes when I have Skype and Zoom running at the same time, they interfere with each other. So if you're running them, you may want to check to see if Zoom is running in the background. And if Skype is running in the background, and turn it off so that it just makes it so much easier for the interpreters and your colleagues in the chamber when they hear you speak. It won't be chopped up. 1-800 call. No. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Brampton North. The honourable member for Brampton North. Okay. We'll come back to that. The introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture du projet de loi d'intérêt.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
The honourable member for Brampton North. Okay, I think we'll come back to those two after.
No.
Oh.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
We're all cleared up. Technical difficulties are gone. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 14th report later this day.
Motions. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if this House gives its consent, I move that the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be presented to the House earlier, that has been presented to the House earlier this day, be concurred in.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. March 21st to 27th was National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. As we encourage Canadians to drive responsibly and avoid distractions and impairment behind the wheel, we also take time to reflect on those that we have tragically lost to impaired driving. We have to demonstrate a zero-tolerance attitude for impaired, distracted, and dangerous driving to ensure that all Canadians can use our streets safely. So that is why I'm very proud to table petition E3162 with thousands of signatures, which calls for amendments to the criminal code to include harsher penalties on impaired, distracted, and dangerous driving. For the families that have already suffered and to prevent families from having to deal with this tremendous loss any further, I'm calling for amendments to the criminal code to be done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present e-petition number 3034, signed by 1,585 residents, mostly in the county of Simcoe. The petition concerns the SS Keewatin, built in 1907 and the world's last remaining passenger steamship of the Edwardian era. Now, that's the same ilk of another famous vessel that you'll know of, the RMS Titanic. Keewatin is a beautifully restored museum ship in Port McNicoll along the south shore of Georgian Bay, the port from which she sailed between 1912 and 1965 as a CPR ship, and gave passage to tens of thousands of residents and new Canadians making their way to Canada's west. Keewatin is a touchstone of our region's marine history, a major tourist attraction, and a community treasure of national significance, but the petitioners point out that she's at risk of being moved away from Port McNicoll on a technicality. The signatories are calling on the Government of Canada to work with the community and the Friends of Keewatin Foundation to ensure SS Keewatin remains in the port to which her history and service are mostly accounted and celebrated. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here today from constituents who are concerned about Bill C-6, and they are calling on the House of Commons to take the following actions: to ban coercive, degrading practices that are designed to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, amend Bill C-6 to fix the definition of conversion therapy, thus banning conversion therapy without banning voluntary counseling or criminalizing conversations, and to allow parents to speak with their own children about sexuality and gender, and to set house rules about sex and relationships. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the people from across Canada who have signed this petition as well. I too have a petition here calling on the government to fix concerns around Bill C-6. Bill C-6 defines conversion therapy as a practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual, or to change a person's gender identity or gender expression to cisgender. The people are concerned that this would not expressly allows counseling or medical surgery to change a child's gender, but prohibits the child from seeking support to detransition to his or her birth gender. C6 would restrict the choices of LGBT Canadians concerning sexuality and gender by prohibiting access to any professional or spiritual support freely chosen to limit sexual behavior or to detransition. Therefore, the people that have signed this petition call on the House of Commons to ban coercive and degrading practices designed to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, and to fix Bill C-6 to fix the definition of conversion therapy, thus banning conversion therapy without banning voluntary counseling or criminalizing conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to be here in person. I'm tabling 5 petitions today. The first petition is e-petition 3213, and it's with respect to the very concerning situation in Burma. Petitioners note the military coup that has taken place, the people that have been detained, the people that have been killed, and the ongoing efforts of peaceful protesters to bring about true, proper democracy, as well as inclusion, pluralism, reconciliation among different ethnic communities. Petitioners are calling on the government not to be silent about these issues and to take appropriate action, to use the Special Economic Measures Act with respect to sanctioning individuals who are involved in human rights abuses. They're calling for further study by Parliament. They're calling for clear condemnation of violence, and they're calling for support from the Government of Canada for the various non-violent movements in Myanmar and Canada that are highlighting the issues around the military coup. So I thank all those who have signed and various members of the community and various communities who've been very active highlighting the situation there, and I'm sure all members stand with the people of Burma during these challenging times in their pursuit of democracy, justice, and pluralism. The second petition is on another important international human rights issue, that is the genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners are calling on the government to recognize that genocide and to put in place appropriate response measures that recognize our responsibility to protect in international law, measures like reforms to supply chain legislation, as well as Magnitsky sanctions. The third petition highlights the situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia, calling for action by the Government of Canada to support full humanitarian access, independent monitoring, international investigation into credible reports of war crimes and gross violations of human rights law. Its petitioners are also calling on the Government of Canada to engage directly with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments on this conflict and to promote short, medium, and long-term election monitoring. The fourth petition, similar to others that have been tabled today, is with respect to Bill C-6. Petitioners would like to see a ban on conversion therapy. They would also like to see the government fix the definition, correct the errors in Bill C-6 so that it clearly targets conversion therapy and that it is not a expansive definition that bans conversations, private conversations that would have nothing to do with conversion therapy as it's been historically understood. The fifth and final petition I'm tabling today is in support of Bill S-204, a bill in the other place that would make it a criminal offense for a person to be complicit in organ harvesting and trafficking by going abroad and receiving an organ that had been taken from a patient without their consent. It also contains provisions by which a person could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they were involved in organ harvesting and trafficking. Petitioners hope to see Bill S-204 passed by this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to table a petition signed by Canadians concerned about the impact of Bill C-6 on the choices available to Canadians, including the LGBT community. The petitioners join the voices of thousands of Canadians who are calling on the House to, number one, ban coercive degrading practices that are designed to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. Number two, ensure that no laws discriminate against Canadians by limiting the services they can receive based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. Number three, allow parents to speak with their own children about sexuality and gender and to set house rules about sex and relationship. Number four, allow free and open conversation about sexuality and sexual behavior. And finally, number five, avoid criminalizing professional and religious counseling voluntarily requested and consented to by Canadians. We in this place must respect the choices individuals might make when it comes to receiving spiritual counseling and professional support that is freely chosen. Ultimately, we need to fix the definition of conversion therapy in Bill C-6, and I encourage members to work together to get this right on behalf of all Canadians.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present petition E-3050 by constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith. The petitioners are concerned about climate change. They note that the process of gas fracking releases methane into the atmosphere, and studies reveal that methane emissions from oil and gas operations in Western Canada were almost twice as high as previously thought. Methane is 80 times more potent as a greenhouse gas in the first 20 years after it's released into the atmosphere. And gas fracking has been linked to water and air contamination and increased risks of asthma, birth defects, and cancer. There are gas fracking moratoriums and bans in many other jurisdictions in the world. For these reasons, the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to ban hydraulic gas fracking in Canada and accelerate our transition to renewable energy. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise today to present a petition from people across the country who have serious concerns about Bill C-6. Petitioners recognize that the overarching definition of conversion therapy used in Bill C-6 will end up causing harm to some of the very people the bill intends to protect. Petitioners recognize at the Justice Committee, member of the LGBTQ community have called forms of counseling that this bill will ban life-saving. They believe it's important to recognize that the definition used by the government in this bill is not used by any medical body anywhere on earth. These petitioners want to see harmful, degrading, and coercive practices banned. Let's make sure we get this right by fixing the definition and avoid causing collateral harm to Canadians who would benefit from forms of counseling that may be unintentionally targeted by this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge. I'm sorry? I believe you're on mute. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Is that better?
There we go. Please proceed.
My apologies. Mr. Speaker, today I'm presenting a petition on behalf of the paintball and airsoft industries in Canada, and in particular, Panther Paintball and Airsoft Sports Park in Surrey, BC. This is a locally owned business that for years has provided employment and a safe place for paintball and airsoft enthusiasts to come and enjoy their favorite games and sports. The employees and participants are very concerned that the measures in Bill C-21 will put an end to this business, this industry, and the livelihoods of so many participants across the country. Airsoft and paintball offer Canadians an opportunity to get fresh air and exercise responsibly and in compliance with all social distancing guidelines. To protect all these great things, the petitioners call for the rejection of Bill C-21. Thank you.
Very good. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I call P2.
Monsieur le Président.
L'Honourable Middle Class Prosperity, an associate to the Finance Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call that for this notice of motion be used for to be transferred to debate later.
Alors, c'est reporté en vue d'un
transferred to a debate pursuant to the standing orders.
Okay. One moment. I just want to make sure all this is correct. I wish to inform the House that I've received a notice of request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay to rise and make a brief intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on Standing Order 52.2 to ask for an emergency debate regarding the crisis at Laurentian University, because we're not talking here about shutting down just a regional university. There are huge impacts that will actually affect us in the jurisdiction of the federal obligations and responsibilities. Pour moi, il y a deux choses.
For me, there are two things that are very important here in federal parliament. First of all, the impact on the constitutional rights for the Franco-Ontarian community, especially the decision to cancel the nursing and midwifery programs. That decision is going to affect the ability of Francophone students and for Francophones who live there to receive this care in the language of their choice.
Bringing this debate because there's many things we could talk about with Laurentian, but what's being done there is they're using the CCAA, the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, which has never ever been used against a public institution. If we, as a federal parliament, say it's okay to use the CCAA to destroy a university that has been there for 60 years, that precedent could be used against any other public institution. It's fine for private enterprise, but public institutions need to have a different standard in addressing financial difficulty. I believe that puts this under the mandate of the federal government. We need to talk about what we're going to do to save Laurentian University, to work to preserve programs, and to establish post-secondary education in a format that is accessible, particularly in regions of rural and the far north, where many people we face youth out-migration is a huge issue, and Laurentian has played a great role. So I'm asking for my colleagues from all parties to work with us. I'm asking you, Speaker, to call for this emergency debate tonight so we can get the issue of Laurentian University discussed at the federal government level.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Timmins James Bay for his intervention. I am prepared to accede to his request for an emergency debate concerning Laurentian University.
At the ordinary hours of daily adjournment. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-14, Economic Statement Implementation Act 2020.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to address all Canadians, because we're all going through a very difficult situation and have been for many months. And I'm talking about the pandemic. And in recent days, we can feel that things are fragile and that some Canadians are demonstrating, they're protesting. And, you know, obviously that's a basic right that we have in Canada. And when it is done in a civilized fashion, then that is fine, and we respect that. But I would call on people who are manifesting and protesting by attacking businesses, by vandalizing, you know, and we're talking about these small businesses. And I want to say this to you, Madam Speaker, these small businesses are being attacked. They're weakened on all sides already. They're vulnerable. And they are not responsible for this pandemic or for the effects of it. So I would call on people to protest peacefully and in a civilized fashion. And I would also call on Canadians to respect public health directives, to hang in there. Vaccines are coming. Unfortunately, here in Canada, there's only coming in by dribs and drabs, but they are coming. So please hang in just for a few more weeks. And hopefully it'll just be weeks and not months. But I'm calling on all Canadians, please keep your guard up and to keep a stiff upper lip. Hang in there. As I said, here in Canada, they are just coming in dribs and drabs, but please don't give up hope. They're coming. The current government was very happy to try and impress us with the arrival of the first vaccines. But just look at their strategy. Look how far we've fallen in world rankings. We used to be first. We were second in December for a few 100,000 doses of vaccines, but after that, nothing. Radio silence. So sure, there was supposed to be a nice Christmas gift to Canadians, but after that, we fell to second place, and now we just keep falling. We're plummeting, in fact, and so that was just smoke and mirrors. We have to remember that. As I said, look at this fall in world rankings. It's nothing to be proud of as Canadians to be so far down, whereas usually we are world leaders. And with this current government, well, we're not seeing any leadership at all. It's pathetic, Madam Speaker. A pathetic 2% of Canadians have been vaccinated with both doses, whereas the UK is doing 5 times better with 11%. And look at our neighbors to the south. In the US, over 25% of the population has been vaccinated with both doses, which means they are performing 12 times better than Canada is. And the Prime Minister says that he has a great strategy. I don't think we have the same definition of great. What's his plan to relaunch the economy and protect Canadians? Well, we don't know. And he better not use the excuse that it's because we don't produce vaccines here at home. All we have to do is look at Chile. Chile has found a way to get the vaccine. They have one of the highest vaccine rates in the world. they're behind only Israel and the UAE. Today, Madam Speaker, I am discussing an act to implement certain provisions of the economic statement tabled in Parliament on November 30th, 2020, and other measures, and that is Bill C-14. This bill establishes spending powers set out in the economic statement in the fall. It amends the Income Tax Act to add support to the Canada Child Benefit. It closes the gap in the second version of the Liberals' legislative measures on the commercial rent relief. It amends the Canadian Student Loan Assistance and the Canadian Student Financial Aid Act so that no interest is charged to students before 2021. It amends the Food and Drugs Act to address the shortages of therapeutic products, and it amends the Act respecting borrowing authority and the Federal Administration Act to increase the borrowing limits of the federal government. I'm going to address two things, Madam Speaker. I'm going to talk about closing the gap in the second version of the Liberals' legislative measure on the commercial rent relief. Now, this is what we're talking about here is the Canadian Emergency Rent Subsidy. Now, the purpose is to have businesses and nonprofit organizations and charities who have seen a drop in their income during the pandemic to have to be entitled to a subsidy to cover part of their commercial rent or their property expenses as of September 27, 2020 and up until June 2021. This subsidy will provide payments directly to tenants and owners of eligible property without going through renters. People who are eligible for that subsidy also have the right to a lockdown compensation if their property is affected for more than a week because of public health directives. So we know, Madam Speaker, that these businesses create jobs, they bring in government income, it pays taxes, and they create wealth. But there are certainly problems in this program. I talked about it to the Minister of Finance, and I talked about it to the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance, and they said that it would be fixed. So this is the perfect opportunity to fix that program. It's here to help business people, Madam Speaker. I'm just looking for my two documents, Madam Speaker. The program in the spring was focused on people who had business who were closed, and they were eligible for subsidies, 25% from the federal government, 25% from the provincial governments, 25% from the renter, and 25% from the tenant. Now, the same situation, and I'm going to give you an example from my riding. And this is just one example of many. So I'm going to talk about, because this is true for all Canadian businesses, I want the government to fix this problem. So the business in my riding owned some premises that were closed. They were entitled, the business was entitled to this subsidy. So same situation, same business, but here it's not the owner of the building who could claim the rent subsidy. It was the tenant. So the tenant in this case here was the son of one of the shareholders of the business who owned the building. So because his father was a shareholder, was not entitled to this subsidy. Madam Speaker, all you hear from the Liberal government is that it is there to help all Canadians, seniors, young people, families, businesses. Madam Speaker, I want to help the government fix the program. In the spring, there was a clause that was provided for. If there is an arm's length relation between these two people, then it is established based on market rules, and it should not be superior to the rent in question. And this lease cannot have been modified after April 1st, 2020. That clause is very clear. It's right there. And I must say, Madam Speaker, that we should use that. All we have to do is do a cut and paste to apply it to this new program that was put in place in September. Do we really want to help businesses or not? The current government says no. And so I think that if it's not in this, if it's not here, that it's going to be in the budget, because those are young people usually who are receiving assistance from their parents, and today they are trying to help them to discover, you know, you need help when you're young, not when you're over. Second thing, Madam Speaker, because this time is running out, this government is asking for a blank check. We know what it's done.
With regard to expending.
Alors, Madame la Présidente, moi, ce que je voudrais dire en terminant.
So, Madam Speaker, what I would like to say in closing is that we are on my side, on the side of the official opposition. We're prepared to accompany the government to help honest Canadians. But, Madam Speaker,
on ne veut pas donner.
We do not want to give them a blank check. So we ask them to hive off in the bill these two portions, and the government has said no to our request. So, Madam Speaker, I would call upon the government to be reasonable and to find solutions to help our young business people. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliament to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to address the member's comments towards the beginning of his speech. And the Conservatives have an attitude of wanting to spread misinformation in regards to vaccines. And I think it's deplorable, quite frankly, as it comes right from their leadership all the way down. And I would ask the member to recognize and to get his comments. And maybe he could, let's go to the raw number. We know, for example, that Canada will have approximately 44 million doses of vaccines before the end of June. Can the member provide to the House any other country on a per capita basis that will have more vaccines than Canada, vaccine doses?
The Honourable Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my very dear colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, for the question. I'd like to use the time that he had in his question. Can he tell us in the future what will happen? Madam Speaker, the answer is quite simple. It's no. With this government, we are used to getting promises but not having things delivered. Madam Speaker, I would like my colleagues to take those words back, because what I said were real facts. That Canada has 2% of its population vaccinated with both doses. Great Britain, up to yesterday, had 11%, and the U.S. had 25% of its population who had gotten both doses. So, Madam Speaker, I invite my colleague to take those words back.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked a lot about the commercial rent program, and he said some of the facts, and he's made some suggestions for farmers. Farmers in our regions don't have access to that program because some expenditures are not eligible. So I'd like to say that it's a problem for farmers who are not qualified or eligible for that program. The Honourable Member for Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Shefford. In fact, and as I mentioned earlier, this government is going everywhere to say we're helping everybody, the young people, seniors, businesses, families, farmers. No problem. We're helping everybody, but in fact, that is not true. We are having concrete examples. I would invite my colleague to talk to the Minister of Finance so that we can together convince the government. That is the opposition's job. It is to ensure that the government comes up with solutions and keeps its commitments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
For London, Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that he didn't touch on it a lot, but he did mention students at the beginning of his speech. And certainly this government has touted how much support they've provided for students. Unfortunately, in this bill, I believe that it states that there's $315 million being waived for a 6-month moratorium on student interest. And yet, year after year, the government collects over $600 million profits on student loans. I wonder if you could comment on that and what the government should be doing going forward for students.
I most definitely will not comment on it, but j'invite la députée de...
I would invite the member for Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier to do so.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from London Fanshawe. Listen, there are three opposition parties. We're different. And we have just identified three groups in Canada, Madam Speaker, who are not being served and helped by this government. We're talking about students, we've talked about farmers, and I've talked about young entrepreneurs with ties of dependency. It's an opportunity, a good opportunity for the current government to take concrete action, respect its commitment, and deliver the goods for these groups that do not have assistance mentioned by the Prime Minister.
Question from the Honourable Member for Charlotte, St. James's and Aboya Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague from Portneuf-Cartier about Section 7. Until 2020, the total accumulated debt of Canada was just over $700 billion. This bill, which is essentially buried into a COVID relief bill, would increase that debt limit from roughly 1.1 trillion to 1.8 trillion. Would my honourable colleague agree that really something this substantive should be the subject of a separate bill and an entirely separate discussion?
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Cartier, 5 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to the interpretation. I want to thank my colleague from Charlotte, St. James. Sini, I forget what it's called. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And that is what we're asking, Madam Speaker. We're asking for the bill to be split into two because, yes, to help Canadian citizens get aid, but on the other hand, giving a blank check, we must resume debate.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak on Bill C-14. I think that it's important to note the curious situation that we find ourselves in today. Here we are with the government putting this legislation on their agenda this week, debating the fall economic statement in the middle of April. In yet another example of Liberal mismanagement of important files, we are here debating legislation introduced last year comprised of a whole host of financial measures. There are some good parts of this legislation, but there are measures that could have been implemented last year to help people. Now, it seems odd debating this when we have a budget set to be released in just 5 days. Similar to how the Liberals have no plan for Canada's economic recovery, they had no plan to get Bill C-18, the Canada-UK Trade Continuity Agreement, ratified within deadlines. They also seem to have no plan for Canada's finances. Madam Speaker, after years of pre-pandemic deficit since forming government in 2015 with little to show for it, now the federal debt will be well over $1 trillion. And the Liberals are asking for substantive additional borrowing capacity in this bill, C-14. The staggering asked increase of an additional $700 billion would put our federal debt just a stone's throw away from the $2 trillion mark. It took our country over 150 years to reach a $1 trillion debt, yet the Liberals seemingly want to take us to nearly $2 trillion in the blink of an eye. Conservatives have supported programs to help Canadian businesses and not-for-profits who have been struggling under this government's failure to procure PPE early in the pandemic, sustain jobs, procure vaccines, ramp up domestic vaccine production, and put data-driven plans together for rapid testing and at-home testing, all activities many other developed countries did. Why is this government tabling a bill that has some good measures in it to help many people, and then tag on raising Canada's maximum borrowing limit to $700 billion, a 56.8% increase? There's no reason other than to play politics rather than getting real help to real people in a timely manner. They've not explained why they need to increase the total federal debt to $1.83 trillion. Companies don't operate this way, not-for-profits don't operate this way, households don't operate this way. Why does the federal government feel they can operate this way? Pre-pandemic, they had years of needless borrowing and debt the Conservatives had warned against, debt that led to a credit rating cut. Constituents I'm hearing from in Kelowna Lake Country are rightly worried about the challenges we are facing today under the COVID-19 pandemic. They're also terrified about the future we're leaving our children and grandchildren. Madam Speaker, at every step of the way, this government has burdened our economy with taxes, investment stifling regulations, and red tape. They've refused to not halt tax increases during the pandemic, including from escalator or automatic tax increases. To truly prosper, we must unlock the power of Canadian industry, remove barriers to innovation, remove interprovincial trade barriers, do everything we can to expand exports of agriculture, innovative technologies, and manufacturing, and bring our resources to market around the world. This legislation does none of that. In November of 2020, we learned that the federal deficit for that year alone was going to exceed $380 billion. We already have over $1 trillion in federal debt, and this legislation will allow the government to borrow up to $1.78 trillion. The reality is that under the Liberal government, our country has been on the decline. We've had the highest unemployment in the G7. We've had indicators pointing to a debt crisis, a dismal vaccine per capita numbers, and investment leaving the country. Women have been especially impacted. Over 100,000 women leaving the workforce since the onset of the pandemic. Now, Madam Speaker, it is one thing to fund pandemic response programs, and we are willing to do what it takes to support Canadians during this time of crisis. It's another thing entirely for us to be willing to support unchecked borrowing for unspecified initiatives. The past 2 weeks have been constituency weeks, and I spent time focused connecting with residents and local organizations in Kelowna Lake Country. I hosted 3 community outreach virtual roundtable meetings with the focus on 3 areas: small business, tourism, and housing. My official opposition colleagues, who are the shadow ministers for these files, joined me to hear from locals on each of these very important topics. And I'd like to thank the members from Calgary Rocky Ridge, Niagara Falls, and Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon. Groups in attendance included Tourism Kelowna, the Kelowna Hotel and Motel Association, Association of Canadian Independent Travel Advisors, BC Food and Restaurant Association, Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association, Festivals Kelowna, Big White Ski Resort, BC Hotel Association, Downtown Kelowna Association, Community Futures of the Central Okanagan, Lake Country Chamber of Commerce, Central Okanagan Development Commission, Uptown Rutland Business Association, Kelowna Chamber of Commerce, Interior Realtors, UDI Okanagan, Western Canadian Shippers Coalition, Canadian Home Builders Association of the Okanagan, and Journey Home Society. We received a substantive amount of insights, information, and suggestions from what collectively represents well over 5,000 businesses of all sizes and from almost all sectors in Kelowna Lake Country. There was a lot of consensus on the most important pressing issues which need to be addressed, and many solid recommendations. Now, Madam Speaker, another issue I'm hearing from businesses is that they're advertising for jobs and no one is answering their ads. I was speaking to a construction company owner in Kelowna Lake Country last week who's advertising to pay considerably higher than what is the usual wage for the job. People are calling him and saying, I'll only come to work if you pay me under the table so I can continue to collect CERB or CRB. And if not, I'll just relax for a little while yet. He said these people know they'll make more working, but they are prepared to stay on programs as long as possible. Now, how is this helping the economy? How is this helping this business owner? And how is this helping this individual ultimately? I was speaking with another business owner who laid off 30 employees last year, and as the economy reopens, they don't feel these employees will be coming back. And this isn't just about creating jobs. At great effort and expense, he will likely now have to recruit, hire, and train all new people. This is their reality. In my riding of Kelowna Lake Country, our airport, YLW, is municipally owned. So not only did they feel the effects of the travel reductions, but they were also unable to obtain some of the government support provided to non-municipally owned airports. Entertainment venues are also under threat, and in my community, beloved institutions like the Kelowna Actors Studio and all those who work in performing arts are in serious jeopardy. The many local arts and cultural organizations have been shuttered for a year. Doing virtual fundraising and a few virtual performances is not sustainable, and musicians have been hit particularly hard. I was speaking to a resident this weekend who told me 2 professional musicians he knows in Kelowna Lake Country are losing their homes right now. Businesses and not-for-profits are looking for a plan for recovery, not a plan to remain shut indefinitely. Now, Conservatives have put forth a motion asking the government to put forth a plan to safely and gradually reopen our economy when the time to safely do so is right. And the Liberals voted this down. This Bill C-14 we are debating today fails to do so as well. It is only through ensuring we are fully utilizing all the tools available widely to test and vaccine those who wish it, and as well as putting forth a solid recovery plan where people in all sectors and in all parts of the economy and the country are ready to go back to work, that we will have a meaningful recovery plan. If there is one thing that we have learned so far from the Liberals is that it is entirely possible to spend billions of dollars and still leave millions of Canadians behind. Conservatives are working tirelessly to promote a recovery that benefits all Canadians. A recovery that provides jobs and growth in every sector of our economy in every part of the country. To secure jobs, secure vaccines and PPE, secure our economy, secure mental health, and get us back to a road to recovery. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Conservatives have been raising this issue over and over since we've come back for the last reading of this bill, talking about the government wanting to increase and take on more debt in excess of what is actually being proposed in this legislation. But the reality is that all that's being requested is that the ceiling be extended, not to actually take on debt. And as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, in order to take on additional debt, a different bill would have to come forward explaining exactly what that was. So it's a false narrative that the Conservatives are trying to use to justify why they're not going to vote in favor of this, when they know full well that more spending cannot occur unless another bill comes forward outlining what that spending is. Can this member at least inform this House whether or not she is aware that another bill would have to come forward in order to justify and to make a decision to spend more money?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his question. The member may not be aware that actually at the Finance Committee, this issue was brought up and discussed, and there was questions asked about the difference between the costing out of the existing programs that are part of this legislation and where the difference is, and what that will be used for. And during that committee meeting, there were no answers provided as to what that would potentially be used for. So to increase the debt ceiling to that amount with just a hope and trust that there'll be things coming forth that'll be just fine, I don't think that's overly transparent. It doesn't show accountability. It leaves a lot of uncertainty, and it's certainly not the way to bring that type of legislation forth.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was at the Finance Committee. I agree with the Conservative member. It was not well presented by the government. Raising the borrowing ceiling is something that government bills don't usually do. In my opinion, the government should have taken the time to meet with each of the parties to explain what was the idea behind this process, what needed to be done. I can say, however, that the Parliamentary Budget Officer reassured us at committee and said that increasing the debt ceiling is something that they can do, but each expenditure has to be voted on, and the bill would need to be supported by the Governor General. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was a little bit of a delay there. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comments and clarification, and also for his question. You know, I think as we're looking at this, first of all, this, as I mentioned earlier, this legislation was tabled quite some time ago, and of course a lot has changed. A lot has changed since then. There are a number of points in this legislation that would have been helpful for people a long time ago. You know, this legislation has been dragged on, and so you know we have continually been making recommendations. We have seen from the very beginning.
To give an opportunity for one further question, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank you. My friend for intervention.
We're losing your camera. Sorry, we're losing the honourable member's camera. We can't see you. There we go.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for intervention. A year ago, the government, after much pushing by the NDP, realized that the people of seniors and people with disabilities needed financial help because of the higher costs they're facing. Now we go 1 year later, they're facing higher costs. Food has skyrocketed, high costs of rents, the heat, the hydro, and now we're into a third wave, and in Ontario, we're in a complete lockdown. Does she not agree that there has to be something in there for the pensioners or for our low-income seniors and people with disabilities immediately until we find a permanent resolution?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. You know, this goes back to the point of costs increasing for everyone. You know, we have called for the government to halt all tax increases during this time because tax increases makes the cost of go up for everyone. You know, one of the most prominent ones, of course, is the increase of carbon tax, which we know just
resuming debate. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is my privilege today to rise virtually in the House of Commons to speak on Bill C-14, which enacts certain fiscal components of the fall fiscal update. I want to begin by speaking about some of the advantages of this bill. Steps like raising the Canada Child Benefit are essential to maintaining gender equality during this pandemic. When lockdowns happen, it has been very difficult for women to find childcare for their children, and it's clear that the pandemic has disproportionately affected women. The relief for student loans will help students. There's no doubt about that. As our students graduate and struggle to find jobs, it is clear that they too have been deeply affected by the pandemic and by high unemployment rates and have come with it. We have also continued to call for changes to the rent subsidy program, some of which have been included in Bill C-14. While the legislation does make some important changes, in many ways, it also misses the mark. While a certain amount of spending and investment can be expected and actually encouraged during these times, Bill C-14 gives the government unfettered power to put Canada in a precarious situation. It gives the government the power of borrowing without the appropriate accountability and oversight. The fact of the matter is the COVID pandemic is far from over. In fact, Canada just reached an ominous milestone. For the first time in the global pandemic, Canada has reported more new COVID-19 cases per capita than the United States of America. How is this possible? How is it that many countries across the world are beginning to reopen their economies, beginning new normal, while we hit the third wave that seems to be even worse than the ones that preceded it? The answer is simple. We don't have enough vaccines, Madam Speaker. The procurement efforts have been botched and have been a failure, and it has come with a deadly cost to Canadians. Whereas our counterparts in the U.S., the UK, and Israel are beginning to reopen. Across Canada, we are re-entering devastating lockdowns. It is with great sadness I speak about the devastating impact that this has had on our people. Many Canadians, including those in my riding of Northumberland, Peterborough South, have been forced to shut down for the better part of a year. According to Stats Canada, 60% of businesses reported a drop in revenue between 2020 and 2019, with certain industries being affected harder than others. My riding of Northumberland, Peterborough South is home to some of the most beautiful landscapes and some of the most charming small towns in all of Ontario. Because of this, many of my constituents rely heavily on the tourism sectors to survive and to thrive. The hospitality tourism sector, unfortunately, has been one of the most hardest hit in Canada. New statistics are now suggesting that 50% of Canadians are on the brink of insolvency. As we face more lockdowns, many Canadians are barely holding on and continuing to rely on federal stimulus like the CERB and CRB. Mark Rosen, chair of the Canadian Association of Insolvency and Restructuring Professionals, recently said,
Mr. Dowdle.
Put it on my desk here, so I was just wondering. But you're in my riding though, I think. Yeah, you're in Thornbury.
Madam Speaker, sorry, point of order. I am having trouble speaking due to the member not having their mute on.
Sure.
Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey, can you please put your microphone on mute? Thank you very much. The Honourable Member proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What we can't see is the insolvency data is yet how things will change as the taps are turned off, which brings about a very important point. The government has created, their programs have created a bridge, but it needs to be a bridge to a better day. At the end of the day, they are a Band-Aid and they're no substitute for prolonged, strong economic activities and economic opportunities. They will not be able to, long-term, to replace the lost income that people are facing over our government's inability to procure vaccines. Our people need jobs. We need to bring work back to and economic opportunities back to Canadians. The benefits, while Conservatives have supported them, and indeed they were necessary, they have to be a bridge to something. They can't be a bridge to nowhere. Our people should not have to choose between their health and insolvency. We need a safe plan to reopen our economy, a plan that includes vaccinating our population as soon as possible. We also need to ensure this plan will not hurt Canadians for generations to come. As currently written, Bill C-14 is a $600 billion blank check to allow the Canadian government to spend how they would like. With no accountability for the spending or oversight, this will undoubtedly hurt Canadians for years to come. Large budgets and deficits and debt is a serious issue not only for our government, but all Canadians, and interest payments are a major consequence. Governments must make interest payments on their debt similar to how households must pay interest on borrowing-related mortgages, vehicles, and credit card spending. Revenue directed towards interest payments means that in the future there will be less money available for tax relief or government programs such as healthcare, education, and social services. In reality, to pay off these interest payments, the government will likely have to raise taxes, raise interest rates, and cut spending on essential government programs. This will be a painful burden for Canadians, as many are already so close to insolvency. The government needs to detail their long-term plan for the economic recovery. As former U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers has often said, growth, not consumption, must be a priority of expansionary fiscal policy. In fact, our own Deputy Finance Minister Michael Sabia agreed that economic growth was absolutely critical to the future prosperity of our country. The expansion of the economy will create much-needed economic opportunities for all. Most importantly, that growth will help those in an economically challenging position. The impact of growth and or lack thereof can be illustrated in the last 6 years of Liberal government has done to our most vulnerable. During a period of record low economic growth, Canadian billionaires, they've done all right, as my colleagues of the NDP have frequently and rightfully pointed out. The impact of low economic growth is nearly always disproportionately felt by those in economically precarious positions. While billionaires and Liberal well-connected insiders, they've done okay. Because they often have the connections and the resources to pivot away from economic challenges. Meanwhile, Canadian workers are stuck shouldering the brunt of a shrinking economy as they lose their jobs, have to close their businesses, and even lose their homes. The good news, Madam Speaker, is that a shrinking economy can create havoc, poverty, and hardship. An expanding economy can equally create prosperity, wealth, and in some instances, even happiness. If then nearly all economists on the left and the right agree that a growing economy is our best defense against unemployment and poverty, how do we achieve it? We need to create an environment where private actors are rewarded and recognized for effectively contributing their talents and their efforts to society through efficient markets. That may sound complicated, Madam Speaker, but it really isn't. All that it really means is that every Canadian going to work, whether a CEO, a sales professional, a clerk, or a tradesperson, feel as though they're getting a fair shake. Governments can play a positive role in achieving confidence in the economy. They can put in place the regulations to ensure that actors are competing in an ethical and sustainable manner. This is absolutely a critical role, and all strong economies require some level of regulation and taxation to ensure equity and justice. However, this government, nor any government in history, cannot create economic growth. They merely put in place the conditions precedent required for growth. It is the private sector, everyday Canadians, that power economic growth through relentless determination, endless innovation, and an infinite work ethic. As they strive to achieve their dreams, to buy homes, to own a business, to send their children to university, they help achieve a stronger, more prosperous Canada for all. While governments cannot create economic growth, they can destroy it, Madam Speaker. The reality is that overly expansive governments suck up the resources, the oxygen of the free market economy from the private sector, depriving businesses and individuals of much needed capital to fuel their economic activity. These same governments overregulate and suffocate energy and drive of small business and destroy dreams of millions. They erode the rewards and recognition of work to the point where individuals' desire to work is reduced. The last 100 years of history are littered with governments that have destroyed their own economies through policies that expand government at the cost of their citizens. From the USSR to Cuba to Venezuela, we have seen poverty and destruction caused by overinflated government policies. Why then, in this time of extreme economic security, would this government ask for a permanent increase in the debt ceiling of $600 billion, a debt that will ultimately be financed by Canadians, a burden that will diminish our prospects for a growing and prosperous economy by starving it of the resources Canadians need to start businesses, create jobs, and by disincentivizing work, ever-increasing taxation. What Canadians need now, Madam Speaker, is a rapidly expanding economy, not an ever-expanding debt.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And two quick questions for the member. I noticed he chose his words very carefully when he was talking about the last measure of this bill, when he said, quote, it gives the government power to borrow, end quote. And he didn't reference the power to spend. So would he, first of all, confirm that that is the case, that the government cannot spend? And second, I noticed when he was talking about vaccination rates and G7 countries, he conveniently cherry-picked the two that happen to be ahead of us, the USA and United Kingdom, when we're ahead of the rest, which are Italy, France, Germany, Australia, and Japan. So I wonder if the member can explain why he chose to cherry-pick those two particular countries specifically.
Rates in Australia.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention and for his spirit and energy in the House. The reality, though, the facts are is that when we look at completely vaccinated individuals, Canada actually ranks quite low. And obviously, no one is fully vaccinated or inoculated or protected to the extent that vaccines can until they've received both doses. And Canada is well behind. And when we look at the other countries, such as the UK and other countries as the US, and they're fully opening, as has been reported in the media by CNN's Jake Taper, we have seen that Canada is falling behind.
The Honourable Député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Two things. First of all, when it comes to debt, we are all worried about it, of course. My colleague for Joliette raised a specific point, saying that every expenditure will have to be approved. Is the member aware of that? Does he think that that will be helpful? I'd like to hear his opinion. Also, there's support that's absent for tourism, for the arts, for small organizations in every single one of our ridings. I'd like to hear his opinion on that. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Yeah, and I'll start with the second part of the question first. I certainly believe in supporting the arts. We have the Capitol Theatre, amongst many others in Northumberland, Peterborough South, that certainly require support and has been very, very difficult for them. On the second part, I would like to liken his point back to the individual.
We have a point of order. Il y a un rappel au règlement, oui, de l'honorable.
L'interprétation ne fonctionne pas.
Point of order, the interpretation was not working.
Not working. Can we start again? Can we try again? Okay, it's working now. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, and je m'excuse, mes amis. I would like to say that the arts is incredibly important. In my riding, we have the Capitol Theatre and many other great institutions of arts, and they've been hit so hard. And so we would agree that the pandemic has been very difficult on that. The second part is, I'd like to use an analogy of that to an individual. You know what? If I went out and I took a line of credit for $500,000, to me, that's an important household decision. And I dare say my spouse would not be too happy if I did not receive her approval before going out and getting that $500,000 line of credit, even though I hadn't identified how I would spend it.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Coanituk-Askey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is very much connected to the current third wave of the COVID crisis. And third wave, we know, is hitting Canadian workers hard, especially essential workers. We're hearing disturbing reports of ICUs filling up of predominantly essential workers, many younger workers as well, or younger people. And obviously this coinciding with the devastating impacts of the variant cases. For us in the NDP, it's been critical to fight for paid sick days, recognizing that that is a way to help save lives at this point. And we're very concerned that there isn't the widespread support for the need for paid sick days for working people in our country. Why do the Conservatives fail to stand up for workers when it comes to key measures like this one that could save lives now?
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention and her advocacy on behalf of workers. What I would say here is that the best way to possibly help workers, make sure we get vaccines here in Canada, get jabs into arms, and to get Canadians safely back to work.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre. Yes, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Elmwood Transcona.
I did say it.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order concerning your declaration on the 22nd of March concerning the need for a royal recommendation for an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act in the case of injury, sickness, or need for quarantine put forward by the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. We've already heard arguments from the member for Kingston and the Islands on the subject. And during his remarks, he mentioned my efforts to amend Bill C-24 in committee, and my effort to bring forward a similar amendment, and the decision of the committee chair to the effect that the amendment required royal recommendation. The member for the Bloc Québécois, who was on the committee, voted in favor of the idea that we would require royal recommendation. I think that's an error in judgment, because I think that this bill is different than what normally happens. This is a special case, given that twice in this Parliament the House called for a change from the 15 weeks twice. First, it was a majority vote on an opposition motion, and the other time it was a unanimous vote where the House reaffirmed that idea. So often in the case of a private member's bill, there isn't so much support from the House. We also got a commitment from the government that they would extend the period of time for those EI benefits. So I think that this is a unique case. I think in this case there is general support from the House, and the Speaker should recognize that unique situation. And they should take that into consideration when deliberating on the decision. We at the NDP believe that this is a case where the bill should move forward. And so I did just want to put those reflections on the record. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona for the points that he's made, and that will all be taken under advisement, and the chair will be making a decision.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise virtually in the House today to speak to Bill C-14, a second act respecting certain measures in response to COVID-19. Before I get into the specifics of this bill and economic recovery, we must all recognize that there's no feasible way that we as a country can make any kind of significant recovery efforts without addressing and conquering this health crisis. Small businesses will continue to flounder until they are their doors. New graduates who once looked towards the future with optimism continue to send in job applications with no response. Single parent households will continue to struggle, trying to make ends meet with a $2,000 government check they receive that's meant to justify the fact that they can't return to work and provide for their children. Now, Madam Speaker, I can't believe I'm saying this, but currently Canada ranks far below our international peers in per capita full vaccinations. Last week, Canada made headlines worldwide in the most embarrassing way when CNN reported that we're outpacing the USA for COVID infections. Canada's behind all kinds of countries in vaccinations. Canadians need to be using all the tools available to fight COVID-19. Now, we need vaccines, we need rapid tests, and we need the information to secure our future and rebuild our economy. Conservatives want to see the Liberals succeed in securing these tools for Canadians, especially the vaccines. But the Liberals failed to secure made-in-Canada vaccines until the end of 2021. For the rest of 2021, Canada's vaccine rollout will be at the whims of foreign countries and companies. It's clear the Liberal government were late in ramping up on vaccine manufacturing. Canadians deserve better than this. But why did the Liberal government wait so long to act? Why did it decide to partner with China? We are so frustrated that the government's failure to secure and get vaccines to Canadians. We cannot secure jobs and cannot secure our economy until we see Canadians vaccinated. The singular focus on this government at this point in time shouldn't be on buyback programs or small infrastructure projects. It should be all hands on deck to procure vaccines they failed to deliver to Canadians so we can get back to normal like the rest of the world is heading towards. The US, the country right next door, recognized the importance of vaccines and therapeutics early on, investing $20.5 billion for their development. The US earlier this month moved the country's active travel advisory for Canada to very high. Now, I appreciate this government's current interest in this area. It is unfortunate it comes at such a late stage in the game. Supporting individuals and businesses in the way they currently are, while important, it's not sustainable. We have to have strategies and a plan to protect those who are compromised and get the economy back on track. Now, Bill C-14 was the government's attempt during the fall economic statement to put forward a plan for Canadians that would instill hope and confidence in this country's ability to recover. But as poorly as this government's vaccine plan panned out, I fear equally that the economy will recover will yield results nearly as dismal. Just as my Conservative colleagues voted in favor in providing assistance Canadians early on in the pandemic, of course, we continue to recognize the need for assistance in these unprecedented times. So C-14 has introduced some temporary and immediate support for low and middle income families who are entitled to the Canada Child Benefit, easing the burden of student debt to 1.4 million Canadians by eliminating the interest on repayment of the federal portion of the Canada Student Loans and Canada Apprentice Loans for up to a year, and providing funding for part of the new Safe Long-Term Care Fund to provide support to long-term facilities. Critical, very important. Up to $262 million for COVID initiatives, including testing, research, countermeasures, vaccine funding, developments, border and travel measures, all worthy. Formally providing that an expense such as rent can qualify as eligible expense under the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy when it becomes due, so businesses can access the subsidy before the expense is actually paid. Now, with the dramatic increase in the amount that this bill dictates the government can borrow, more than $700 billion, with $100 billion discretionary, one would assume that this would carve out a path for Canadians to get back to work. But as mentioned before, any attempt to recover will be thwarted unless we can get vaccines into Canadians' arms. Only then can we meaningfully talk about recovery. Like my colleague, the member from Carleton, passionately reminds us, it is the dignity that comes with earning a paycheck. It's the freedom that comes with the ability to control one's own finances. And at the moment, Canadians are experiencing joblessness worse than the G7 average. This gives me absolutely no confidence that offering another $100 billion in discretionary spending will yield any type of meaningful result. Now, although we experience recent job growth, there is no doubt again that those jobs created will be lost again because of the shutdowns, because of the COVID-19 variants. We need a plan to come out of COVID to create jobs and get our economy back on track, and we cannot allow that can't happen without people earning paychecks. We cannot permanently put our economy on the national credit card. Our jobs will provide Canadians with personal financial security. Jobs afford families good childcare, housing, post-secondary schooling, nutrition, and recreation. Jobs provide tax revenue, reduce government debt burden, and protect our cherished social net. Integral to our build back, but equally important to sustain our country's growth, are two metrics that have been falling over the past few years: Canadian competitiveness and Canadian innovation. Now, with a country of our size and sparsity of population, there's no way we can rely on just our internal economy to lead us to recovery. Canada is going to need massive growth in exports to fuel any kind of recovery and provide the capacity to repay our enormous debt. Spending in infrastructure should be predominantly focused on those things that improve productivity, competitiveness, and access to markets. Private sector innovation is what is going to lead us into the future and provide us with the technology we need to both shift to global sustainability and reinstate ourselves as a world economic leader. In the government's C-14 bill, there is no mention of the resource sector, which is Canada's #1 export, nor did they recognize the importance of this sector for our recovery. The world wants and needs more of our natural resources, and we should be thinking about how we can expand our market share instead of hastening its decline. With the abundance of natural resources we've been blessed with, we've been handed the keys to the castle. At least we could do is plan for lessening our dependence on foreign supply because we have it all right here. So we fell out of the top 10 ranking for the most competitive economies. We've fallen near the bottom of our peer group on innovation, ranking 17th. In 2019, mineral fuels, including oil, accounted for 22% of our country's total exports, #1 exported product, and we have the third largest reserves. And we have enormous potential in minerals, agriculture, forestry, pulp, and paper. My colleague, the member of Abbotsford, offered 8 specific recommendations to help drive the economy and get people back to work. Well, here's 5 more for free. The government could fast-track decisions on the $14 billion LNG gas project in Quebec on top of another $6 billion in similar projects waiting for sign-off across Canada. Speed up approval for job-creating projects, large and small. OECD ranks Canada 34th out of 35 OECD countries in the amount of time it takes to obtain a permit for a general construction project. All three levels of government must commit to provide the world's fastest permits for factories, shopping centers, parks, mines, and more. Canada should be the place to build projects. Ensure infrastructure is targeted towards productivity and competitiveness, and unlock the innovation and technology sector. Quantity and quality of R&D, IP protection and strength, immigration policies that attract talent, and make sure that we support these industries that desperately need more people. And repeal the tanker ban in the West Coast, a project that had Indigenous backing and would have opened up the Asia market. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, this government has an entire toolbox of tools at their disposal. They have a spending account in excess of $700 billion. They have access to the most educated population on the planet. They have more land than they know what to do with, resource potential beyond compare. They have absolutely everything they need to get this country well on its way to recovery, just like other countries with much less have done. We can all bounce back if they so wish. The question will be whether they want Canadians to emerge from this pandemic reliant on their government receiving checks from the state each month, or whether they want Canadians to emerge resilient thanks to their government and their strategic steps they took, able to rebuild from this tragedy with a newfound sense of strength and pride in both themselves individually and the will of the country. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech, and in particular the 5 free pieces of advice that he gave towards the end of that. The second piece that he gave was about building permits. Odd. Last time I checked, building permits were issued by municipalities or regional governments, and they directly fall under the jurisdiction of the provincial government in terms of setting how they're going to be acquired. I know that the member from Carleton has been raising this too, because apparently it's a really good sensationalized point to bring up in this House repeatedly. But I just want to ensure, and I just want to make sure that this member is aware that building permits are not issued by the federal government.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for his question. Yes, I'm fully aware. I spent over 20 years of my life in that industry, in the construction industry. But what I can tell you is that the federal government does take a role in providing regulations that can potentially delay the ability to get a permit done. So it's not just about the permits at a municipal level, it's about the federal government interacting into a jurisdiction with regulations that make it even more difficult to get anything done in this country.
Député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked a lot about big projects and accelerating the financing of these projects. So I'd like to hear him talk a little bit about environmental sovereignty of the provinces and of Quebec specifically. Does he not think that we should be respecting local jurisdiction when it comes to approving these big projects?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for his question. Absolutely, I understand. I come from a province, Alberta, which I understand what jurisdiction lies into the province and into the federal government. But what the federal government shouldn't do is impose additional regulations and additional burden on these projects to try and stop that investment coming back into the provinces. You know, it's time that we got things built in this country again, and whether it be in Quebec, whether it be in Alberta, whether it be in the Maritimes, it's time that we encourage investment into this country and allow industry to start to build things again.
Questions
and comments.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and also to my colleague for that passionate common sense arguments that he brought forward. That's fantastic. Now, from what I can see, Bill C-14 is designed to allow the government to operate without a budget by giving itself huge new borrowing increases. The Liberals assure us they have our backs over and over ad nauseum, while every new COVID support program keeps rolling out with major flaws. So many programs gave much more money than necessary to those who didn't need it. So much that the finance minister had to start calling her overpayments preloaded stimulus. Now, when we look at Part 7, which increases the borrowing authority with an astronomical hike, the Liberals are asking us to just trust they will do a better job going forward. So I'd like to ask the member why, for instance, the new HASCAP program is such a failure at helping the highly affected sectors it was designed to help. The government had a year to make something that works, and yet highly affected sector businesses are being denied loans because they can't provide a revenue projection when they're closed. Why does every program fail so badly?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question. It's a great question. Why do they fail? Because of their design. So they bring out these programs in rapid fashion, make an announcement, and then saying details to follow. Once the details follow out, the private sector goes, this doesn't work. It doesn't work for the need. So it's time that this government got serious about designing programs that actually will result in outcomes. And we see that with our high unemployment rate and high spending rate. We're not getting the outcomes that we need and Canadians deserve. So it's time that we do a better job than what they've been doing to date.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and speak to Bill C-14, a government bill that implements various fiscal measures, including raising the debt limit. And of course, we're doing so relatively on the eve of the next federal budget coming on Monday, April the 19th. The first federal budget in 2 years, what used to be an annual event, so now highly anticipated as a result of the delays that we've had to endure waiting for that. And I want to, with C-14 as well as the upcoming budget in mind, talk about our fiscal situation, make some proposals. But before that, I want to talk about this broad concept of resilience. Resilience is the ability to recover from difficulties. And I think a core responsibility of government is to try to build up resilience within our government, within our institutions, within our national capacity. Resilience means thinking about the things that could go wrong and preparing for those, even if nobody is talking about them. And resilience is a critical job of government because it's something that can otherwise be undervalued. It can be undervalued by the private market. People don't always think about the various things that could go wrong and prepare for them. But it's also something that can be undervalued, particularly by government, because it can be undervalued by the political market. That is, there is a risk maybe that government's decisions to prepare for or failure to prepare for certain things that could go wrong is not top of mind for voters. In the last election, I don't recall being asked by any voter, do you think the government is prepared for a global pandemic? I don't recall being asked by any voter, do you think the government is prepared for the possibility of a foreign invasion? I don't recall being asked by any voter, do you think this government is prepared for a cataclysmic natural disaster? And that's, I think, natural. Generally, as individuals, as consumers, as voters, we're not thinking about the possibility of grand disaster. We are more inclined to think about our immediate needs and our immediate challenges. But these are things that can happen. As we've seen with COVID-19, it should bring home for all of us the fact that major disastrous global scale events are things that can happen. And the degree to which we think about them or prepare for them before they happen really, really matters in terms of our ability to engage those situations when they come up. So this should remind us of the importance of thinking about resilience, of the importance of thinking about whether we're ready to overcome major challenges that could come along. So it's easy and natural coming out of a global pandemic to think about being resilient in the face of another pandemic. What are the things we learned about dealing with public health pandemics so we're ready in case of another pandemic? But I think the broader lesson should be what can we do to prepare ourselves to respond to large-scale disasters? Because the next big challenge that comes at our country unexpected, it might not be a pandemic. It might be some other kind of challenge, a cataclysmic economic event, a cataclysmic natural disaster, something in terms of national security, etc. So thinking about resilience, developing a resilience mentality should be about, as governments, as parliamentarians, asking questions about our preparedness for disasters that are maybe undervalued in our typical day-to-day political discussions, as well as are likely to be undervalued by the private market. Developing a resilience mentality requires us not just to think about how we should have been ready for this crisis, but how we should prepare for future crises. Now, we know clearly that the job of government, preparing for a disaster, even if it's one that's not on the public mind, is something that the government really failed to deliver on in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic. We didn't have the required protective equipment. We didn't have the manufacturing capacity required to respond to the immediate needs that came up. We didn't have an early warning system that was operational. We had destroyed stockpiles. We weren't prepared with the kind of social structures and systems that would have allowed us to react quickly. What we should have done right at the beginning is have the PPE required, is give people the right advice out of the gate on masking, is put in place strong, effective measures at the border right away, have a plan for tracing systems. All of these things are things that were thought of and enacted in other countries. But we did not have the structures and systems as well as the necessary equipment in place at the beginning. So we had not built our systems to be resilient in terms of health. Now, we've talked a lot recently in the official opposition about being resilient in the face of possible security threats. So we have a government that still hasn't made a decision with respect to Huawei. They said they would make a decision before the last election. Here we are on the eve of what the government seems to want to be the next election. We'll see. But in any event, it's been years since the government's original self-imposed deadline for making a decision about Huawei. We hear repeatedly, including from the member for Ottawa South, who chairs the Security Intelligence Committee for Parliamentarians, who's a member of the government, about concerns of foreign state-backed interference in Canada. And we've heard from that important committee that we're just not responding effectively. We're not prepared for it. Now, what about, in the context of the budget, in the context of C-14, what about our fiscal resilience? Are we ready for the kinds of problems that could be being created by the government's fiscal policy? We have spent in the last year more money than we ever have before. That goes without saying, but we've actually borrowed more money in real terms in the last year than Canada did during World War II. In real terms, Canada borrowed less during all of World War II than we did in the last year. Now, of course, the COVID pandemic and the needs associated with it are very significant. So was the Second World War and the needs associated with it for Canada as well. We have run up more debt in the last year, more than half of the total debt run up in all of Canada's history up until this point. And yet, at the Liberal Convention, were they debating how to get our public finances under control? Actually, Madam Speaker, they were talking about more spending. They were talking about putting in place a new universal basic income program, effectively more government spending, expanding deficit, and doing so on a permanent basis. Now, in the face of those conversations happening within the government, I think we have to ask, how long is this going to last? And are we resilient? Are we prepared for the possibility of a serious fiscal problem? Because it happens to countries from time to time that cannot control their spending, that they experience runaway inflation, that they experience various kinds of fiscal collapse. And the consequences of that for Canadians would be very, very significant. And if we put ourselves in a position where we actually can't get out of those problems, where we can't just spend more money to address the challenges that people would face in that kind of situation. So alas, we've seen from this government a live for today and let tomorrow take care of itself mentality on health, on security, on spending. They're thinking about today, they're not thinking about preparing ourselves for what might happen in the future. And as Conservatives, we've always believed in making the hard argument about thinking about the next generation, about thinking about preparing for threats and challenges that we might not be able to see, about taking a precautionary approach, about ensuring that we are able to pass the goods of civilization on to the next generation, rather than undermining our position in terms of public health, in terms of security, in terms of fiscal well-being, and leaving the next generation with a possible disaster. So we need to be thinking about resilience across the broad spectrum of issues and preparing for challenges and being ready to respond to those challenges. I worry that sometimes in Canada we've been victims of our success in the sense that we have gotten used to things going well, that we haven't always prepared for serious disasters because we don't have the same experience of those things happening to us here as maybe have happened in other parts of the world. But we have not achieved the level of prosperity, security, or fiscal well-being by accident, and it will not be maintained without hard work. And the path the government's putting us on right now is not one of resilience. It's one that, in fact, puts our institution and our national well-being at great danger. And this is why we need to refocus our attention on the values of resilience, on preparedness for the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
The member criticizes us for what we were talking about on our convention, Madam Speaker, when we were talking about important social programs for Canadians. At his convention, a week before that, they were discussing whether or not climate change is real, and 54% of them said it wasn't. But Madam Speaker, let me just jump to another thing on his whole topic of resilience. He talked about why the world didn't know right at the beginning, day one, that masks should be worn in order to fight against the pandemic, as though he doesn't realize that this was an evolving threat that nobody had faced before. And the World Health Organization didn't even start saying people should wear masks until June the 5th of 2020, Madam Speaker. My own community only started advising on it about a week or two later. Can the member explain to us, since he had all this insight into what we should have been doing right on day one, why he didn't come forward and share it with us?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the member should look at my Twitter feed and my Facebook feed. He will find posts of me in March of last year talking about why people should wear masks. Why was I saying those things in this House and elsewhere? Because countries that were successfully fighting the pandemic had been deploying masks for years. Because we had the SARS pandemic over 15 years before. And it was at that time that the government created a stockpile of masks. It was Taiwan, Singapore, South Korea. These countries were giving people advice and direction about masks. Mask wearing was widespread, and they still have far lower rates today. The World Health Organization was wrong, as was Dr. Tam, as was the CDS, but the data was out there. And the member can check, there were people in this House who were saying to wear masks. And his government was saying not to. And that was harmful misinformation because they weren't ready.
Honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech about C14. He spoke a great deal about resilience. And the health system showed a great deal of resilience. People worked very hard to take care of COVID patients. I'd like to thank everyone in the health system for their resilience. He also spoke about the importance of being able to be prepared for the next crisis. And again, that's what people in the Quebec health system and the provincial health systems are asking for. They want us to be ready for the next crisis. I'd like to hear from my colleague, how have Conservative and Liberal cuts to health funding affected our capacity to produce our own vaccines and I'd like to hear from him about increasing health transfers to 35%.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to first agree with my colleague that individuals within the health system have shown a great deal of resilience and courage in their response. My critique was with the government's level of preparedness for this situation, in particular that they weren't building up the capacity in advance to support health workers in those efforts. I know in the early days especially there were many concerns by people in the health system about having access to basic equipment and whether they would be able to access the equipment they needed in order to be safe providing vital health services. Now, with respect to her question about transfers to provinces, under Conservative governments, transfers went up significantly every year to provinces for health, and we can certainly have those debates about the appropriate levels. But it's not just about resources. There are certain things that were missed by this government in terms of having plans in place, in terms of maintaining stockpiles, that would have been relatively less intensive in terms of the requirements for resourcing if they had been done in advance. So it's not just about resources, it's also about thinking ahead.
Question from the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech and his concern and care for potential crises and the need to plan for that and to protect our children and make sure that they're prepared. I would like to know why he didn't mention climate change at all as one of those potential crises. And does he believe in climate change? Do we need to do something about it, such as banning fracking, not building any more pipelines, moving away from fossil fuels and towards a clean energy economy?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish I could have had a 20-minute speech. I would have had many more things to say. I agree with the member that human-caused climate change is real, it's a problem, and it requires a response. As Winston Churchill said, it's not enough to do your best. You must know what to do and then do your best. So I would quibble with some of the members' proposed solutions. I think what we see from the left of center parties in this House is often policies that would simply push industrial activity outside of the country and not actually respond to the global challenge of emissions. Our party's approach has always been to encourage a stronger environmental performance by supporting development that is cleaner and working to export that technology.
Resuming debate to the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I do have two unanimous consent motions here. If you'd allow me to read those out. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, on Thursday, April 15th, 2021, statements by ministers pursuant to Standing Order 33 shall be taken up at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions to permit a minister of the Crown to make a statement, a member from each recognized party, and a member from the Green Party to be permitted to reply to the statement. The time taken for these statements shall be added to the time provided for government orders, and after each member has replied, or when no member rises to speak, whichever comes first, that the following motion shall be deemed adopted on division. Quote, that a humble address be presented to Her Majesty the Queen, expressing the House's condolences following the passing of His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, and it hopes that the expression of high esteem in which His Royal Highness was held may comfort Her Majesty and the members of the royal family in their bereavement. And that a passage be sent to the Senate informing their honours that this House passed the said address and requesting their honours to unite with this House in that said address, end quote.
All those opposed to the Honourable member.
Just a point of order. I want to clarify that the member said that a message be sent to the Senate informing their honours.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I did say that. I may have fumbled on that, but I did mean to say that a message be sent.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Member on another point of order. Yes.
Another quick point of order. This one's a lot shorter, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding Any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House during the debate tonight pursuant to Standing Order 52, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. And orders of the day, no. Reprise du débat.
Is the House ready for the question?
Is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante. Madame Freeland, appuyez.
The question is the following one. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Schultz, that C14, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic statement tabled in Parliament on November 30th, 2020, and other measures be now read a third time and do pass. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, a division stands deferred until Thursday, April 15th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. La Chambre était pas, pardon, non, je répète pas ça. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:56 so that we can begin private members' hour.
Have unanimous consent? Yeah. Private members' business. It being now 5:56, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Yeah, orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés, private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-233, Sex Selective Abortion Act, standing in the name of Mrs. Wagenthal.
Second reading of Bill C-233. Mrs. Wagenthal, seconded by Mr. Falk, moves that Bill C-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sex selective abortion, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of my responsibilities I've greatly enjoyed and look forward to again is attending many of the trade shows throughout my riding of Yorkton Melville. They're an incredible way to connect with hardworking Canadians. I always bring along petitions to ensure I'm responding to concerns of my constituents, everything from firearms to palliative care, and also a petition on sex-selective abortion. As a member of this House will know, every member of this House will know Canadians are not shy in voicing their deeply held opinions on matters of conscience. Like a majority of Canadians, many expressed to me how they firmly believe in continued access to abortion. However, as we talked, all were horrified to learn of the practice of sex-selective abortion in Canada, which is the deliberate termination of a pregnancy due solely to the sex of the child. Further, they were shocked to learn that Canada has no law against it. Needless to say, those who were at first very apprehensive were very quick to sign my petition. Speaker, sex selection abortion is wrong. It's discriminatory practice on the basis of sex. And it takes place in our country because we have no law against it. As members of Parliament, we've been sent here to represent Canadians' concerns and their needs. That's why it is an honour and privilege to rise today to represent the 84% of Canadians who would like to see this Parliament enact a criminal code prohibition of sex-selective abortion. I am speaking this evening on behalf of pro-choice and pro-life Canadians, religious and non-religious, those on the left, right, centre of the political spectrum, new Canadians, the young, the elderly, and those in the medical profession across our country seeking support for a framework from the federal government to make sex selection in utero illegal. I'm standing today in response to all 7 Supreme Court justices who agreed that the state had some interest in protecting the fetus and expected a new law to be created to fill the gap left by their decision on the 1988 Morgentaler case. The Sex Selection Abortion Act will create protection for unborn baby girls whose lives are ended simply because they're girls. During the past quarter century alone, sex-selective abortion and postnatal sex selection has deprived over 100 million women and girls the opportunity to live, work, and affect change through their unique abilities. These global trends are very disconcerting. However, they are not the focus of my bill. Sex-selective abortion is a Canadian problem that requires a Canadian solution. Peer-reviewed studies from the Canadian Medical Association Journal point to a worrying trend here in Canada. In fact, a ratio of 1.96 males to every female have been recorded amongst those who had previously given birth to 2 girls. Following 1 or 2 induced abortions, the ratio becomes even more alarming. The absence of any law to protect preborn girls shouts to the world that valuing one sex over the other is permissible in Canada. We're the only democratic country that has no law against it, the only one. The only other country that also fails in any way to protect preborn children from sex selection is North Korea. Not good company for Canada. And our healthcare profession has shown concern about sex-selective abortion and discourages the practice. In 2007, the executive of the Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of Canada stated that medical technologies for the sole purpose of gender identification in pregnancy should not be used to accommodate societal preferences, and that the SOGC does not support termination of pregnancy on the basis of gender. The College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario, as well as British Columbia and Saskatchewan, also echo these concerns. However, medical bodies do not make laws. Canadians send parliamentarians to Ottawa to work on their behalf and to reflect Canadian human rights values at home and internationally. It's in this spirit that I brought forward the Sex Selective Abortion Act. Over a year ago, I introduced C-233 to amend the Criminal Code of Canada to make it an offence for a medical practitioner to perform an abortion, knowing that the abortion is sought solely on the grounds of the child's sex. It would also require the Federal Minister of Health, in consultation with provincial counterparts, to establish guidelines respecting information provided by a medical practitioner in relation to a request for an abortion, from the medical practitioner to the individual asking for an abortion. Fittingly, the criminal sanctions in my bill for a medical practitioner who's found guilty mirror those that are actually found in Canada's assisted dying laws. I introduced C-233 in response to Canada's lack of a legal framework to respond to the wishes of a clear majority of Canadians and to honor our core values. Canada prides itself on our commitment to ending discrimination against any person on the basis of sex. Equality between men and women forms a crucial part of Canada's efforts to promote and protect human rights, as reflected in its laws and international commitments. As long as we don't have a law, we continue affirming ending the lives of baby girls simply because they're baby girls. Canadians believe it's time for our country to join the rest of the world by implementing a strong legal framework prohibiting sex-selective abortions. If a baby girl is unwanted simply because she's a girl, I am pleased to say that the majority of Canadians believe abortion access has gone too far. A new reality is rising in Canada. A very recent national poll found that a majority of Canadians would be more likely to support a political party if that party promised to legally restrict sex-selective abortion in its platform. Among the results, 52% of Canadians overall, 58% who voted Conservative in 2019, 51% who voted Liberal, and 61% who voted for the Bloc would be moderately to much more likely to vote for a party that promised to restrict sex-selective abortion. This critical mass of Canadians is calling on political parties to stop playing politically with the lives of baby girls and legally restrict sex-selective abortions in Canada. There's unity across this country for Canada to assert itself on this fundamental human rights issue. This poll result comes less than a year after the results of a 2019 Dart and Maru Blue poll conducted for the National Post, which found that 84% of Canadians believe it should be illegal to have an abortion if the family does not want the baby to be a certain sex. These 2019 poll results reinforce that Canadians are united and no longer accept the myth that Canadians are polarized. They're not. They want this law. In the same Dart poll, it was determined that 62% of Canadians identify as pro-choice, while 13% identify as pro-life. With 84% of Canadians opposed to sex selection, it's clear that this issue has an overarching public support. I've been so truly humbled by the response of Canadians to this bill. Tens of thousands have signed petitions. Family and youth are urging their MP to support the bill in creative and unique ways. Citizens across this country have taken notice. In its statement of endorsement, the Vedic Hindu Cultural Society of British Columbia declared that C-233 is a reasonable limit on abortion that would work to enhance Canada's human rights image. The United Sikhs is a UN-affiliated international non-profit, non-governmental, humanitarian relief, human development and advocacy organization. And the Canadian chapter, they sent a letter of endorsement as well, and I'm going to note what they say. Quote, C-233 proposes a reasonable limit that would reflect Canada's respect for human rights at all stages of life. The practice of sex-selective abortion takes place in Canada, and it's our duty to defend those whose lives would be ended simply because of their sex. End quote. The Minister of Justice has also publicly declared, in response to petitions tabled by many members of this House, that the Government of Canada, and I quote, condemns all practices that are motivated by discriminatory views of women and girls, including sex-selective practices. Countless Canadians are encouraged by that statement and wait with anticipation for how members of the Liberal Party will vote on this bill. If this Prime Minister and his cabinet truly claim to be feminists and wish to condemn sex-selective practices, then their voting for C-233 at second reading and sending it to committee is a reasonable expectation by their supporters. I encourage every member of this House to have the courage to exercise their rightful freedom to vote their own conscience, the way that we on this side of the floor have that freedom to do, and pass this bill. Stopping short of a full commitment to ending sex-selective abortion in the second half of the Minister of Justice's petition response, he attempts to wash his hands of any responsibility. It reads, and I quote, "In Canada, the administration and funding of healthcare services is a provincial responsibility that falls under the purview of the provincial governments. As is the case for other medical procedures, the delivery of abortion services is determined by the policies of the provincial governments and the standards set by the medical profession itself." End quote. Delivery, very true. Canadians, however, are very aware that there are many bills that we have worked on in this House together, such as C7 and C8, where the federal government has chosen intentionally to legislate on primarily provincial issues when it believed a charter interest is in play. Well, with regard to discrimination on the basis of sex, the same applies. The federal government has already recognized the inherent discrimination tied to sex selection. In 2004, a Liberal government created a precedent in law with regard to sex selection through the Assisted Human Reproduction Act. According to the Act, no one may, and I quote, "for the purpose of creating a human being, perform any procedure or provide, prescribe, or administer anything that would ensure or increase the probability that an embryo will be of a particular sex, or that would identify the sex of an in vitro embryo," end quote. You know, in an attempt to downplay the need for a law, I've heard the justification that choosing to abort a baby girl simply because she's a girl rarely takes place in Canada compared to countries like China and India. The number aborted is not a legitimate reason to not have a law, and currently research indicates that that number is approximately 2,000 per year in Canada. Canadians have spoken loudly on other issues for women. When the Liberals tried to remove female genital mutilation from our citizen book, they spoke out loud and clear, and we have a law to highlight that value. Those who are fine with allowing sex-selective abortion in Canada also claim that the law would be useless because it would be impossible to enforce. As members of Parliament, our role is not to enforce laws, but to create laws that reflect Canadians' values and respond to the concerns of Canadians. Through Bills C-14 and C-7, the federal government crafted a response to a national mandate it received from vocal Canadians and the courts. Ultimately, The enforcement of assisted dying laws were delegated to the provinces and provincial medical bodies, as would be the case here. C-233's language clearly outlines a directive to the federal government to work with the provinces to determine effective communications on the framework that sex-selective abortion is illegal in Canada. Indeed, enforcement is an important consideration. But just as impaired driving laws have not removed all drunk driving from our roads, the Sex-Selective Abortion Act will not put a hard stop to the practice all on its own. However, this bill, enshrined in Canadian law, will send a clear message about what our country stands for within our country and to the rest of the world, and also what it doesn't permit. Canada must bring legislation in line with human rights obligations to prevent sex selection before birth. C-233 is a necessary step in doing so. Speaker, it's an honour to rise alongside my colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London today. We are traditionally from opposite sides of the abortion debate. However, we are both part of the 84% of Canadians who recognize that sex selection is not permissible in a society that advocates for equality of the sexes. Adopting appropriate legislation to end discrimination against any person based on sex is part of Canada's commitment to advancing human rights. My bill addresses inequality between sexes at the earliest stages of life. Speaker, this is a cause for which Canadians are united. While some oppose and some promote, we can all stand together side by side against sex-selective abortion, as we all have a moral obligation to stand against gender inequality. No issue important to Canadians should be vetoed from debate in this place by absolutist political narratives for political gain. It is past time to stand in the gap and do the right thing in defense of preborn girls. Will their elected members of Parliament from all political parties condemn this practice and make it clear to all that Canada values women and equality? Every female preborn child who is terminated because of her sex has paid the price with her life because our lack of laws say she doesn't matter. With the implementation of this bill, we'll be telling the world Canada has had a change of heart.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is, or first my statement is, nobody would support sex selection abortion. However, that's not what this bill is, and the member knows it, because 90% of abortions that take place in this country are within the first 12 weeks of the pregnancy, where you can't even determine sex. And this is just yet another example of Conservatives who just recently got together to strategize on how to create backdoor anti-abortion legislation. So my question to the member is, if this bill is truly only about banning sex-selective abortions, then why did her own leader come out saying he doesn't support it and he's going to vote against it? If it's truly not a backdoor way to remove women's rights, why doesn't her own leader support it?
Member for Yorkton Melville.
I really appreciate that question and thank the member for it. In my party, we have the freedom on private members' bills, first of all, to bring forward whatever is important to us as individual members of Parliament, something that I don't think is available on the other side of the floor. We also have the freedom to vote our conscience, and I respect that choice in my leader as he respects mine. And I have to say that the individual indicating that this is a backdoor to other abortion laws, as she knows, 84% of Canadians support this. That means 16% of Canadians don't. And of that 84%, the vast majority of them are individuals who are pro-choice. This is a bill that Canadians want right across this country, and it's time that we respect that call to protect baby girls in the womb.
Honorable Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. These surveys, taken out of context, are not relevant. My colleague has said that 84% of Canadians are against sex-selective abortion. Alert the media. It's not really news. Many people are against it, but that does not, in fact, thus mean that 84% of people want to legislate against it. These surveys that we're hearing about were, in fact, conducted by former Conservative Party members, and then the colleague invites feminist liberals to vote for her bill. Well, I invite feminist conservatives to vote against this bill because this bill takes away from women's rights to be in charge of their own bodies. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her expression of her perspectives. The truth of the matter is every one of those recommendations as far as percentages of Canadians is accurate. And in that same poll that she's referring to, they also indicated that the majority of Canadians want to continue to have access to abortion. That is the truth. However, they also asked the question very specifically on certain issues, should this narrow concern be legal or illegal? 84% of Canadians indicated that sex selection abortion, where the abortion is taking place solely because of the desire for a certain sex in that child, 84% of Canadians said that should be illegal.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too want to express my deep, heartfelt dismay at this debate today and support my colleagues who have raised amazing questions, questioning the member on her statistics, which are wrong and are misleading. And I am truly upset by the fact that she is directly misleading her constituents, as she said it at the beginning of her speech. What I wanted to know is that our Supreme Court struck down the abortion law in '88 because it violated women's right to bodily security. Why doesn't she believe in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Madam Speaker?
Sorry to interrupt the Honourable Member. Is there a point of order?
Madam Speaker, I think just had hoped you would call the member to order. That there are parliamentary conventions that the member is aware of around accusing people of certain things.
Yes, and I would go very far back to use the same thing on many other members in the House. So no, I'm not going to intervene. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not totally remembering what her question was after all of that. But I will say that, you know what, it's really important here that we recognize that the Canadian Medical Association did major studies in 2012 and 2016 with ethnic researchers involved and with the ethnic community involved, and they indicated that this is a growing problem in Canada and that it needs to be addressed. Of course, it's happening for other reasons as well, but the truth of the matter is that this is a scenario where the majority of Canadians are saying we are not polarized the way certain groups would like us to think we are. On this issue, this is an area where Canadians come together and want a law that restricts sex selection abortion as an option for abortion. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-233. Let me start by saying our government condemns all forms of gender-based violence. We've taken strong legislative action and investments to protect women and girls since we took office, from improving judicial education to prohibiting discrimination based on gender identity and gender expression, to investing in an ambitious gender-based violence strategy, and yes, to approving the use of mifegammiso in Canada. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we've provided an additional $100 million in funding to organizations across the country to support their effort to end gender-based violence. In my community, $170,000 of that funding has gone directly to organizations who are dedicated to combating gender-based violence. But there's no evidence to support the need for Bill C-233. This is a bill searching for a problem that doesn't exist. Canada is not seeing a disproportionate number of male versus female births. The sex ratio at birth for Canada is consistent with the global average. In fact, I believe this bill introduces considerable risk in stigmatizing racialized communities who already experience disproportionate policy surveillance, overcriminalization, and violence and discrimination at the hands of public officials. Abortion providers and counselors are trained to ensure that each person is comfortable and certain about their decision and that they are not having an abortion under pressure from anyone. Abortion is health care, and the patient's health and life need to be the primary concern for healthcare providers, and that means ensuring that they can have access to a safe abortion. We must assess the bill's ability to achieve its intended objective in light of the evidence showing that ensuring access to abortion services advances gender equality. Evidence shows that restricting such access, in particular through criminal law, has a detrimental and negative impact on equality rights. I'm concerned that this bill may serve to exacerbate sex-based discrimination, not combat it. But this is not the first time the Conservative Party has attempted to legislate women's bodies. The anti-choice movement has co-opted the language of human rights and feminism to try to limit access to abortion. The United Nations has issued reports recommending against criminalizing any aspect of abortion, including sex-selective abortion, since research shows that doing so creates barriers to accessing abortion services, which negatively affects women's equality. International agencies have made strong statements that women's rights to make decisions about their own bodies is at the very core of the fundamental right to equality, and I agree. Abortion is a medical decision made between a woman and her doctor. There are already safeguards in place within the medical community surrounding abortion. Legislators are not doctors and have no business interfering with the doctor-patient relationship. I firmly believe that legislators have no place in the uterus of women across our country. There are obviously those in the Conservative Party that do not feel that way, including the sponsor of this bill, who has said she believes that abortion should never be performed under any circumstances. If the honourable member truly is concerned about gender-based violence and discrimination, I would ask, does she support preventative measures that are far more effective at reducing abortions, including comprehensive sex education, consent-based awareness raising activities and campaigns, free and accessible birth control, laws and policies that promote gender equality and actually address gender-based discrimination, including gender parity in all decision-making spaces, pay equity, paid parental and other forms of leave, comprehensive social support services, including affordable housing, universal pharmacare, national child care, the list goes on. If we want to tackle stereotypes that value men over women, the answer is not criminalizing women's bodies. The answer is getting to the roots of misogyny and sexism and doing the hard work as a government and society that we need to do to ensure women's lives are valued. We need to ensure that young women who want birth control can access it without fear or recrimination. We need to ensure that we support the work that local women's organizations like Savas and Halton Women's Place are doing to cultivate male allyship. And we need to call out all people, regardless of gender, who think it's their right to control what a woman does with her body. Madam Speaker, in 1988, the Supreme Court of Canada's well-known Morgentaler decision found restrictions on abortion were found to violate women's Section 7 security of the person rights. Since then, it has remained a medical decision, as it should be. This bill is one more example of the rising power of the anti-choice movement across our country. Here in my riding, I have worked with the Sexual Assault and Violence Intervention Service to raise awareness about how hard it is for women in my region to access abortion services. You can't get an abortion in Halton unless it's for an emergency. Over 500,000 people live in Halton region. We're one of the safest and wealthiest communities in the country. And for 1 out of 5 women in my region who choose to have an abortion in their lifetime, they will have to go outside the region to seek essential health care. And Halton region is the best case, worst case scenario. We sit between Toronto and Hamilton and a part of the most densely populated area of the country. Think about the barriers that exist for women who live in rural or remote areas, or women who don't speak English or French. Think about the barriers exist for women who can't pay the $100 taxi ride from Oakville to Hamilton. Now think about how these barriers are amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic. Travel between provinces is limited, sometimes outright banned, and clinics have closed. These barriers don't make our communities safer. They put women in danger, and they act to restrict choice. The rise of the anti-choice movement has also led to dangerous online misinformation campaigns sponsored by Alliance for Life Ontario, spreading dangerous falsehoods about medical abortion. This is part of a larger ideological initiative that seeks to misinform individuals and restrict their reproductive rights. So what's a medical abortion, and why does the anti-choice movement want to convince Canadian women that it is unsafe and that it can be reversed? To begin with, medical abortions have been practiced all over the world for more than 30 years. Despite 3 decades of evidence that prove they are safe and effective, they were only made available in Canada since 2017 under our Liberal government. There are 2 drugs that are used for a medical abortion, sold together in a product called mifeguy-miso. Mifeguy-miso is prescribed by a doctor, and it can only be given within the first 9 weeks of pregnancy. A woman takes 1 tablet, and then 24 to 48 hours later, the subsequent tablets. And that's it. Medical abortions are safe, effective, and the vast majority of abortions in Canada, about 90%, happen very early in a pregnancy, before the sex of a fetus is even known, I might add. The campaign is targeting women who are seeking an abortion with wrongful claims that a medical abortion can be reversed mid-procedure in the 24 to 48 hours after the first tablet. Advocates for the abortion pill reversal frequently cite research from Dr. George Delgado, a medical advisor for the Abortion Pill Rescue Network and medical director of Culture of Life Family Services in San Diego, a self-professed provider of Christ-centered medical care. This research has been condemned by the medical community, and compelling evidence exists that abortion pill reversal is ineffective and potentially dangerous. The Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of Canada has released a statement condemning the practice, as has the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Simply put, access to health services that only women require, including abortion, is a form of gender-based violence. The UN has recognized this, our Supreme Court has recognized this, and I'm confident that a majority of the honorable members in this place will recognize this. Madam Speaker, I call on all members of this House to call out the anti-choice movement and recognize this bill for what it is, a bill that's trying to find a problem that simply does not exist in Canada. And I ask all members to join me in voting against this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm just wondering, I see that there's a hand up, and I'm just wondering if the honourable member for Vancouver Centre is waiting for questions and comments, or whether she has a point of order, because there's no questions and comments during the rest of the PMB for tonight. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask a question of the.
Okay, so there's no questions of.
No point of order. Thank you.
Okay. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, I'm somewhat dismayed to speak today on Bill C-233. Obviously, the Bloc Québécois does not support this bill, which is fundamentally an anti-choice bill. The Bloc Québécois uncompromisingly defends women's right to control their own bodies, women's right to choose, and the right to free and accessible abortion services. Of course, the Bloc Québécois does not approve of sex-selective abortion, but it is opposed to the state intervening to tell women what to do with their bodies. Women are free to choose whether or not to continue their pregnancies. The fight against sex-selective abortion is a pretext for the Conservatives to provoke a debate on abortion rights. Although the Conservatives claim that they do not want to reopen the debate on this issue, they keep coming back to it. This bill is just another example of this. The Conservatives are always looking for new legal grounds on which to criminalize abortion. If the practice of sex-selective abortion is based on misogynistic and sexist ideas, it cannot be fought by imposing more social control on women. You can't fight sexism with sexism. The solution is not more control, but more equality. So I'll talk about this, and then I'll talk about the importance of defending women's right to control their own bodies, and I'll finish by making some links between this idea and reproductive health. First, the Bloc Québécois believes that co-opting and misappropriating human rights and anti-discrimination language is a hackneyed trick that does a disservice to those who use it. It also undermines citizens' trust in their democratic institutions. Hijacking the human rights discourse undermines the fight for human rights. It is the moral responsibility of parliamentarians to state their true intentions when engaging in debate on behalf of the citizens that they represent. The quality of our democratic conversation depends on it. Camouflaging the real intention of a debate on abortion rights undermines the quality of the democratic conversation. So these practices must be recognized and called out, and they need to stop. The Bloc Québécois demands that the leader of the Conservative Party publicly recognize that Bill C-233 is nothing more than a strategy to attack abortion rights, that he call on his caucus to oppose it, and that he call out the member for Yorkton-Melville. So let's start by defining what a sex-selective abortion is. It's a selective abortion based solely on the sex of the child. This primarily involves female fetuses in countries where the culture values boys over girls. In Canada, a 2016 study by the Canadian Medical Association reignited the debate about sex-selective abortions in some South Asian communities in Ontario. Information suggests that for certain cultural reasons, certain clienteles resort to abortion in order to promote male births in Canada. However, this phenomenon is extremely rare in Canada and has no effect on the ratio of male to female births. Moreover, it would be wrong to believe that this practice is common in cultural communities in Quebec or in Canada. The vast majority of cultural communities do not practice sex-selective abortion. Above all, this practice fades away and disappears naturally within 1 or 2 generations. This change can be explained by the effect of culture and the valuing of gender equality. It is not the result of any prohibition. This reminds us that the solution is the promotion of equality and the advancement of rights, not coercion and control. So, sex-selective abortion is a real and legal practice in Canada, but it is much less widespread than it's being suggested. It's also important to remember that Quebec women agree with the Bloc Québécois that the debate on the right of women to control their own bodies has already been closed in Quebec. It is a fundamental value for us. In the wake of the debate on sex-selective abortions in 2012-2013, the Fédération des Femmes du Québec clearly and publicly expressed its position as follows: opposition to the practice of sex-selective abortion, rejection of the ban and control of women, condemnation of the Conservatives' camouflage tactics. The Bloc Québécois, true to its historical commitment, stands in solidarity with the women of Quebec and endorses this position. There is a major difference between opposing sex-selective abortion and supporting its prohibition in law. Supporting the criminalization of the Medical Act and exposing doctors to prison sentences is an even bigger step, one that must not be taken. In any case, we know that the so-called problem that the Conservatives want to solve is not sex-selective abortion, but abortion itself. Quebecers will not be fooled by these tactics. Women do not need to provide reasons for terminating pregnancy. The only concern of healthcare professionals is and should be the health and safety of their patients, who have a right to safe abortions. The provisions of Bill C-233 would undermine this safety by creating a climate of fear and mistrust within the doctor-patient relationship. The issue of selective abortion is not new to federal politics. In 2012, a Conservative MP tabled a motion to condemn it, thereby reigniting this issue. The motion followed another Conservative MP's motion on fetal rights, which called for a parliamentary committee to study when a fetus should be considered a human being for the purposes of the homicide provisions of the Criminal Code. These backdoor tactics to criminalize abortion took place despite the former Prime Minister's election promise not to reopen the abortion debate. The member for Yorkton-Melville herself has a history of introducing anti-abortion bills. Isn't it curious that these efforts by the member for Yorkton-Melville are never overtly about abortion rights, but they all result in one form or another in a proposal to criminalize the medical act of abortion with severe prison sentences. Today, in 2021, 33 years after abortion was decriminalized in Canada, the Conservatives are continuing their pro-life, I would say anti-choice, activism by introducing this bill in Parliament. Their assault on women's rights are paying off politically as they play to the religious right. The Bloc Québécois would reply that Bill C-233 actually offers all parliamentarians, regardless of their political stripe, an opportunity to reject a regressive bill that proposes an inappropriate solution to a false problem. And by doing so, we can help end the chronic problem of conservative attacks on women's bodily autonomy and their right to self-determination. It's only since 1988, and after much effort, that women have had the right to legal abortion. This fragile right continues to be threatened by opponents who deploy a series of stealthy tactics designed to reopen the debate and limit women's right to choose. In Quebec, there's a consensus that the abortion debate should not be reopened. This consensus has prevailed since the 1988 Supreme Court ruling that struck down the provisions criminalizing abortion. The decision to have an abortion is one of the most sensitive decisions that can be made in a woman's life. Such a serious decision must be made by women and by women alone. The Bloc Québécois reiterates its support for the freedom to choose, which is a consensus in Quebec. A woman's body belongs to her alone. While the Conservatives keep repeating the same old story about not wanting to reopen the abortion debate, they are the ones who keep bringing the debate back. So now let's talk about reproductive health. Sex-selective abortions are seen quite frequently in some parts of some countries, but the phenomenon is rather rare in Canada. Since it's had little or no effect on our boy-girl ratio, with Canada's birth ratio being about 105 boys to 100 girls, which is comparable to the global average. Moreover, the passage of the bill could even have racial consequences. If passed, doctors could engage in racial profiling by questioning pregnant people of Asian or Indian descent. Canadians don't want to support a law that encourages racism. Women's health and safety are at stake. Doctors and staff are trained to ensure that patients agree to procedures voluntarily and no one is pressuring them to have an abortion. However, a patient may be physically abused at home if she does not have access to a sex-selective abortion. In addition, women may feel compelled to become pregnant until a boy is born. And I would note that full-term pregnancies are more risky than abortions, especially if they're repeated or if they come too close together. The primary concern of health care professionals should be protecting the health and lives of their patients, and that means making sure that they have safe access to abortion, regardless of their circumstances. No reason needs to be given for having an abortion in Canada. This means that doctors don't need to ask questions, and patients don't need to reveal any information. This bill could result in the intimidation of patients by silencing them and creating a climate of fear and mistrust within the doctor-patient relationship, which would harm people's health. So this bill is motivated by anti-choice views and religious beliefs. The main purpose of the bill is to further restrict abortion. And I would conclude by saying that at the 12-week ultrasound, you know if it's a girl or a boy. So when you learn that it's a girl, you're also learning that it's a human being. And that's where we should be starting. We should start by protecting women's health, safety, and rights. And so we need to vote against Bill C-233 to defend a woman's right to self-determination. Let's start with that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Women in Canada and around the world have fought long and hard for the right to control what they do with their own bodies. Sadly, so many women still don't have this right, or they've actively lost this right. And in some cases, particularly here in Canada, the right to choose is only available in theory. The practice of this right is hindered by the fact that consecutive governments haven't ensured all women have the same rights under the Canada Health Act or the Charter. And to my utter dismay, here we are again. This private member's bill, C-233, is nothing short of a direct attack on women. Despite all the rhetoric claiming to be in defense of women's equality, and despite the Conservative leader's assurances that his party will not reopen the abortion debate in Canada, we are debating a bill that does just that. Although I'm not surprised, he, like so many former leaders of the Conservative Party, have allowed their members to repeatedly try to undermine women's rights. Since 2006, members of the Conservative caucus have tried 7 times to introduce anti-choice laws. In fact, this isn't even the first time this particular member has tried to challenge women's rights under the Charter. And like the other anti-choice private members' bills introduced by Conservative Party members, C-233 is a Trojan horse. Well, Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that women must retain their rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And as a New Democrat in this House, and as a woman who has the privilege to speak here tonight, I will never vote for a bill that is quite literally a slap in the face to women who have fought long and hard for the right to control their own bodies. Dangerously, the argument that is being used within this bill is couched in language around gender equality, but I cannot state emphatically enough that C-233 does nothing to address gender equality. Let me repeat that. C-233 does nothing to address gender equality. It is a step toward regulating and eroding access to abortion. When abortions are illegal, women don't stop having them. They only take more risks to access the services they need, and these risks can have deadly consequences. Before anti-choice laws in Canada were struck down, there were over 35,000 illegal abortions taking place every year. Thousands of women died because they were not given a choice. They were desperate and submitted themselves to clandestine procedures. Our Supreme Court struck down the abortion law in 1988 because it violated women's right to bodily security. Recriminalizing abortion in any way would be a violation of the Charter of Rights of cis women and transgender people, their life, liberty, and conscience. If we look at examples from India and Nepal, we see that laws against sex selection abortion don't work. And because of these laws, many women avoid the healthcare system. They risk their health and lives by resorting to unsafe abortions. In 2019, a 2019 study found that sex selection abortion bans in South Korea, China, and India are difficult to implement and have limited impact. They reduce access to safe abortion services and negatively affect the life chances of women and girls. By contrast, other studies have shown that policies including mass messaging and measures to increase gender equality show quick impact in reducing people's preferences of having sons and increasing parental investments in girls. The sex selection abortion of female fetuses is a symptom, not the problem itself. The root issue here is misogyny. A law banning sex-selective abortion only sends the problem underground. The answer lies in raising the status of girls and women over the long term. In the promotion and protection of women's rights and gender equality, Canada must be a world leader. We must commit to the view that gender equality is not only a human right, but also an essential component of sustainable development, social justice, peace, and security. These goals can only be achieved if women are able to participate as equal partners, decision makers, and beneficiaries of the sustainable development of their societies. But how can Canada be considered a world leader in women's rights when we have members of Parliament suggesting that we revert to the days of gender inequality through the restriction of abortion? How can Canada be considered a world leader when the government refuses to enforce Canada's Health Act that requires provinces fund equal access? In 1988, abortion was decriminalized, but that doesn't mean everyone in Canada has access. Last year, Action Canada published Access at a Glance, Abortion Services in Canada. This overview of abortion care in Canada shows huge gaps in what care is available and where. There are significant disparities between rural and urban access to abortion. In some provinces like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario, abortion providers are only in urban centres, despite 35 to 40% of the population living in rural or remote communities. Hundreds of people are forced to travel out of their communities to access abortion and must pay for travel expenses out of pocket. Traveling to another city for a procedure can mean having to take time off work, planning and paying for childcare or elder care. Some people can't afford to pay for these expenses. Access to health services shouldn't depend on your postal code or your income. And unlike any other province or territory, New Brunswick illegally refuses to pay for abortion services outside of hospital settings. This means that abortions provided in clinics are not funded by the government. This is a human rights violation and contravenes the Canada Health Act. For decades, people across New Brunswick and Canada have been advocating for the government to strike down this discriminatory regulation, yet successive governments and this so-called feminist government continue to ignore this call and persist in maintaining an unfair, illegal policy that seriously impacts abortion access in New Brunswick. Everyone has the equal right to the best quality health care, regardless of race, age, class, immigration status, gender expression, sexuality, and ability. But abortion care is impacted by discrimination and bigotry, both systemic and as a result of individual prejudice on the part of service providers. Racism, xenophobia, classism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, and ageism in Canada are all direct and intersecting barriers to accessing abortion. If the member introducing Bill C-233 was truly interested in strengthening gender equality, this bill could have ensured everyone's right to access health services. It could propose solutions to fight against racism, end poverty, end homelessness, or combat homophobia and transphobia. It could propose operational-based funding for women's organizations, ensure permanent funding for shelters in Canada, put forward a universal early learning and childcare act, introduce a guaranteed basic livable income, ensure free access to birth control or methagamiso, create a national action plan against gender-based violence, or implement just one of the 231 calls for justice from the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls inquiry. If the member for Yorkton Melville was truly dedicated to advancing gender equality, she could have drafted a bill that actually addressed the social, economic, or political inequities women experience as part of their daily lives. Inequities exacerbated by past and current governments. Tragically, this bill does nothing to implement the long-term solutions that will reduce the inequality between men and women. In May 2020, Canada celebrated the 50th anniversary of the abortion caravan, the convoy of activists, advocates, and brave women who traveled from Vancouver to Ottawa to protest the criminalization of abortion in 1970. Canadian women fought long and hard for the right to safe, legal abortions. Women have been forced to put their private lives under scrutiny in the courts and in the fight for the right to choose. I would like to thank all the brave women, organizations, and abortion providers who fought for our right to choose. I urge all members of this House to recognize this bill for what it is, an underhanded attack on women's choice. I urge all members to vote against it. If we are to sincerely achieve true gender equality, we will not tolerate the sham that has been perpetuated against women of this country. Instead of attacking health services and access, we need to address the reasons why women are undervalued, underpaid, and underserved. We need a government that will champion programs and policies that ensure women's contributions to society, the economy, and leadership in this country are respected and encouraged. Access to safe, legal abortions are integral to these rights. New Democrats, safe to say, do not support this bill, and we will actively fight against any motion or future bill that will threaten a woman's right to choose. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to start tonight's discussion regarding my multiple attempts to write this speech. I kept on changing the way I wanted to discuss it. What is my angle? Who's the audience? And what do they expect? I knew I had to focus on the right tone and what specific words to say. And why am I, a person strong in her beliefs, so worried about presenting on this important topic? Well, I have seen how these discussions have gone in the past, or should I say, I rightly recognize that this is not a discussion. Instead, the debate is characterized by a great deal of animosity from all sides, with no resolutions. But this bill challenges us to have a genuine discussion. This bill could be used as a potential platform to address concerns. But as I've witnessed, I am afraid there are few people willing to come to the table to have a well-intentioned, meaningful debate. This bill should make us all think on how we feel about the subject, specifically on sex-selective abortion. I know that in these 10 minutes, every word that I choose to say will be ripped and torn apart, and we are losing the opportunity to have a real discussion and properly debate Bill C-233, the bill introduced by my colleague and friend from Yorkton Melville. This is a topic that people are very, very, very vocal on, and many conversations end with people being labeled as either absolutely right or completely wrong. Everyone has a label forced on them, but that is really what we want when it comes to such a complex issue. This should not be about how you feel on the right to choose to have an abortion. This is whether sex selection abortion is happening in Canada and what is ethical in this situation. This is a subject that you just can't win. There is no right or wrong on this issue. When I talk about abortion, it is in general. and not specific. I support women having a choice. And when I speak on this issue brought forward to me, I recognize that there are many Canadians unaware of what our laws in Canada are. So I want to take you back 33 years to when there was a law. I want to share with everyone tonight the executive summary and the information available on sex-selective abortion. One of the best and simplest summaries was available at the Library of Congress, prepared by Stephen Clark, Senior Foreign Law Specialist in the United States. And this is where I found the information that was best here for Canada, on Canada. Federal legislation that made the obtaining of an unapproved abortion a crime was held to be unconstitutional in 1988 and has not been replaced. Canada has no legal restrictions on the obtaining of abortions. Abortion for sex selection is legal, and there are reports that it's being practiced. Sex selection in reproductive technology is prohibited, subject to an exemption that allows sex selection to prevent disorders or disease. So until 1988, Canada's criminal code required women who wished to have an abortion to satisfy a therapeutic abortion committee established by a hospital that the continuation of her pregnancy would be likely to endanger her life. However, in the case of R versus Morgenthaler, Smalling and Scott, the Supreme Court held that this provision violated Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Section 7 of the Charter provides that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived, therefore, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. Since 1988, Canada has not had a law prohibiting any type of abortions, including abortions for the purpose of sex selection, although there have been several attempts at legislative reforms that have failed. We've actually heard a lot about those tonight. The absence of an abortion law in Canada does not mean that a woman can easily obtain an abortion at any time during her pregnancy. Physicians in Canada normally do not perform abortions after the 24th week of a pregnancy, unless the health of the woman is in serious jeopardy, even though they cannot be prosecuted for this. Although information on the subject is not readily available, it may also be the case that many physicians refuse to perform abortions for the purpose of sex selection. Now, turning to in vitro fertilization and coming from the same paper from the Library of Congress. Reproductive Technology, Canada's Assisted Human Reproduction Act, states that no person shall, for the purpose of creating a human being, perform any procedure or provide, prescribe, or administer anything that would ensure or increase the probability that an embryo would be of a particular sex, or that would identify the sex of in vitro embryo, except to prevent, diagnose, or treat a sex-linked disorder or disease. Thus, Canada does generally prohibit sex selection in embryonic procedures, except to prevent, diagnose, or treat a sex-related disorder or disease. Canada does not have a law prohibiting obtaining or procuring of an abortion for the purpose of sex selection. Canada does prohibit sex selection in reproductive technology, subject to an exemption relating to disorders and disease. And that today that I've just read to everybody, that is from the Library of Congress, and this is a journal that was written back in June of 2009. There is a much bigger discussion here that we are not permitted to talk about politically. I believe in facts. I believe in multiple sides to these issues. When I think about a good debate and great fun conversations, I think about my own family. Yes, we're all from the same family, but then you add on the in-laws and our extended family and our brother-in-laws who call themselves the Martin men. We have extremely heated debates, and sometimes things can get pretty spicy. And sometimes mother decides that is just enough. But we share unique perspectives and have had different experiences and paths that have shaped our lives and our beliefs on certain issues. One thing I recognize is that I always learn something new about someone or something during these debates, and I respect them, and I respect their views on these issues. We don't have to believe to the same degree on every single issue. And I think that is where we are today. This issue could lead us to more. It could lead us to a study of greater awareness of an issue happening of sex selection. Yes, it could be a very difficult discussion, but I believe it could be a very thoughtful discussion as well. As I have said in this House and in committees many times, I am a Pollyanna. I do believe in the best, and I do believe that when people are committed to discuss issues with diverse opinions, we can find the right balance. One thing that I have learned through this pandemic is that what is important to people and how people can react can be very, very different. I recognize the vast opinions on COVID-19, and I recognize that I don't have to agree with all of the opinions in this discussion. And I think that here with the sex-selective abortion becomes something that we truly should look and consider. We have the rights to pro-life, pro-choice, and we have the right to question if more needs to be done or considered. I am not saying today more needs to be done, but is there an issue with sex selection? As I have said earlier in my speech, the debate is characterized by a great deal of animosity from all sides and no resolutions. There are a few people willing to come to the table to have a well-intentioned, meaningful debate. My table is always open for all opinions on this matter, for and against. I think there are many things that we must challenge our presumptions on. It is important that we are willing to challenge our ideas and test them against other thought patterns. That's why in every parliament, we have a government with an opposition that challenges them. Listening does not mean that you must agree, but today's debate is on sex selection abortion, and unfortunately, this means that many members have decided to stop listening before the conversation even begins. Does this deserve to be studied? Is there an issue that is actually occurring here in Canada that needs to be addressed? We cannot know if we're not willing to even start the conversation. We must be willing to at least have this conversation, to discuss this difficult topic, and not immediately reach for the attacks, but ignore the substance of the bill itself. I thank everybody for listening to me today, and I hope and wish everybody the best. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Normally I'd say I'm happy to rise in this chamber, but on this topic, I couldn't be more disappointed as a woman in this country in this day and age to be once again faced with Conservatives attempting to take away women's rights, long fought, long established women's rights. And Madam Speaker, make no mistake about this. Nobody, I guarantee nobody in this House supports sex-selective abortions, but that is precisely not what the member has intended with this legislation. Just this past weekend, members of the Conservative Party and their staff gathered with the Pro-Life Association in ways to strategize and discuss on how to get backdoor legislation for anti-abortions in this country to take away women's rights. And in addition to that, they were referring to MAID as an example, Madam Speaker, and amendments there. And they said, quote, "This is a very powerful first step and foundation to introducing conscious rights in other areas like targeting abortion or denying access to medical services for trans people. These are the values that this Conservative Party represents. And I am ashamed that in this day and age, there should be no debate. As the last speaker just spoke, she said, we wish there could be a debate, but the debate on women's rights is over. We are equal, and governments do not make decisions on our health and on our bodies. And Madam Speaker, just to conclude, there is no law or power that any government has to control decisions on the male body. So if members of the Conservative Party want to talk about equality, then this debate is over, and let's work on getting rid of, abolishing inequality in this country, but a woman's right to choose is fundamental, and government has no place and no business in that decision.
The honourable member will have 8 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House to finish her debate. her speech. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
The House will now proceed to the consideration of a motion to adjourn the House for the purpose of discussing a specific and important matter. A matter requiring urgent consideration, namely the future of Laurentian University.
The motion is as follows. Mr. Angus, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves that this House do now adjourn. Debate. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis très...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very proud to rise tonight on behalf of the NDP and for the Greater Timmins, James Bay area. I am proud to stand to fight for the future of Laurentian University and to fight for the people of Northern Ontario. For everyone in Northern Ontario, this university is an important symbol. It is important for French-speaking students, for Indigenous students, and also for young English-speaking students from many different towns in Northern Ontario. The Parliament of Canada must undertake to study the Laurentian University crisis and come up with a solution.
Madam Speaker, with the member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. What we are witnessing, Madam Speaker, and there are people in Canada who might be wondering, why is the Parliament of Canada talking about the future of a university in Sudbury? There are national implications about what is happening there right now. The use of the CCAA, the Creditor Protection Act, to demolish a public institution is something that we have to deal with at the federal level to make sure it will never happen again. Because if we allow this precedent to happen at Laurentian, you can bet your bottom dollar that premiers like Jason Kenney and other right-wingers will use the CCAA to attack public institutions. That was not the reason that that legislation was put in place, and it cannot be used in the issues of Laurentian today. There are a number of programs that are being attacked and undermined at Laurentian that have national significance that are to be debated in this House, and I thank my colleagues from all parties for being present for this debate. When I look at Laurentian, it's very emotional. My father was in his 30s. He had never had a chance to go to school. My dad had to quit school when he was 16 because he was a miner's son. There was no opportunity for post-secondary. My mom quit school at 15 to go work. And when my dad was 35, he had the opportunity to get post-secondary education. And he got it because Laurentian University was there. The fact that we had a university in the north made it possible for my father to get the education that had been denied him, and he became a professor of economics. That's what Laurentian did. And I was speaking to a young single mother yesterday who never got to go to school. She had her child very young. She phoned me and she said, I was going to go to university next year. Where do I go now? I mean, Doug Ford and his buddies probably don't think it's a problem that if you're in Kapuskasing or Hearst, well, just go down to Toronto, just go down to Guelph. Well, they can't. Laurentian makes it possible. Laurentian removed the barriers for so many people in a region that has suffered such massive youth out-migration year in, year out. Laurentian was the tool that we used 60 years of public investment, particularly I think of the Franco-Ontarian community, that we built a level of expertise and capacity that was second to none. For the Indigenous community, the tricultural mandate, the decision by the Board of Governors to attack Indigenous services as part of their restructuring is an attack on the Truth and Reconciliation. Our action Call 16, we call on post-secondary institutions to create university and college diploma programs in Aboriginal languages. Well, guess what? In the CCAA, that's gone. It's gone as well. Are the massive, important programs for Francophone youth to get educated in key areas. Madam Speaker, I believe at the federal level we have to step up. We have to come to the table to work with Laurentian on that future. But I would say part of that has to be we have to get rid of that president and the Board of Governors that made this deal possible. Because if you look at what they put on their plan, this isn't a restructuring. This is an act of intellectual vandalism that is without precedent, destroying the engineering program in the land of the deepest mines in the world, destroying the Francophone mining engineering program, when the majority of young people coming into the mining trades are Francophone and they work all over the world, and they've taken that away. The decision to get rid of the physics program when we have the world-class neutrino observatory that has won awards around the world. So now we'll have scientists coming in from elsewhere, but the local university will not be part of it. What kind of thinking is that? La décision de terminer.
The decision to cut the program for nurse training in a region where most of the population is French-speaking. This is an attack on the very principle of access to fair and equal services for French-speaking communities.
A couple of key areas of why it matters to the federal level. The attack on the programs that were designed for Northern Indigenous is an attack on reconciliation. The federal government has an obligation there. The attack on the Francophone language rights, services, programming, training is denying opportunities will have an effect for decades to come, but it will also, going to have an immediate impact on the right of people in rural regions to receive service in their language, because the young people are being trained in their language to work in those communities. And I would point to the decision to kill the midwifery program. It was fought so hard for. The Programme pour les sages-femmes.
The midwifery program.
That program was essential for the far north, communities like Attawapiskat, where the midwives went to work. This is showing us that it doesn't matter at the university level in this so-called restructuring what the mandate of that university was, which was to provide opportunity and education that was second to none anywhere in North America. I would say anyone who has not read the filings that are being used under the CCAA should really take a look at this, because this is the roadmap for the destruction of public education and public services in Canada. What we heard on Monday was a shocking attack on education, on programs, on opportunities, slash. But what's in here is what comes next. It's the ability of this Board of Governors, the Doug Ford crowd, to go after the pensions, to destroy the pensions. And you know, Madam Speaker, coming from Northern Ontario, we're no strangers to the attack on pensions. I remember when Peggy Whitty destroyed Pamour Mine and the workers had their pensions stolen. I remember when the Kerr Addison mine, one of the richest mines in the history of Canada, was stripped bare by the creditors, so there was nothing left but a bunch of unpaid bills, and the workers had their pension rights denied. And that's the plan for post-secondary education? That can't happen, not on our watch. Were there mistakes made at Laurentian? Absolutely. But it's indicative of the larger crisis in post-secondary education, where students are forced to pay massive amounts to get access to education. They come out with major levels of debt. We see university administrators putting money into new buildings, into all the bells and whistles, denying tenure, denying adequate work for the professors, so that when we saw another university in Northern Ontario that fired a whole crop of young, dedicated professors and put the money into the sports program. What we're seeing with Laurentian and other universities is the creation of a new level of precarious worker. The university profs and staff who take on enormous amounts of student debt and are given no opportunity, no security, and now even their pensions are going to be undermined. So I'm calling on my colleagues tonight that the federal government has a role to play. We have to change the CCAA laws so that we never again can have a precedent where a public institution can be ripped apart and destroyed, and the pension rights and protections of the people who work in that public service are erased. Because that's not what the CCAA was established for. It was established for private companies. And it was also to give them security while they actually restructured. But what's happening at Laurentian is not restructured. So we need to deal with the CCAA. We need a commitment from the federal government about the Francophone services. We need to speak up for the Indigenous programs that are being cut. And we have to recognize that Northern Ontario is not going to go back to third-class status where our young people who are the greatest assets that we've ever had have to leave year in, year out because we do not have the services. Laurentian is a service that we put 60 years into. We have to protect it. I'm calling on this Prime Minister to show up and come to the table with a plan to work to save Laurentian. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Timmins, James Bay, for his intervention today, and in particular the personal account of him describing, you know, the opportunities that were given to his family members. I must admit, I don't understand how we got to this point, and I'm curious if he. I think for a lot of people in Ontario, myself included, it was a bit of a shocker to even hear this news a few days ago. Does he have any insight into how we got here, how Laurentian got to a place where suddenly they're in this position? And then furthermore, from an actual implementation perspective, you know, details of the plan that he's looking for from the Prime Minister. What does he think that we can offer as Parliament, as government, in order to help?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that question. I know that when Laurentian began to find itself in financial difficulties, they did lobby the member for Sudbury and Nickel Belt, so I don't know if they brought forward any of the crisis that was happening to Laurentian to the fellow Liberals, but we, as New Democrats, will certainly speak up. There are multiple issues that have happened over the years, and we know certainly the chronic underfunding of post-secondary, the huge levels of student debt have made it more difficult, and certainly there have been very, very bad management decisions and very bad management decisions made in many universities in terms of where they're going. The one issue on the CCAA was that when it was brought in, it was believed, well, maybe they're using it just to stabilize. But what we would need from the federal government, number one, is to say, no, we cannot use CCAA to tear apart a public institution. We have to change that law. We need the Prime Minister to say, we will put some money on the table. Yeah, are we going to have to rebuild, rethink, reestablish? Absolutely. But we cannot sit back and allow a public institution with 60 years of history to be simply torn apart and sold off like it's at a scrap metal dealership. That is not on, because if that's allowed to happen at Laurentian, you can bet that it will happen in region after region as right-wing governments decide what an easy way to get rid of public education and public health.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague for Timmins, James Bay. Thank you very much for strong advocacy for saving Laurentian University. I want to also ask the honourable member if what we're seeing with Laurentian could be the first canary in a coal mine. We have, ever since Jane Jacobs drew attention to it in her last book, Dark Age Ahead, we've been watching post-secondary universities and post-secondary education have climbing costs for tuition, overcrowded classrooms, less access to professors, and a real loss of sustainability in their funding model. We must save Laurentian University, but to my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, do we not need a larger national approach to our universities?
The member of Timmins, James Bay.
I would like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, and I think she's hit the nail on the head. That's why we have to debate what's happening at Laurentian tonight, because this is the model of what's going to start happening elsewhere. And I would like to also point out, which I had forgotten, the other programs that they're cutting, the environmental sciences, the environmental renewal. Laurentian invented that. Sudbury was a was an environmental disaster zone, the wasteland that had been caused by the sulfuric mine acids at Inco. When I was a child, Sudbury was as black as the moon. The programs that were established to create and restore environment from industrial damage, from the acid rain, from the sulfuric mining, Sudbury is second to none in the world. It became a symbol, and yet they're cutting that. So if they can do that at Sudbury, you know that these programs anywhere else will be on the chopping block when someone decides to turn their university into a lean and mean financial machine.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Timmins James Bay, for his very passionate and fascinating speech about this very important and urgent matter. Here's my question for him. What does he think about the fact that the Liberals are always trying to woo French-speaking electors outside of Quebec? This is resuming debate, not a question. Oh, so resuming debate. Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. I was all ready to ask a question of my colleague, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay, as you heard. But I'm happy to follow his impressive speech with a speech of my own. My remarks will be similar to the question I was about to ask. Year after year, election after election, the Liberal Party of Canada seems to be working hard to court French speakers living outside of Quebec. The Liberal Party tells them how wonderfully important they are. The Liberals insist that diversity is beautiful and important. The Liberals make beautiful promises. But then what do the Liberals do? They don't act. They drag their feet on acting on their promises. And what changes? Nothing changes. The Laurentian University crisis is yet another example of that. Too often, much too often in Canadian history, the Liberal Party of Canada has used French-speaking Canada for making nice speeches, for its rhetoric, for slogans, something that the Liberal Party seems to count on when it comes time for Canadians to go to the polls. But they're not really serious about what they're saying. The Laurentian University crisis is just yet another example of this. It's very telling. I think it's a crying shame that the government is using francophones as a way to gratuitously obtain votes. And yet it's all talk, no action. These cuts at Laurentian University are substantial. To quote political sciences expert Stéphanie Chouinard, she teaches at the RMC in Kingston, she said that it's almost akin to a bloodbath what's being done to French language programs. My colleague, the member for Timmins James Bay, rightly highlighted that in Northern Ontario, especially for French speakers, Laurentian University is essential to the community. It is essential for having access to French language education and for being able to study in one's home region without having to go all the way to Ottawa or to Montreal. Laurentian University gives students from that region, locals, the ability to stay near where they're from and learn in French. This is a disaster. It's awful. The Liberal government is dragging its feet and neglecting 10,000 students who study at Laurentian University on average each year. Not only are 110 teachers being laid off, and we can't keep quiet about that because they are shocked. If they leave the university to work elsewhere, they might be leaving the region permanently. Not only that, but in fact, 28 French language programs are being discontinued, 28 programs which are very important. They're important for the economic vitality in the region and for the Francophone community, but also for, in fact, public service and accessibility to some services and to have professionals who can do their work. So there you have it.
And those 28 programs are the following. We've got law and policy, French studies, the environment, mechanical engineering, mining engineering, geography, history, theater, marketing, leadership, outdoor physical activity, Francophone literature and culture, mathematics, philosophy, financial planning, health promotion, human resources, economic sciences, nursing sciences, political sciences, and zoology, among others. These are the major programs that we are seeing being eliminated. This reminds me of the debate over the Montfort Hospital, where we had to protest to get Francophone rights respected. Now, not only is there a government in Ontario that just doesn't care about this, but we also have a federal Liberal government that is dragging its feet on this issue, and which is just watching this happen. We have a Conservative government in Ontario that tramples on Francophone rights and is willing to let Laurentian University fall apart like this and have all of its very useful programs cut. And the federal government, meanwhile, is up in its ivory tower saying, oh, Francophone culture is so wonderful, but when it comes to acting, I mean, listen, the minister sent a letter to her counterpart in the Ontario government saying, wow, it says that the government of Canada is ready to study the possibility of providing funding. Wow, strong stuff. So here the Liberals, I should say congratulations, first of all. Well, they're ready to study the possibility of. Why don't they just say, look, it's absolutely essential to conserve post-secondary education with these crucial programs in Northern Ontario? Why don't they say, we will do everything in our power to make sure that that is maintained? But no, that's not the position of the current Liberal government. They say they're monitoring the situation and they might study the possibility of intervening. This is the only university that has Francophone programs in Northern Ontario. And it also has programs for Indigenous people. So not only does it affect Francophone populations in Northern Ontario, but there are also programs for Indigenous language and culture that may be affected as well. As my colleague, the member for Timmins James Bay said, well, was there mismanagement? I don't know, maybe, probably. But one thing where I am absolutely clear is that there has been chronic underfunding of post-secondary institutions in Canada over the years, whether it's from Conservative governments or Liberal governments. We are witnessing the privatization, the systematic privatization of our universities, their programs, their infrastructure, and it's packaged as private-public partnerships. And as university professors told us recently, this might be the first sign. This might be the first university being affected in this way, but we will see more and more universities that are having a hard time making ends meet. Yesterday, in the Official Languages Committee, we heard from Mr. Doucet, who said that if things continue like this, the University of Moncton will be seeing similar cuts to its programs, its French language programs in particular. And this is the same with the Saint-Jean campus in Alberta. It's just disgraceful what's happening there. There's no money being given to ensure the continuity of education there, and this campus is absolutely vital for the Francophone community in Alberta. So this is a problem that is spreading. I'm very proud that we at the NDP were able to get an emergency debate in the House on this issue tonight, because we believe that there's a potential domino effect happening here, where these Francophone universities will be hit very hard, and Laurentian may be only the first in this unfortunate series. But there are solutions. the Federation of Francophones and Acadians in Canada said that there is the option for the federal government to intervene. In fact, they have a duty to do so, and we entirely agree. The other thing we agree on is that the Assemblée de la Francophonie de l'Ontario is proposing a solution that would make these Francophone universities, or rather that it's supporting the idea of a more independent Francophone university in Sudbury. I also sent a letter to the Minister of Official Languages today to that effect, urging him to look at this issue attentively and to try to maintain some post-secondary education in French in Northern Ontario. This is an absolute priority for us. I think it's a real shame that the current Liberal government wasn't able to fund these universities adequately, wasn't able to support the minority education options there. I get the option that I'm out of the impression that I'm out of time here. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the NDP for speaking on this very important issue, Laurentian University, and all of the issues that it's going through. I think we all agree that the importance of French language teaching in Canada is extremely important. And I'd like to ask my colleague, I mean, based on what I've read in the last few hours about what's happening at Laurentian, and I think the goal tonight is to get answers to this, but the Laurentian University was placed under the Bankruptcy Act, but clearly the problem has been going on for longer because there was a long road that brought us to this tragedy today. So, does my colleague believe that there's a problem of chronic underfunding? The honourable member. Yes. Well, not only chronic underfunding of universities, you know, it's a real problem and it's a serious problem. I would unfortunately have to remind my Conservative colleague that there were past Conservative governments that really didn't help with that problem. They also underfunded universities and left their budgets in a difficult position. And I don't want the solution to be, well, you know, the university is short of money and so they pass on that debt to the students. I think that we should be able to provide significant public services and students should have access to those universities and they should be affordable. I think that we have a good roadmap for doing that in Quebec, and I think maybe that model should be spread to the rest of Canada.
For London Fanshawe?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I wanted to ask a question.
Oh, sorry, questions and comments? You got to remember for London Fanshawe, sorry.
Just to make sure, my speech will be later. I know you're very excited for it. I wanted to ask my honourable colleague, and I appreciate his passion on this issue, in fact, all the members of our caucus for sure. This is a unique Francophone program for midwives. It's the only one in the country. It provides that bilingual access and training for midwives. Interestingly, the program being cut was stated that there was low or limited enrollment. And yet, for 30 spaces, they have wait lists of over 300 applicants. So I'm wondering why and what impact this will have in terms of the provision of midwifery services, considering the debate that we just had in this House about the importance of health services provided to women across this country. How does this impact women? Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from London Fanshawe. She asks a very fundamental question. So, yes, there's access to programs, but then there's also the question of how do we train people? How do we use their expertise? So, in the case of the midwifery program, if there's that much demand in that long of a waiting list, well, it's because there's a need for those services in the community. There are pregnant women who need to have access to these midwifery services. If you cut that program, and if you cut the classes, that means that women won't have access to those midwifery services. Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Aides-Chemins-Lévis. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for this. Would my colleague agree that Laurentian University did have significant financial problems, but beyond that, that there really is an urgent situation when it comes to the lack of progress on Francophone education? Is there not a crisis when it comes to Francophone education in Canada? And rather than taking action now, you know, the Liberals have the budget next week. I'm sorry, I asked for a very brief question. I need to leave time for the member to answer, and I want to remind the member for Bellechasse Les Aides-Chemins-Lévis not to call members by their name, and to address his comments through the chair and not directly to the members. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. A brief answer, please. Yes, indeed. So French language teaching is declining in Quebec and across Canada, and it's a shame because there's real interest in studying in French. You can see that at the level of primary, secondary, and post-secondary education. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm also the member for Sudbury, where Laurentian University is located. It's only about a kilometre away from where I am now. This is a very key institution in our community. It's a real economic driver, cultural institution as well. And in fact, it's a tricultural institution. Now, my mother graduated from Laurentian. She was home most of the time, but she did part-time work to get her social work degree from Laurentian. And her kids grew up on the daycare on the campus. They learned to swim at the pool at Laurentian University. They learned cross-country skiing at Laurentian. I even taught a few classes at the Faculty of Commerce for a colleague who was on sabbatical. And my spouse also taught students in the Faculty of Medicine at Laurentian and at Lakehead. And had a lot of students. So a very personal relationship for me. And not just for me. It's our whole community.
Great. And Laurentian is a very, very close and important relationship. When I look at some of the amazing professors that we have there, and we have had Dr. Peter Beckett on a regreening, and being an international institution on regreening, basically, as you may know, Sudbury was a place that the environment was devastated because of our mining practices back in the 40s and 50s and 60s, but because of the ingenuity of the professors and the students and in the department here at Laurentian, we were able to regreen and plant 14 million trees in our area alone. I think of John Gunn and the Living with Lakes, where all the lakes was decimated because of his research. We have world-class research doing here right now, they're going on right now, and I think of David Pearson as well. And the new folks of Dr. Nate Basilico and Nadia Mizarchuk, just to name a few. And we know that we have an amazing Indigenous professors and students that are learning obviously not only the language, social work, and so many other very, very important programs that are here. En français, écoute, on est une institution.
You know, and we're lucky to have professors like Gaëtan Gervais, Fernand Deray, and graduates like Daniel Aubin. And, this is really important for us. Since 1973, we've had a key event, a festival that was created by Laurentian students. The Franco-Ontarian flag also comes from Laurentian University in Sudbury. It was designed by Gaetan Gervais and some of his students. So a lot of important events there and a very long history in Sudbury.
Became MP for Sudbury. One of the first things I actually did was actually contact and reach out to Laurentian's leadership at the time, encourage them to apply for the grants and for research grants and capital grants that were about to come online. In the spring of 2016, we announced the first of many large research fundings at Laurentian. Metal Earth was a $55 million multi-sector project designed to modernize the way we research for deposit of metals right here at Laurentian because of the amazing professors that we have. Shortly after that, we announced a $27 million investment in new research center to replace the cramped 40-year-old science building. The Cliff Fielding Research Center for Research Innovation and Engineering was opened 2 years later, on time and under budget. And it's home to Laurentian's family of internationally recognized mining and mining engineering facilities. Since then, I have returned to Laurentian regularly to announce more than $10 million in NSERC, SSHRC, and CFI funding for Laurentian researchers and graduate students. National Science, Engineering, and Research Council, Social Sciences, Humanities Research Council. And we celebrated Research Week annually at the end of February before the pandemic hit. Our government has provided funding for research projects in Indigenous health in conjunction with Health Sciences North in Sudbury and for the study and preservation of Indigenous languages. We provided over $840,000 to Laurentian for research designed to help First Nations communities adapt to climate change. We provided $1.5 million for Laurentian researchers to work with Wikwemikong Health Center and Health Sciences North in Sudbury to assess the health of Indigenous children across the country. In all, our government has provided more than $10 million in research grants for Laurentian alone. If you all add it all up, Madam Speaker, over the last 5 years, we have invested over $100 million in Laurentian universities and capital projects in research projects. This is on top of the annual subsidies the federal government provides through the French languages program and services. So, as I said, I've been engaged with Laurentian since day one, since I've been a member of Parliament. And in December and in January of this year, certainly continuing discussions as to how I can help Laurentian. And certainly, if it's not through the research funding that I just talked about, it's through a new program on Indigenous languages that we created. And I had invited Laurentian to certainly to apply, and unfortunately they missed the first round, and then I had to certainly went back to them and to encourage them to apply in a second round for that funding. Également, le programme sur les langues officielles.
There's also the Official Languages Education Program, where the federal government gives the money to the provinces, and the provinces disperse it. That was happening over the last 5 years. And we also give $16 million per year to the Ontario government.
When the Laurentian decided to protect themselves from their creditors through the CCAA process, the Companies, Creditors and Arrangements Act, certainly I and all of the residents of Sudbury were shocked and in disbelief. People don't realize this, but actually one of the largest creditors is actually the federal government. Because what has happened is that all the funding that I told you about that was still in the coffers at Laurentian were now not there anymore because of the situation of the process under the CCAA. So we have teachers and students that are conducting world-class research that since day one have been left certainly to not know their future, not know what's going on. And that has certainly left many questions, and a lot of people frustrated, to say the least. The effect on the teachers, on the students, on their families have been certainly devastating, to say the least. These are professionals. These are students, graduate students that have come here to teach, to learn from these professionals. So the whole process since day one has been extremely, extremely difficult. And now on Monday, lundi, le 12 avril.
Monday, April 12th. It was a dark day for our community. Dark day for Laurentian University, but also for the community of Sudbury. Over 100 professors laid off, and many staff as well. These are professionals. These are people who are really leaders in their fields. I have close friends who have been affected, who lost their jobs. I have friends and family as well, who are students at Laurentian, who don't know what's going to happen now. They don't know what's going to happen in May or come September. There were a lot of faculty affected. The French language education faculty, these are future, high school teachers and educators. The environment program.
Certainly the whole group, as Sudbury is known for, they are a pillar, world-class pillar, and it's something that I've actually championed, mentioned on every tribune that I could get on with when I talked about my community, of how we were leaders in certainly environmental reclamation, and that we can have mining and the environment being together and the economy could be at the forefront, and that's because of Laurentian University and their ingenuity. Également, le département de physique, the physics department. We have the Snow Lab, one of the world-class research facilities that is 2 kilometers underground. Again, not too far from here. And we had actually won a Nobel Prize, Peace Prize, because of the research that was conducted there along with Laurentian. Les sages-femmes, le programme de sages-femmes en français. Il y a au-dessus de 300...
The French language midwife program with 300 applications a year. And only a handful of students are chosen per year. It's very selective. And now this program will be cut. This is a difficult time. It's hard to understand. We have many questions. There are many concerns. I'm very worried. I'm worried for the mental health of teachers, students, and their families. They don't know what's going on. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's not much communication. This is a very difficult time for our community. Madam Speaker, this happened on Monday the 12th. Tuesday morning, I got up and I said to my spouse, we need to keep fighting. 27 programs were cut. I didn't think that this could happen in my backyard. I'm so proud of people who live in Sudbury. Now we need to think about next steps. During the restructuring period between February 1st and April 12th, I spoke to the Minister of Official Languages to see what we might do. We have called upon the province of Ontario. After all, universities and colleges are under provincial jurisdiction.
Provincial law. The provinces have more than a leadership role to play. It is their responsibility. It is their jurisdiction. That being said, Madam Speaker, certainly our government has been steadfast since the beginning, said we will be there to work with the province to determine and help out as we move forward. The Prime Minister has said the same thing. Également, écoute, comme je l'ai dit, je me suis levé mardi puis j'ai dit il faut qu'on se continue à se battre. Puis j'ai plein
Anyway, as I say, I got up and I said we need to keep fighting. I fielded a lot of calls from friends in the community, and we've been talking about what we could do. The community has been drawing together. I'm very proud of it, and is working hard to ensure that our youth will be able to get an arts diploma in our region. The struggle isn't over. We need to continue to hold discussions. This is an ongoing process. A frustrating process, but we need to hold on to hope and hope that we'll be able to continue getting the education we need in our region, an extremely important community for all Ontario Francophones and for Canada. Now, this is a very important subject, which is why I've gone on for some time about it. I'd like to thank my NDP colleague for bringing this forward. This is not the end of the matter. We need to continue the discussion. This process has been going on for some time, and we need a great many more discussions with the province. Madam Speaker, something that I did was to mull over what solutions I could contribute. 2 months ago, in mid-February, I started thinking about that. Madam Speaker, as you said earlier, I was the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources, but as I've decided not to run again, I am now a backbencher, which I am glad about because I can bring forward a private member's bill.
Now provide my private member's bill. And I've been working on it since, I'd say, late February, mid to late February. And as we talk about the frustration aspect of the CCAA and that public institutions like post-secondary institutions can avail themselves of the protection of that through that process, it was not, in my belief, that is not why the law is there, was not to protect creditors, certainly from with respect to public institutions like post-secondary institutions. That being said, Mr. Speaker, certainly when there is a CCAA proceeding, I'd like to say this, it is not the role of any politician to insert themselves in an independent judiciary process. I've been asked by my constituents, get involved and stop it. We are not China. We are not Russia. Politicians do not stop an independent judicial process. I know that's frustrating. If we could, we would when we don't agree with it, but that's not how the democracy that we live in works. So I'll go back to my private member's bill, Mr. Speaker. So on Monday, I'll be tabling in routine proceedings for the first time as a member of Parliament, amendments to the CCAA Act to ensure that post-secondary institutions cannot avail themselves of the protection under that act of the CCAA. The reason why I'm doing this is very simple. The carnage and the anxiety that I've seen in my community should not be repeated anywhere else across the country. We are living through stressful times that should not be. If the provinces take their responsibility and take their jurisdiction seriously, we knew the situation Laurentian was in, and it is not the only one. We cannot continue cutting post-secondary funding at the provincial level and just expect the federal government always to come in with a check. It is their responsibility. They have a duty. Like I said, universities and colleges are creations of provincial laws. And that's why I am hoping that all members of Parliament will support my private member's bill to amend the CCAA Act to ensure that we cannot use it to basically restructure public institutions across the country. Nous devons assurer que ça arrive plus jamais.
We need to ensure that this never happens again. We need to find short-term and long-term solutions for Laurentian University. I will continue to support the university. We also need to look at the big picture. In order to ensure that programs are sustainable, to ensure that teachers who have been laid off will have a future in the community. And I think that the federal and provincial governments have a role to play. We need to ensure that institutions throughout the country can look forward to a bright future. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to participate in this debate. I'd like to thank everyone from Sudbury who has written to me.
That have reached out. I've engaged not only with the administration, I have engaged with the union, I have engaged with the students, I have engaged with the professors. I'm engaging in all the discussion is to find solutions in this very, very difficult times. And I really wish that none of you, my colleagues here in the House of Commons, do not have to go through what we are going through here today in Sudbury and at Laurentian University. So with that, je vais prendre les questions de mes collègues et je vous remercie énormément.
I look forward to answering my colleagues' questions. Thank you very much for having given me this time to speak about my community, which I'm very proud of, and how difficult this time has been.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Bellechasse-les-Échemins.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins, Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to empathetically greet my friend for Sudbury, because we really heard in his speech how much he cares about his community. I am a graduate of Sherbrooke University, the first private university in Quebec, and I could see what the university did to contribute to the overall situation of Sherbrooke as a town. So I can see why my colleague cares so much about the situation. And I'm looking forward to seeing his bill, so I can get a good idea of what he's aiming to do. Meanwhile, there's an issue here with our university institutions. And in a way, we're facing a twin challenge, because this institution is also in a minority situation. So Mr. Lefebvre, I'm sorry, my fellow member, cares a lot about the situation of universities in minority language communities. So I'd like to hear from my colleague about whether the francophone aspect of this university requires particular attention. And I'd like to hear what he thinks about our constitutional responsibilities, Section 23 of the Official Languages Act, and whether he could discuss the measures proposed by the Franco-Ontarian Association, the moratorium, for example, and whether something could be done. I'd like to hear from him on all these topics. And 2 weeks ago, some satellites of the university were cut a couple weeks ago. That seems to me very unfortunate. I'd like to hear from him on all of that. Thank you. The honourable member for Sudbury. Well, there's a lot there, Mr. Speaker. I could go on for another 20 minutes. Now, when it comes to Francophone universities, well, actually universities in general, we've seen many cuts. Many cuts in historic institutions like the University of Toronto or in Sudbury. And in programs that are Francophone or have an Indigenous focus, there have been major cuts. We need to support Francophone post-secondary institutions throughout the country. It's critical, and the federal government is doing that with the action plan to increase the budget for all this. We created the new Francophone University in Toronto as well. Do we want a bilingual country? If so, we need to support the bilingual university institutions throughout the country, or at least universities in both languages, and Laurentian University plays a critical role. Now, the federal government transferred $16 billion to the province of Ontario. The interpreter apologizes. There was a cut in the transmission, and the interpreter missed some of the content. So there is a mechanism that is being used by the province. We will continue to support these universities, but I will continue to advocate for further support for these critical institutions. Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Earlier, my colleague asked whether we want to have a bilingual country. It seems that recently it has finally been admitted that French is declining. Although some of us have known that French has been declining for some time. And we know that in Francophone and Acadian communities, well, the assimilation rate is going up year after year. In fact, 40% of Francophones end up shifting to English over the course of their lives. We've seen what happened with the Saint-Jean campus and all sorts of other situations. There are many warning signs. What does my colleague think? Does he think we have turned a blind eye to this issue for too long? Doesn't he think that this is time for an in-depth rehaul of the Official Languages Act. The Honourable Member for Sudbury. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I am a fourth-generation Franco-Ontarian, and my children are fifth-generation Franco-Ontarians. I did all of my studies in French in Ontario, and I was able to do that because those before me fought for that right. We need to continue fighting. And not just in French Ontario, but also in Quebec. We're part of North America. There are challenges, but I am proud of my community and my culture. And we will continue to work hard to support our institutions so they can continue into the future. We've been doing that for 40, 50, 60 years. We have more institutions than ever before. But what happened here with Laurentian University and the programs cut, well, it's very hard to swallow because we had been gradually accumulating victories for many decades, and now we see here that there's a step back. But we will not put up with this. We will continue to fight.
James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, who is our colleague from Northern Ontario, and for my colleague for Sudbury. I understand the emotion in his voice. This is a devastation of things that we have built and believed in, not just for Sudbury, but for across the north. I'd like to ask him on a couple of things, because he talked about the amount of money that was put into capital projects recently, and I think that would normally sound great, but when I look at what's under CCAA, a lot of Laurentians' debts came apparently from a lot of these building projects. And so the fact that so much building was going on when we see they're stripping the regreening program, the water rehabilitation, as he talked about, the physics, the work that's been done in the university. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, I appreciate that he wants to bring forward a private member's bill, but we need more. This isn't just the jurisdiction of the provincial government. We had the Prime Minister stay at Laurentian. He held his cabinet meeting at Laurentian. This is a national symbol. We have a national moment here. Were there problems with the management? Absolutely. But I'm asking my colleague, what has he asked the Prime Minister to do to help Laurentian so that we can preserve this important institution for his children and my children and for the children to come?
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I'll mention about his, the first comment with respect to infrastructure and buildings. The building that we actually funded was the Cliff Fielding building. That was fully funded. So the other construction, again, I'm not sure how Laurentian would have financed that, but I know the Cliff Fielding building is the one that we financed, and that was the one that it was fully funded through private funding as well. That being said, Mr. Speaker, well, I just reiterated in about my speech of 20 minutes of certainly of working with the provinces to find solutions. At the end of the day, it's not the federal government. We have no straight line except creating programs of which all universities can apply to. There is no straight line of funding going to universities except through the research councils. That's just the way our jurisdictions are and through our constitution. That being said, doesn't mean that we can't advocate, and certainly what we're doing today. And so I've talked with the PMO, and I've talked with the ministers responsible, as he's doing today, and asking them, and certainly how can we continue? And we've been quite clear. We are ready, willing, and able to work with the province of Ontario to help Laurentian University move forward, as well as certainly looking at our programming on the Francophone side, looking at that exists. La communauté se mobilise en ce moment, comme j'ai dit. Ce sont mes amis.
As I said, the community is drawing together. My friends, my family, we're all coming together to ensure that these programs can continue. Very clearly, the federal government has a role to play. Of course, this can't be done overnight, but we've done it before and we'll do it again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for about a 30-second question, a 30-second answer. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that this member has been very passionate about this all week. Being on the in Ontario caucus with him, I've heard him talk about it quite a bit. I would just go back to a previous question from the Bloc member who talked about Saint Jean and another university in Ontario. we, as this particular government, have been there to support French language rights in post-secondary over the last number of years. We reopened Saint Jean. We worked in Ontario with that post-secondary education. I'm wondering if the member would like to hit on those points.
Member for Sudbury, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Kingston and the island. And certainly, these we have been there, and with the historic funding for francophone institutions across the country, it's still being challenged. At the end of the day, if a provincial government keeps cutting in post-secondary institutions, like we've seen in Ontario and in Alberta, yeah, there will be consequences, and that's what we're seeing right now. Yes, we want to continue supporting. At the end of the day, that's why we need to work. That's why we need to change the CCAA Act to ensure that the provinces have to stop doing this and ensure that we have strong institutions, that the funding is there, that we are not cutting the funding, and that there's an oversight to ensure that this never happens again anywhere across the country, and we ensure that our students are not stuck at exam time not knowing where the teacher is because they just lost their job. That can't happen again, and we got to be there for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be sharing my time with the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Chair, we just heard a very touching account from a member who is very affected by this institution in his community suffering. We have studied this situation in the Official Languages Committee, Mr. Chair. It's incredibly worrisome when it comes to institutions, language institutions. And here I'm thinking about French speakers living outside of Quebec. These institutions, for them, are an important pillar in their community so that their official language minority communities can thrive. This is critical in North America, where English is the dominant language. We need to ensure that from coast to coast to coast, we have these institutions for those who need them. Recently, a colleague mentioned the Saint Jean campus in the west. Then there is Moncton University in the Atlantic. And tonight we are discussing Laurentian University. Mr. Chair, yesterday I asked a question of the Heritage Minister. I hope she'll be participating in tonight's debate. Yesterday she told us that when it comes to the Laurentian University situation, she was in solution mode. Well, since yesterday, I hope she's had time to look into solutions which have been put forward by and for the French-speaking community, including solutions from a member of her own caucus who evidently wishes to be in solution mode as well. Yesterday, the minister gave us some thoughts which were fine, but not tangible. For 5 years now, official languages minority communities have been asking for a modernization of the Official Languages Act. Here I have a letter from the president of the Francophone and Acadian Communities of Canada Association asking the Government of Canada to take action so that the University of Sudbury can take over and help in this situation so that there are university studies for and by French speakers. As my colleague said earlier, this is a head-on attack on an institution which has a critical role to play in Northern Ontario. Yesterday, unfortunately, the minister didn't give us anything tangible. It is time that we act to help the Saint Jean campus and also, more eminently, Laurentian University. And I must say that the Conservatives' position is very clear. Even before this crisis, we committed to increase funding for French language in secondary and post-secondary institutions in minority situations. Next week, the budget will be tabled, a pandemic budget, of course. The past few years, we've realized that the funding for institutions like Laurentian are not hitched to rising costs. They're not indexed. It's essential that we do so. It's essential that the funding that is given to Laurentian University to support post-secondary institutions with French programs truly be used for what they're supposed to be used for. We hope that the minister will hear us on this and hear the Francophone community on this. Dedicated funding must have conditions. Funding for this university in Northern Ontario should be used to keep staff and faculty on the payroll and to keep essential programs, teaching programs, engineering programs alive and well. Tonight, we also discussed caregiver programs as well as midwifery programs. So many important programs. Tonight, we as parliamentarians have the chance to speak to this matter and to call upon the minister to take real action to help Laurentian University. I would also like to say that the government doesn't help through charity, because under Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom, the Canadian government must guarantee education in a second language. So we remind the Heritage Minister of her duty to foster thriving in official languages, minority communities, as well as promote thriving bilingualism from coast to coast to coast. That is, in fact, in the mandate letter of the minister to protect French language minority communities outside Quebec. We don't want to hear promises which might be repeated in an upcoming election. What we would like is for the minister, we would have liked her to stand up yesterday and table a bill with action, but rather she talked about potential action in the future in order to take action. But there are real crises in universities in Canada. And tonight we're talking about the crisis at Laurentian University. That is why the Official Languages Committee calls upon the government to respect and fulfill its obligations to help and to support teaching institutions, post-secondary institutions in this country, which ensure that our second language communities continue to thrive. Tonight, we are seeing how shaken Northern Ontario communities and the Sudbury community, how shaken they are by what is occurring. So the minister and the government have a real duty to act, to intervene to support Laurentian University. I hope the minister will join us tonight in solution mode, of course, and we want to hear tangible solutions, tangible actions. The Francophone Association of Ontario has put forward some very concrete solutions, and I would like to tell you about some of them. So the Ontario Francophone Association has some solutions. Now, it may not be possible to just create a new French language teaching institution, but we need some kind of bridge solution. There should be a ban on further cuts, a moratorium, and it will also be important for federal and provincial funding. There's already $12 million in funding for university education, but we need to ensure that it is properly spent to keep staff and faculty on the payroll. We also need to ensure that the community and the students can be supported. That is the federal government's responsibility. Now, this is, of course, a shared responsibility. The Francophone Association of Ontario reminds us that the federal and provincial governments have shown in the French University of Ontario matter that they are able to work well together, and we hope they can do so again to help Laurentian. We think it's crucial that the minister take action. You know, I respect the minister, as you well know, but sometimes she's very partisan, and she makes some very partisan speeches about language in Canada. For example, she often refers to conservative cuts. The support program for minority language communities, was active until 2015. And in fact, after the Liberal government's election, these communities no longer had access to the program, and it took a crisis for the minister to realize that the program was suffering. And in fact, that very program was part of the Conservative government's roadmap. For example, Bernard, who prepared a second version of the roadmap for official languages. So then the minister took action with the legal challenges. But that's not what communities really want. Official language minority communities want action. The minister has a duty to act. Then that's what we expect, Mr. Chair. In this case, we expect action on Laurentian University, and we hope that the member will call upon her to take concrete action. Mr. Chair, how much time do I have left for my remarks? All right, my time is up. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. I'd like to remind him that the minister is very active in communities on the ground. She promotes and protects both of Canada's official languages everywhere in Canada and in Quebec as well, of course. We modified the census questionnaire. We supported the creation of Ontario's French University. We created a historic action plan to support communities. We also appoint bilingual judges to the Supreme Court of Canada here on this side of the House. The minister has been working on modernizing the Official Languages Act since she became minister. All of that is very concrete. Those are tangible measures which were taken to ensure the promotion and protection of both of Canada's official languages. Now, we acknowledge that the Laurentian University situation is critical. The provincial and federal governments will support them. We will always be there to support them. That is more a comment than a question. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Indeed, it was not a question from my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke. Currently, the Official Languages Committee is studying the federal government's mismanagement during the pandemic, especially in official language communications matters. And in fact, tons of documents were submitted in English by the government, in English to the Official Languages Committee, and that flouts the law. So before the government boasts about its own track record, we should really look into how the government is disrespecting these communities by not following through on their number one wish, which is the modernization of the Official Languages Act. The government is simply making empty promises rather than acting. So I invite my colleague to pressure the minister to really walk the talk. Questions and comments?
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à mon collègue pour son discours. C'est pour moi, et je...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. Now, a question. The Laurentian University situation is very unique in its program offerings in Indigenous languages, for Indigenous communities, for French communities, and for English communities. It's very unique in its offerings. So here's my question for my colleague. What does he think about the threat to these three cultures? And does this university not have a really unique offering? The Honourable Member for Bellechasse et Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A question in French. Alors, elle est tout à fait.
My colleague couldn't be more right, Madam Chair. Laurentian University is at the intersection of English, French, and Indigenous communities. It is an important pillar in the community. Here's what I would say to my colleague. Francophone minority communities and Indigenous communities are at a disadvantage as compared with the dominant language community, the English-speaking community. That's why one of the solutions would be to have an institution which would prioritize and foster good programs for French programs and Indigenous programs. We need an institution created by and for French language and Indigenous minority communities. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank you. I take this opportunity to thank you as Speaker for having accepted the NDP's proposal that we hold an emergency debate tonight. Now, this emergency debate goes beyond partisanship. We, as parliamentarians, must critically reflect on this situation. It is our duty to do so. I would also like to seize this occasion to comment on the colleague from Sudbury's remarks. I listened closely to his speech. He was very passionate, very emotional. This university is in his neck of the woods. He has personal ties to the university. He has friends and family members who didn't even know that this was coming. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for having accepted this request for an emergency debate. Listening to the member for Sudbury, I learned that he will not be running for re-election. I have had the opportunity to work on many files with him. I appreciate him enormously. I commend him. I may not see him again in person in the near future. If I don't see him again, well, I say thank you and goodbye to him and to his partner. Now, what are the criteria, let's talk about this, for emergency debates? In the standing orders, it states that in order to be authorized, a request for an emergency debate must be proposed. Pardon me, I'm going to start again. So, asking for the adjournment of the House in order to discuss a specific and important matter requiring urgent consideration, it is necessary to ask for the approval as stated in Section 30 of Standing Orders. And, Mr. Chair, I don't want to thank you 1,000 times, but I would like to thank you one last time. I think it's very sad that today the people of this region, of this university community, are not only living through the pandemic, but also living through this crisis. The French fact in Northern Ontario suffers today. It's sad. It's so sad that they're going through this in addition to the pandemic that we're all living through. Mr. Chair, we need to take that into account, and we need to come together to find some solutions to fix the problem. What happens when a government has no vision, no plan for 5 years? Mr. Chair, the Minister of Official Languages has been minister since 2015. I respect her as a person. I've told her so in committee, Official Languages Committee. But sometimes she doesn't take action. She consults. My colleague earlier said she was promoting the French fact, both official languages, that she was very present, but she always seems to be in reaction mode.
It seems like this government is waiting for the house to be on fire before they come to put the fire out. You know, last December, the minister came forward with a proposal that essentially just moved everything forward and said that maybe there will be more consultations in the future, so that maybe one day something will be implemented. But then so much time will have passed that we'll have to restart the consultations. It's important sometimes to just take action. And that proposal is not a solution. The white paper is not a solution. You know, I met with the Canadian Association of University Professors last May, and they were calling out this problem of insolvency. This is the first time that a public Canadian university ended up in such a situation of insolvency. Now, the representatives of the University Professors Association told me this. This wasn't the opposition speaking, these were the university professors. And they said, we call on the government to collaborate with the province of Ontario to A, provide the funding that Laurentian University needs as quickly as possible, and secondly, to help bilingual and francophone universities, given the vital role that these post-secondary institutions play in meeting Canada's current and future challenges. So we recommend that the federal government develop a national strategy with the provinces and territories in order to ensure stable, predictable funding for high-quality post-secondary education. Now, I met with these people on February 17th. And they filed for bankruptcy or went under protection not long after. Now, the Minister of Official Languages today, or at least this is what I've understood, already has solutions planned in next Monday's budget, but based on the information that I have, on February 1st, bankruptcy protection. Then I met with representatives from the University Professors Association, and today, April 14th, the government is reacting. Well, technically it was 2 days ago, the 12th. You know, I was saying earlier, Mr. Speaker, they're waiting for the House to be in flames before they do anything. We're calling on you, as the Speaker, for a university, for an emergency debate on this issue. And we're here tonight discussing Laurentian University, which is facing financial difficulty. What will be happening tomorrow? At the Official Languages Committee yesterday, we heard from the minister and other stakeholders, and those stakeholders said that you can't wait for the update on the Official Languages Act. If Laurentian University is facing problems today or tomorrow, there are other universities in Canada. Now, does the government want to let post-secondary institutions teaching a minority language just fall by the wayside? If so, they should say so. I have a problem with the fact that they're not taking action. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, we in the Conservative Party, and we're not saying this out of opportunism, we said this as soon as our new leader was elected. We said clearly that in the first 100 days of a Conservative government, we would subsidize our institutions. We would put money aside to defend French language institutions, and particularly in minority communities. So it's important for us to come together today and take stock. We're not just talking about 24 programs being cut here. We're talking about a problem in society. As long as Canada is a country with 2 official languages, I will stand in this House to defend French. We need to roll up our sleeves and find solutions to ensure that Canadians have access to education in French. Our professors, our students, whose rights are now being violated, they're in trouble, and this is going to be a turning point where French will either survive or really suffer. Now, in the preamble here, I just want to mention something. We talk about respecting the fundamental right to education in minority languages and to ensure that everyone can learn French or English. This is in the preamble of the Official Languages Act. So I think that the Minister needs to take action now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleagues from Timmins, James Bay, and London Fanshawe for bringing forward this important emergency debate forward this evening. It has been made clear by those members in the chamber who have already spoken on the importance of Laurentian University in Sudbury. I'm concerned about a number of aspects of this. There are important protections of the CCAA that provide safeguards other than relief of debts for assets. There are certain protections that are for pensions of workers in these situations. While I know some of these protections don't go far enough, in fact, I know I have a bill before Parliament to expand those protections. So I think we need a comprehensive solution that maintains some of the protections to workers that exist in the CCAA. With that being said, I do fear invoking the CCAA in this way for a public university might be a sneaky way to privatize it. If this is done by the board or the administration of the university, I wonder if the province should not have had the opportunity to step in here and protect the state of the university, including ensuring it remains as a public university. I wonder if the member would like to speak on those some of those points. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Port.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to be able to really see what's happening in these institutions. There were indicators. There were things that we could have noticed. We're not talking about fiscal mismanagement, but you need to make sure that people on the ground have the power to see what's happening and to make sure they have the responsibility to do everything that they need to do. There were signs that there was a problem coming. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, there are problems coming to other post-secondary institutions as well. So we need to have the mechanisms in place to protect our institutions and protect, first and foremost, the French language.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Orleans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really pleased to ask a question to my colleague, the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I was listening to his speech with a lot of attention. He said that, if they were to be elected, the Conservatives in their first 100 days would move forward with finding solutions for francophones. But I remember November 2018 when a Conservative leader made the same promises to francophones in Ontario. And what did that leader do? Well, he cut everything. So how can we trust the Conservatives when their leader was in power from 2013 to 2012, 2013, and there were no investments in francophone institutions in Canada? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague. I have the privilege of sitting on the Official Languages Committee with her. Well, I'll give her some information. From 2009 to 2015, So 09 to 15, there was no increase in investments. From 2015 to 2021, there were no investments made in institutions either. She was there yesterday in the committee, and people from the Saint-Jean campus said that there were no increases in those periods. So 2009 to 2015, that's 6 years. 2015 to 2021, 6 years. So you can't change the past, but we can change the future. But what we know is that if the Liberal government remains in place, French will be in trouble. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. We have time for a 30-second question and a 30-second answer. Well, listen, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we can solve the problem of the French language in 30 seconds, but I find it a little pathetic to see the Liberals and Conservatives making accusations against each other. The fact is, there's only one language that is under threat in Canada, and that's French. We're the only group of Francophones in North America. So we have a dominant language and a threatened language. As long as people don't understand that, we won't be able to solve the problem. French is threatened everywhere, in Quebec, Ontario, Alberta, all across Canada. As long as you don't understand that, you won't be able to have policies that really respond to that major issues. This is an entire culture that is dying, Mr. Speaker. So would my colleague agree that in Canada, there is one dominant language and one language that is under threat, and can we base policy on that? The Honourable Member, 30 seconds or less, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to answer in that short time. I want to thank my colleague. Well, listen. We're in a country called Canada. There are two official languages. We're here tonight in Ottawa, in the Canadian Parliament, to debate, to have this emergency debate about the French language in Ontario at Laurentian University. So, yes, we have to focus on protecting both official languages all across Canada, coast to coast to coast, to ensure that we remain a bilingual country. And yes, there are significant efforts that need to be made to defend French. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to express our solidarity with the ongoing fight of Franco-Ontarians to defend their culture. I think that people in the northeast of Ontario, or in northern Ontario rather, deserve these services. Laurentian University is potentially going to be ending 60 programs to avoid bankruptcy, and it's Francophone programs that are particularly being targeted. The president of the Assemblée de la Francophonie de l'Ontario, who said that there was already, that the programming in French had been eroded for years already. And he said that many of the governors of the board were Anglophone. And this was, you could see that it was primarily Anglophones making decisions on behalf of Francophones, which never works. That's why there's this principle of, by Francophones for Francophones. Radio-Canada even reported that there was a secret meeting between a number of leaders of bilingual universities, like the University of Ottawa, which condones Quebec bashing, I should say. But, they were basically the financing had already been decided upon. So they made all sorts of proposals to ensure that it would be the bilingual universities taking charge of French language programs. And then 3 weeks later, we learned that the province was cutting the French university in Ontario. So it was a whole backlash to that, and I really admire the Acadian community and other Franco-Ontarian communities because they're really fighting against assimilation. These are people who stand up to defend their rights, to defend their language every day. We saw that with the Montfort Hospital. We saw that, we're seeing that now, rather, with Laurentian. Then we have, the University of Sudbury becoming a Francophone university. And I think that would be an important step. In general, we've seen that when we're talking about immersion schools, Francophone and Acadian communities tell us that immersion schools are really assimilation schools. The end result is that Francophones attending these schools are assimilated. And it really concerns me to see that in the Official Languages Act reform proposal that the minister is saying, we're going to increase funding for immersion schools, but they don't say anything about actual schools that are run for and by Francophones. So if we're going to increase funding for immersion schools, I think we also need to ensure that Francophones outside of Quebec have access to schools in French, because we've seen that a lot of them don't have access. That people always look at, how many people potentially are going to come. Everything is based on the numbers. And the end result of all of this is assimilation. So at the Official Languages Committee, we heard from the Canadian Association of Francophones in Alberta, talking about the situation there, which is really bad. And there was the whole question of the Saint-Jean campus there as well. Especially when you see that the Alberta government recently announced a commitment of $98 million to improve infrastructure for post-secondary institutions. But how much did they reserve for the Saint-Jean campus? Zero. And the government of Alberta also repeatedly refused to have federal-provincial agreements, or rather, with these federal agreements, refused to give any money to the Saint-Jean campus. A lot of people pretend that they don't know this, but a lot of the provinces that are primarily Anglophone today have a history of laws and regulations banning the teaching of French to Francophones. And the result of that was assimilation, of course. And these were really laws that were intended to eliminate the culture. And they talk about the Laurando Commission. I'm just going to interrupt the honourable member momentarily. The technical team is telling me that I'm not sure if it's your headset that is actually plugged in. We just want to make sure we can understand everything that you're saying. So So there's just a small little technical issue. We just want to make sure that your headset is actually plugged in properly. Yes, I think it wasn't plugged in through the computer, but I've changed it, and I think things should be okay now. I'm not sure what the technical team thinks. Just a moment. We've stopped the clock, so you won't lose the time. I'm just going to check on this.
Sûr que le microphone de
Just make sure that the headset is plugged in and the other one is not. Okay, we'll continue and we'll see how it goes. I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to make sure that we could hear everything. No problem. And I will try to talk a little more slowly because the interpreters often tell us that it's difficult if we go too fast.
Vraiment là que il existe.
All that to say that ultimately we've been turning a deaf ear to the issue of language for too long. Until very recently, we were told that everything was fine, that Canada was doing a great job with its linguistic minorities. Meanwhile, the proportion of French used at home, for example, was going down. And yet, meanwhile, everyone continued to say, no, everything's just fine, including in Quebec. And now, on the very eve of an election, well, there's an emergency debate, so much the better. We seem to be finally admitting that there's a problem. But what we really need here is an in-depth rehaul of the Official Languages Act, which simply doesn't work in its current form. A commission has recommended using a system like that used in Switzerland or Belgium, more of a regional approach. Because if there aren't specific systems in use in particular areas, it doesn't allow a language to thrive. We know that elsewhere in Canada, English is the common language. And even with high immigration rates in Canada, more than 99% of language transfers of new arrivals end up happening towards English. So English is not threatened in Canada. Now we know that there were many anti-French laws. The Laurent-Dunton Commission, the États généraux du Canada français, the independence movement in Quebec. With all of those measures, we've seen that things have changed a little bit. With the Laurent-Dunton Commission, well, I think Mr. Pearson had some good intentions, but when Mr. Trudeau arrived subsequently, he didn't want to hear any of it. He didn't want to give collective rights to Quebecers or Francophones. He decided to enshrine institutional bilingualism based on individual laws which are decided on a case-by-case basis. But as we've seen everywhere in the world, that simply doesn't work. When you use a system like that, everywhere in the world we've seen that it ends up with minority languages being assimilated. Territorial systems, those are the ones that work. As you can see in Belgium, with Flemish Belgium, and we see that different languages are spoken in the public service, which doesn't mean that people don't learn several languages. It just means that Dutch isn't threatened in Belgium. So we need to do something similar here, because when we allow a people to determine its own future, well, that means it needs to be able to defend its own language. But that's not what we've seen here. This system put forward by Trudeau, where services are offered where it's justified, well, that means that when French declines in an area, services are cut. It's like if you said that in areas where unemployment rises, so there's a lower level of employment, well, that's where we're going to cut employment insurance. It makes absolutely no sense. And then there have also been laws that have created a division between Quebec and other Francophone communities. And that's because of the official language minority community measures. Because ultimately, it ended up leading to Anglophone minority communities in Quebec being funded more than Francophone ones in Quebec. If Quebec were independent, then Anglophones would be a minority. But in the current state of things in Canada, they are not. I will quote a study on the funding of universities throughout Canada. This is not very well known. It's a study by Frédéric Lacroix and Patrick Sabourin. It was published a while back, around 2007, but it was a study on the share of funding to universities on the basis of their language. In Quebec at that time, 27.7% of funding was Quebec and federal funding. But the government of Quebec has been shown to be exemplary in its treatment of minority language schools, where it funds Anglophone primary and secondary schools, CEGEPs, and universities. And there is practically no part of Quebec where there are not schools and services for Anglophones, even where there are practically no Anglophones. And the other place where universities are funded more fairly, because in fact in Quebec it's not even fair, it's that Anglophone universities are overfunded. But in New Brunswick, with about 33% of Francophones at that time, 26% of funding was spent on University of Moncton Francophone services. In Ontario, 3%, with 5.9% of Ontarians being Francophone. In Nova Scotia, 1.6% of funding with 4% of Francophones. In Alberta, 0.2%, whereas 2.5% of Albertans are Francophone, and so on and so forth. I would like to interrupt. A point of order.
Bay has a point of order.
Oui, excuse-moi, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, I'm very sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was surprised to hear my colleagues say that the Francophone population of Ontario is 3%. In the north of Ontario, it can be 50% or even up to 70% in the northeastern part of Ontario. The honourable member for La Pointe-Ville. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt. Well, I may have misspoken, but what I meant was the share of funding that goes to Francophone language universities in Ontario. That's 3%. I didn't mean that Franco-Ontarians are 3%. At that time, I believe mother tongues, French speakers in Ontario were 5.9%. What we see here is that French language universities are underfunded throughout Canada, even in Quebec. There's a real situation of underfunding of post-secondary institutions throughout Canada, including in Quebec. And when it comes to primary and secondary schools, a study was done. There aren't too many studies, whether it be for CEGEPs or universities, but there is one for schools carried out by the National Federation of Francophone Parents. This study was from 96 rather. According to the study, only 28.5% of funds were assigned to Francophones in Quebec to teach their mother tongue, while Anglophones in Quebec received 47.7% of subsidies for their schools. So even then, at the very beginning of the Official Languages Act, Anglophone schools in Quebec were overfunded. Everyone in Quebec has always agreed that Anglophones have the right to be able to attend Anglophone institutions because of their status as a historic minority. But this overfunding, well, it means when a language community has strongly funded institutions, that language can continue to be strong and spread. So, if Francophone institutions aren't funded appropriately, even in Quebec, only 55% of language transfers are towards French. It ought to be 90% if the goal is to maintain the weight of French. And in other parts of Canada, it's 99% towards English. We have a long way to go, and we need to fund post-secondary institutions and health. That's all very important. That is what gives French the power to attract new arrivals. French needs to be appropriately funded, both in Quebec and outside Quebec. If we look at how the post-secondary education system is funded in Quebec, and for my friends who support Francophone universities outside Quebec, I would give this to them as an example. In 2015-16, 33% of federal funding was used for the Anglophone system, for post-secondary institutions. In 2018, 2019, 32%. We need to completely restructure the Official Languages Act. We need to stop burying our head in the sand. A step has been taken. The federal government has admitted that French is declining in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. And now, the government needs to put its money where its mouth is. Funding primary and secondary schools and universities, Francophone universities outside Quebec is important. In Quebec, people are concerned because education is an area of provincial jurisdiction. People are concerned that the federal government should have to intervene in the other provinces to ensure that there is a minimum level of Francophone institutions. There's a lot of catching up to be done because as time goes on, the assimilation is continuing. And Francophones and Acadians are struggling with the great courage. They're admirable and should inspire Quebecers, in my opinion. But we all need to come together, all Francophones in Canada, in order to review the Official Languages Act. We need to fight this decline. It's all very well to have good intentions because it's an election campaign. But we all know what happens with good intentions. Very often, once the election is over, then we don't hear any more about it. But if nothing is done, things are going to become unbearable. We're not going to put up with the decline in French. What we've seen in Montreal, we've seen Francophones being a minority in Francophone school. Increasingly, French is becoming a minority language in terms of language spoken at home. If nothing is done, if there isn't a fundamental shift made at once, the consequences will be dire. We heard yesterday from the minister at the Official Languages Committee, but what we heard was not at all reassuring. Because all of Quebec's requests for modernization of the Official Languages Act well, I don't want to blame everyone, but what we really need is for Quebec to be in control of its language policies. We need to recognize that French is a minority language in North America, in a sea of English. And it makes sense that when there are new arrivals to Canada, they want to join the majority. That's normal. And here in Canada, the majority, both in Canada and North America, is Anglophone. And that's why we really want to emphasize that French is the common language in Quebec. If the government really wants to safeguard the future of French outside Quebec, well, we really need to ensure that there is community governance in Acadian communities and elsewhere. I'm sorry, the honourable member doesn't have any more time. We'll now move to the questions and comments period. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, as well as for the motion that he tabled, as well as the request for an emergency debate. It's important that we discuss these issues. Of course, we are supporters of French. Before I became an MP, I earned a living working with French. That's my identity, my history, my daily life. French is everything for me. With regard to Laurentian University, it is key that we have strong institutions, especially in Francophone minority communities. The government is here. It is supporting and encouraging the provinces and territories. We are encouraging them in continuing to provide quality bilingual education. This government has been supporting minority language education for more than 50 years. We will continue to provide funding, and which is currently planned until 2022-23. I'd like to hear from my colleague. We know that the official opposition denies that education is an area of provincial jurisdiction. I'd like to hear from my colleague what is an appropriate use of federal powers in this area. The honourable member for La Pointe-Lille. Please go ahead. I'm sorry. Firstly, I would say that the government of Quebec has been saying that in the Official Languages Act, that the Official Languages Act not be unilaterally imposed on Quebec, that it be negotiated with Quebec, and that it take into account the real needs of the Anglophone community in Quebec as well. We need to take action and criticize what's happening right now. Because right now, Francophone and Acadian communities are fighting day after day. We can see it on the Official Languages Committee. People are shocked that after 50 years of the Official Languages Act, as soon as the pandemic started, it seems like French didn't matter anymore. This government needs to negotiate and make agreements with the provinces. This government needs to recognize the reality. It has started to do so. It needs to continue along that path. Ontario apologized, and yet it hasn't seemed to learn anything from its apology for Regulation 17. It makes no sense. More than 75% of Francophones outside Quebec were assimilated because they didn't have access to French language education. I know someone who moved to Alberta and raised his family there, a union leader, and there was no kindergarten in French there. Then he tried to get education in French at the primary school level, but in the end, he and his family had to move to Quebec because he didn't want to be stuck having to constantly fight for the right for education in Quebec, in French rather. But there are people who continue to struggle, and I support them. Quebecers must show solidarity with Francophones elsewhere in Canada. We need to change the Official Languages Act. And I think that's we can accomplish that. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, with his usual passion, requested an emergency debate tonight on Laurentian University. We know that it's just the tip of the iceberg and that there's a very concerning situation currently in Canada. Now, does my colleague agree with me that when you have a bilingual university in an Anglophone context, the solution would be to have a Francophone institution with an indigenous component as well. Does he think that we need to look for a new governance model with perhaps a new temporary solution that the minister will doubtless be looking at? But I'd like to hear from him on the governance model that he would recommend to be able to exit the current impasse of Laurentian University.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. My colleague gave me the answer in his question. I thank him. We, together, for the first time in Official Languages Committee, have been able to conduct a study on French-speaking communities in Quebec and elsewhere, of course. Now, he said for and by Francophones. That's crucial. The University of Sudbury, along with the Association of Franco-Ontarians, announced that they intend to become a Francophone university. I think we must absolutely support that project. Now, of course, we want to maintain Francophone streams at Laurentian, but we need to move toward for and by Francophone models. But this is serious. You know, earlier I was looking through my list of percentages and funding for universities in the Atlantic provinces and in British Columbia. It's zero. In British Columbia, they have the Saint Jean campus, but we must try to preserve it and help it grow. We need to transition towards for and by Francophones models, as I've been saying, because as Francophone education weakens, well, where will we find teachers and professors? It is essential that Francophone and Acadian communities have access to these French language institutions and educational programs. In my opinion, there should be more programs than there are now. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thank my colleague, the member for Pointe-de-L'Île, for his speech. Sometimes what he's saying is rather unclear, a bit confusing, some statistics and numbers here and there thrown around. And he also said that in Quebec, Francophone students are a minority in Francophone schools. I didn't quite get that. However, I stand in solidarity with him in his passion for defending French and the French fact in Quebec and everywhere in North America. A simple question for him, though. Does he feel that the federal government has a role to play in defending and upholding the rights of Francophone? Does he thus agree that it is the federal government's responsibility to support the French fact in Quebec and everywhere in Canada? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. I'd like to come back on what I was saying earlier. I was referring to students in Montreal in French language school. In some schools in Montreal, they are in minority contexts. I could send you the data. Yes, please do. We can talk about it together, though, in Official Languages Committee. I don't think it's very confusing, though, what I've been saying. All those who defend the French language in Quebec support the models that I was discussing in my speech, and you just have to read some numbers and stats in order to understand what I'm saying. It's all pretty clear. It's important that the government not impose unilateral measures because Quebec, in fact, currently is overfunding Anglophone institutions. So we don't need the federal government to impose actions on us that we must take. That would fly in the face of self-determination principles. And when Quebec made a request, Minister Joly, he said, that's our Constitution, it's in the Constitution. Well, the Constitution was imposed on Quebec. And in fact, it goes against our Law 101. The federal government, we feel, must respect provincial jurisdiction. The government should also stop burying its head in the sand. It seems like the government is sprinkling funds right, left, and center through Canada and then saying, look how well we're doing, all the while the French fact is suffering. Before we continue, I would like to remind the members that when referring to colleagues, members in the House, we must refer to them by riding or by their position in the House. I understand that we can get carried away, that we're very passionate tonight, but that's a general reminder to all. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so happy to see my colleagues tonight. I will be sharing my time with my honoured colleague, the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity and Deputy Minister of Finance. Tonight, we are discussing a very sad event. Laurentian University is an institution which helps its region thrive economically on the one hand and also linguistically. Laurentian offers French language courses and programs to Francophones in Northern Ontario, and as many colleagues have mentioned tonight, there are programs for Indigenous students and communities in Northern Ontario at this university. So this is a crucially important matter. I thank my colleagues for partaking in debate tonight and for sharing their points of view so that together we might find a solution to this problem. Our government, myself included, we are incredibly concerned about the cuts at Laurentian University. Our hearts break. My heart is broken and goes out to professors, to researchers who have been laid off. And our thoughts are also with Laurentian's students who see their educational trajectory possibly being changed right at the end of this school year. We need to think about them and find solutions.
The stories of students we've all heard, French-speaking students, English-speaking students that have lost a lot of opportunities to be able to continue to study in the region of Northern Ontario. Donc, la situation commande.
We need to thus be in solution mode. We need to pick a track and go in that direction. Since 2015, our government has worked very hard to rebuild and strengthen our relationships with Francophone communities from coast to coast to coast, and we have also worked very hard to ensure that people can speak in their language. We made a historic investment of $2.7 billion to help our communities. Moreover, I discussed this with my colleague, the member for Sudbury. We helped with the project to build the Place des Arts in Sudbury. Our track record has many examples of how much action we've taken. For example, the French Ontario University, that's another example of our contributions. Also, Radio-Canada, there were cuts in Windsor, and in so many TV and radio stations in Ontario, we were able to turn that around. We invested $175 million. We also made changes to the census. Moreover, our government increased access to French language services in interacting with federal government services. We have been incredibly proactive. Now, we all know that for a community to be strong and to thrive, for communities to be able to live in French today and for generations to come, it is essential that we have strong institutions. This is essential to the existence, survival, and future of official language minority communities. That's why we've decided to go beyond investments. We have, in fact, decided to change the very core of our language protection system in Canada by modernizing the Official Languages Act. For over 50 years, Canada has had a way to protect language rights. When it comes to education, we have agreements with provinces and territories. We support French language education. The federal government also supports second language education. All this is done through agreements with the provinces and territories. And in fact, the Liberal government has increased annual funding. We increased it in 2018 by 60 million. But when it comes to education, we can't just support primary and secondary education. When parents want their children to continue to speak their languages, then we also need to support daycare programs in both official languages. The educational continuum goes from daycare through primary, through secondary, and of course, through to post-secondary. The educational continuum is essential. And protecting both official languages goes hand in hand with that. We must work together with provinces in order to succeed. The federal system in our Constitution, the Constitution sets out language rights. It sets out the protection of two official languages, which must be protected by the federal government. In the Constitution, it is also established that there be a sharing of jurisdictions. Education is a provincial jurisdiction. The Supreme Court has, through jurisprudence and case law, made many rulings related to this. For example, the situation with school boards in British Columbia, it was decided that there had to be true equity and equality between English and French school boards, and that there should be equal funding for minority language education, which in this case happened to be French. Now, the Saint Jean College, also Laurentian University, the provinces must come to the table. They need to be in solution mode. The provinces need to come forward with strong solutions so that Francophones and Francophiles have access to high-quality French language education in their regions. That's a right we must protect. When it comes to Laurentian University, which we are discussing tonight, I've had conversations with the Ontario Minister of Education and the Ontario Minister of la Francophonie for French language matters. They agree that they need to step up and fulfill their roles in order to protect this Francophone post-secondary institution in Northern Ontario. I am ready to work with them and have many discussions to come, but our provincial partners need to come forward with solutions, and we will then be there to support them through funding. We will be there for them because we, the federal government, strongly believe that we need to support language rights, which is, of course, a federal jurisdiction. But the work itself needs to be done on the ground by the provinces. Ontario, in this case, is experiencing a serious language crisis. Ontario needs to be able to put forward solutions. This is not acceptable. This is not normal, in fact, that a public institution finds itself dealing with courts when there have been management issues. We will support the community. We will ensure that there is sufficient funding. However, in order to have a functional educational system in our country, there must be accountability from provinces. They must fulfill their roles. What's occurring right now is tragic. Many programs have been cut, including the midwifery program, and that is devastating for an entire generation of Francophones. Why? Well, because that is the only midwifery public health program in French offered outside of Quebec, and this is an essential program, educational program for women, especially in that context in Northern Ontario. We look forward to working with academia and with the province in order to fund these institutions. In conclusion, I would like to commend the high-quality work being done for many years now by my colleagues, the members for Sudbury and Nickel Belt. They are very close with their communities. They have Franco-Ontarians in their community, and they are constantly defending and upholding their constituents' rights. Currently, we are working with the Stéphane Gauthiers and the Denis Cotards of the world, individuals who are very involved and who are working to find solutions so that we can protect the vitality of the French fact. There are Franco-Ontarians who are resilient, and we stand with them. We will help and support them. We will defend their language rights. We will ensure the sustainability of French in Sudbury, in Northern Ontario, and everywhere in Canada. And now I'd be happy to answer your questions, dear colleagues. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Islay, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thank the Minister. I thank her for her remarks. I would imagine that the Minister has been aware for some time now that the Laurentian has been struggling. Here's what I would like to know. The university declared itself financially insolvent and filed for creditor protection. When was the Minister made aware of these financial struggles? And what action did she take at that point when she found out about it? Because clearly the Minister heard about this before February. Clearly she heard earlier than that it was not going so well at Laurentian. The Honourable Minister. I thank my colleague for his question. Now, it goes without saying that Laurentian University is an important institution. The conversations were, in fact, that the Laurentian had about its management of public money were more with the provinces, or with the province than with the federal government. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Je veux rappeler before you start the question, I'm just going to pause for a second. J'aimerais rappeler à tout le monde to mute their microphones when they're done. It just avoids a lot of the interference. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank the Minister for joining us today, for bringing these comments. And her and I have had many conversations. As she knows, I am the Member of Parliament for the riding that has Campus Saint-Jean in it. I'm deeply worried about the impacts on universities. And I guess my big concern is that today she spoke about how the provinces need to come to the table, and how we need to depend on our provincial leaders to act. I can't depend on my provincial leader to act. I can't depend on Jason Kenney to do the right thing for the Francophonie in Alberta. So it feels like a cop-out when she says that I need to be able to make sure Jason Kenney will act. How is she going to protect the Francophonie in my riding if we can't get our UCP leader to come to the table?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I commend my colleague for her leadership on the question of Campus Saint-Jean. We had indeed a lot of conversations together regarding the survival of the Campus Saint-Jean. I must say that we, as a federal government, do many things to make sure that Francophones in Alberta are able to continue to have a post-secondary institution. But not only that they're able to uphold their rights. And that's starting by making sure that Campus Saint-Jean has adequate funding, and which I'm very aware of the funding that has been left on the table by the Alberta government. And of course, I want to reiterate the fact that there are $2 million on the table to help the Campus Saint-Jean. That's the first thing. Second thing is we want to make sure that we protect the Court Challenges program in the Official Languages Act, because we very much know that Francophones in Alberta right now are before the courts fighting their Alberta government, and we need to stand by their side to help them, and that is through the Court Challenges program. And I hope that my colleagues of the Conservative Party hear me loud and clear on this one, because we want to make sure that the Court Challenges program is protected in the Official Languages Act when I'll be able to table the bill, and I really hope that they will support that, because we all know that the Court Challenges program was abolished by the Harper government in the past.
Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. 2 questions.
Interrompre encore une fois.
I have to interrupt you once again. May I ask you to lower your microphone, please? There we go. I apologize. I would like to know whether the minister is going to support the university in Sudbury, the one that wants to become a Francophone university. And in Quebec, she says that she wants to help to promote the French language in Quebec. Does that mean the official language development community program as part of the Official Languages Act? Are those going to be just as much supported? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, recently we have sent funding to Ontario to support the recruitment and retention of professors from France. And what we're seeing in the media now is that they're firing them. So it's nonsensical. We are sending funding to Ontario so that we can have French language professors who are going to be able to teach our young people. And here at Laurentian University, we've got professors being fired. So our objective is to work with Ontario to show them that there are solutions. And to answer my colleague's question, with regard to the university in Sudbury, I'm very open to different scenarios, because at the end of the day, the objective is that we need to be able to offer university courses in French in Northern Ontario, because there are Francophones who were born in Ontario and generations before them were born in Ontario, and that's where they want to study. And they're entitled to study there and to live in French. And they want their children and grandchildren to be able to have that right as well, because they will have been educated in French. I apologize, but there is no. You've run out of time. Resuming debate. The honourable member, the honourable minister for Middle Class Prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to start by thanking my colleague, the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages, because we're a good team tonight, and I really appreciate her message and the fact that, Mr. Speaker, that we are standing in solidarity tonight. As we know, as we have shown on many occasions, our official languages are a priority for our government. They are at the very heart of who we are as Canadians, and both French and English are a part and parcel of our collective identity, and our linguistic duality builds bridges between our communities. Mr. Speaker, allow me to begin by digressing. As a very proud Franco-Ontarian who has lived all her life in a minority community, who has grown up, who has studied, who has spoken out for Montfort Hospital, for our secondary institutions, raised my 3 children, worked in our institutions and businesses, and celebrated my Francophone identity every day, I am deeply troubled by this news that is coming out of Sudbury. Like thousands of Canadians, I studied in sociology, and I did a master's in public administration, all in French. So I studied at the Saint Jean campus in Alberta at the University of Ottawa, and I came to appreciate the advantages that those institutions provide to our country, both economically and socially. And I'd also like to take a moment to tell the students, the professors, the staff members, and to the greater community of Sudbury, who are proud Franco-Ontarians, that I am with you and that you are at the very heart of my concerns. Tonight, I would like to thank my parliamentary colleagues I thank them for standing in solidarity with these people who are suffering in this situation. We know and we believe that French language and bilingual post-secondary institutions across the country are vital to the flourishing of our Acadian and Francophone communities in this country. We're at the heart of our official language communities, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, that we are prepared to help Laurentian University and that we will work in partnership with the Ontario government to fix this situation. My colleague has just said so earlier.
That through an ambitious mandate, tireless work, real actions, and concrete investments, our Liberal government has proven our ongoing commitment to the vitality of our official languages and of our linguistic communities. Permettez-moi de rappeler notre plan d'action 2018-2020.
Allow me to talk to you about our Official Languages Act 2018-2023. We're talking about $500 million of investment in addition to existing funds that represent a historic investment of $2.7 billion over 5 years in the area of official languages. These historic investments seek not only to help official language minority communities flourish, but to help Canadians across the country flourish so that they can learn, work, and live in both official languages.
From early learning and childcare to post-secondary and adult learning is essential to the vitality of communities, and our investments reflect that. We have increased investments of $64 million for a total of more than $95 million in infrastructure, including for our community educational infrastructure to support institutions in renovating and upgrading their infrastructure. This means more funding for post-secondary institutions that serve official language minority communities and French second language learners. Notre gouvernement est également fier.
Our government is also proud of the $12.6 million new dollars that are focused on helping Anglophone students to pursue post-secondary studies in French. We also invested some $17 million in another program that gives young people the chance to work for a year as a language monitor in the classes of people who are learning a second language. Mr. Speaker, we must also remember the investment of $62.6 million in strategies of recruitment and retention for French language professors and for French immersion programs for a second language and for French as a second language. Recruitment challenges in terms of qualified teachers to teach in French in Canada are considerable, especially in the context of the pandemic. These new investments will ensure that there are a sufficient number of teachers to meet the demand.
Be working with our partners, the provinces and territories, on this particular issue. Our government is committed to renewing our bilateral agreements to support minority language education and second language instruction. In Budget 2019, the government went a step further by announcing new investments totaling $60 million over 4 years to support minority language education across the country. Concrètement, Monsieur le Président?
Concretely, Mr. Speaker, that means that for the bilateral agreement with Ontario in terms of official languages, according to the 2019-2020 annual report tabled by the province, the federal contribution paid to Laurentian University was over $1 million in 2019-2020. The Government of Canada supports Laurentian University through its bilateral education agreement with the Ontario government. Between 2015-2016 and 2019-20, $59.3 million were paid to by the Government of Canada to support all of post-secondary education in Ontario. We are also very proud to say that under the 2020-2023 agreement, the federal contribution in 2020-2021 supporting post-secondary education is over $16 million, and that is in addition to research funding, as my colleague from Sudbury underscored this evening.
Important work that we do for rights holders. We have also increased core funding for organizations working to promote and support minority language education, empowering them to encourage more right holders to choose minority education, and facilitate sharing of educational resources with educators. Au niveau des ayants droit, j'ajouterais
With regard to rights holders, I would add that our government has not only reinstated the census long form, but it has also added new questions to the short and long form censuses with a view to the 2021 census, which will better allow us to count the number of rights holders in terms of minority language education rights. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to promote and protect our official languages and will continue to put forward developmental measures that will achieve this goal. We are pleased to continue the work that we've begun with our provincial and territorial counterparts and with our opposition colleagues with regard to achieving this common goal. This is something that is in favor of solidarity. And we need to think about future generations who want to attend post-secondary institutions in French across the country, and I'm thinking of my children among others. We will continue to do this because it's the right thing to do, and also because it is the smart thing to do. We know that when we invest in our communities, education, trade, tourism, and Francophone culture, all of these areas will prosper across the country. From Moncton to Sudbury and across the country, we have dynamic linguistic communities that are very resilient, and that is why I am proud to represent the residents of Ottawa-Vanier. And Mr. Speaker, and I am also proud to be part of a government that works and that is proactive for official language communities, and which makes considerable investments. So I hope that we will be able to continue together to work to find solutions, and I would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having given me the floor this evening. Thank you.
Just
before I call for questions and comments, there are a number of members who would like to put questions, so I would ask the honourable members to keep their interventions short and brief. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the speech of my colleague who was calling for us to stand in solidarity this evening, but this is a crisis, and unfortunately, I heard her pat herself on the back a lot. I heard her talking about downloading these issues to the provinces. So I'm going to ask her about my concern. Does she agree with the proposal of the Assemblée francophone de l'Ontario to, as soon as possible, redirect federal funding that was supposed to go to Laurentian University to the Sudbury University? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Middle Class Prosperity. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I think we need to look at all the options that are on the table to make sure that we work with the community. We know that the Francophone community in Ontario, well, it's not the first time that it's gone through this type of reality. I remember when we were demonstrating for the Collège Boréal, for the Collège de la Cité, for the Francophone Ontario University, and now it's time to see with the Ontario government how the federal government can contribute to the thriving of these Francophone programs in Sudbury. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try and keep this brief, even though the question of the French language is something that we could talk about for hours. 50 years ago in Canada, there was the Official Languages Act that was adopted, and it sought to protect both French and English as minority languages sustainably until the end of time. But now, 50 years, here we are again on an emergency debate because there's a Francophone community in Ontario that is threatened. According to StatsCan, the power of Francophones outside of Canada was 3.8%, and in 2036, it's going to have diminished considerably. So it is time now to say that the Official Languages Act has been a failure, and we need to move on to something else. Doesn't the Minister agree? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I would say, on the contrary, since I have worked on developing the reform of this future Official Languages Act, I think that we have achieved a modernization of this act that will allow the communities to continue thriving, but it will also continue the French language it will allow the French language to thrive across the country, and we will be able to encourage both official language minorities to live in their language across the country.
James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earth to Liberal Cabinet. Laurentian University is on fire. What I heard from that minister was a lot of pats on the backs to the Liberals that everything's fine. Well, everything's not fine. That's why we're having an emergency debate. The destruction of the Indigenous language program, Anishinaabe language, Cree language, the training of a young generation of Indigenous people who live in the North and stay in the North in law, in politics, and environment, that's all gone. I have heard nothing from that member who sits at the Prime Minister's table about what they're going to do. Nothing. We heard from the member of Sudbury he's going to bring a private member's bill at some point in the distant future. They are abandoning Laurentian. I want the member to tell us, what is her cabinet going to do to help the people of Laurentian, particularly Indigenous students?
Well, Minister of Middle Class Prosperity.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that I can tell my honourable colleague that I'm in the same boat as you are. And I am suffering to see that once again our French language institutions are still having to fight in order to survive, in order to offer programs in both French and English. And as you said, to develop and support Indigenous communities. I think that we need to sit around the table with the Ontario government to see how together how we can work hard to better serve communities and better support the programs that will be offered in Ontario. My family comes from Northern Ontario, and they have all told me that we need to act, and I said we would work together with the Ontario government to develop a plan that will ensure that we can support our institutions, not only in the North, but across the country.
Question, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I think there are two orders of problems here that are crises. One is to universities in general across Canada, but when we look at Laurentian, I don't think I'm wrong to say this. I'm going to be blunt. The Ontario government is partly responsible for this mess. 4 of the people on the Board of Governors are appointees of the Ontario government. The Faculty Association is calling for the minister responsible for colleges and universities in the Ontario government to be fired. There's been mismanagement. They spent millions on building buildings instead of paying professors, and now 110 professors are out of work. Programs are slashed. I think the federal government needs to step up and say this is a publicly funded university. We are going to save it, not trust the current mismanagement to figure out how to mismanage more dollars if this government gives them those dollars.
The Honourable Minister.
And I want to thank my honorable colleague for sharing her views and also the reality of what's happening in Ontario. But I think at this time, it's really important also to be part of the solution. And this is why our government will be working with the government of Ontario to try to see how we will make sure that there are French language programs and also other programs that are delivered, not only in the region of Sudbury, but for the whole region of the Northern Ontario. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be joining tonight's emergency debate on the situation unfolding at Laurentian University, and to say at the outset that I will be sharing my time. Mr. Speaker, we see a fairly familiar pattern when we talk about, in this House, the federal government's actions in areas where there's a primary role for the provincial government. And it's frustrating for me to see how this unfolds. Very often, the federal government is eager to offer opinions, direction about what other levels of government should be doing. And yet in the same areas or in proximate areas, we see the federal government neglecting their own responsibilities. They are more keen to tell provincial governments how to manage things within their own affairs, how to spend their own money, than they are to step up with respect to their own responsibilities. And I think this is very familiar to Canadians when they see the unfolding of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Prime Minister has not been shy about offering provinces all manner of advice about things in provincial jurisdiction and trying to pass blame off, for instance, around the vaccine procurement challenges, pass blame off to other levels of government. And yet on things that are clearly within the jurisdiction of the federal government, things like appropriate measures at the border, things like the kind of screening processes, things like resolving the absurd spectacle of their hotel quarantine policy, things like actually procuring vaccines in the first place for provinces to then distribute, or supporting a kind of tracing infrastructure that would assist the provinces. We see these failures in areas of federal responsibility, but then a diversion of the conversation to what members of this government think the provinces should be doing. Now, when it comes to official languages, when it comes to defending the vital linguistic duality we have in this country, of course, there is a core responsibility for the federal government. And any time they don't agree with the direction another level of government is going in this respect, the federal government is, and members of the Liberal caucus are very loud about it. And yet, when it comes to actually partnering with the provinces, stepping up and engaging and being at the table appropriately in a federal way to defend official languages in areas of federal responsibility, there has been a lack of response. And I know members of our caucus have been calling on the government to modernize the Official Languages Act, for example. Something, the Official Languages Act is a federal statute very clearly within federal jurisdiction. And we see the failure of this government to move on that at the same time as talking about what happens at other levels of government. So as an MP for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I want to say that I believe very much in the importance of the French language. I'm proud of the strong, vibrant Francophone community that we have within my own constituency, and I've been pleased to support their work through letters to ministers with respect to work that they're doing, projects that they're pursuing, and I've benefited from French language education that's available at the Faculté Saint-Jean in the Greater Sherwood Park area, as we like to call it, in Edmonton. So, Mr. Speaker, although the issues at Laurentian University, the issues in Sudbury aren't local to me, I can identify with and appreciate the importance of having strong programs and supports that are available, and in particular that are available to support programs for Indigenous languages as well as Francophone type programs. Mr. Speaker, I've been looking at the numbers here because I think they're interesting in terms of understanding what's happening and some of the engagement of the provincial as well as the federal government. Now, this is just one observation that I would have, that in the province of Ontario, the provincial government in the 2020-2021 fiscal year allocated $74.19 million for Francophone, for French language programs in Ontario, whereas the federal contribution was much less. The federal contribution was at $14 million. So the Ontario government is substantially providing for French language education in the province, and far over and above the federal contribution. So I know it's not for me to say. We don't have anybody from the Ontario government who's able to speak in the House to defend their point of view, but I suspect they would challenge the federal government and say, if you have suggestions, if you have ideas, if you have things you want to see happen, then coming to the table and providing that support might be one way to do that. Of course, we know that following many comments about the Francophone University in Ontario, it ultimately came to pass that there was an agreement that was signed between the federal government and the Ontario government to support a standalone Francophone university here in Ontario. And so the federal government engages more constructively when it recognizes its own areas of responsibility and are willing to come to the table in those areas, rather than simply trying to sort of dictate and tell other levels of government what they should be doing. And the other point, I think it's evident in the numbers in terms of spending, so I think it's worth observing that the provincial government has the provincial government support accounts for 40% of Laurentian's total revenues. That's in the last year available for that data, 2019-2020. And that compares to the provincial average in this province here of 23% for the percentage of the university's revenue that comes from the province. So the argument would be that Laurentian University is receiving substantial dollars in terms of provincial support, and clearly there are challenges, clearly there are needs, and there's a need for discussion and resolution and getting towards addressing those issues. But the federal government, again, while keen to point the finger sometimes, I think needs to recognize its areas of responsibility when it comes to official languages, when it comes to defending and supporting university education, when it comes to working collaboratively with the provinces on these issues. And Mr. Speaker, it's not central to the topic tonight, but I did want to just briefly reflect as well on, I think it's important for members to just think about and ask the question of how the delivery of education programs is going to change with changing technology. I know many people in my own circles are looking at university programs that are in other parts of the country perhaps, or further away, or joint programs that are happening between institutions, and their participation in those programs is enabled by distance learning, by the kind of online environments that we're all living in as a result of COVID-19. And I think there'd be one school of thought that says, well, as soon as the pandemic is over, people are just going to want to snap back to the way it was, and there'll be a desire to have the same kind of on-campus presence, most programs offered in person, the way things were, not in every case, but generally speaking, prior to the pandemic. But there's another school of thought that maybe the flexibility that's associated with kind of the new potential learning environment, people being able to take university courses from institutions anywhere in the world, from the comfort of their own homes, their own home communities, provided that they have sufficient internet access. That is another sort of possible future world. So I think one of the questions that we should be thinking about in terms of post-secondary institutions in Canada is how that possible adaptation will occur. How our universities could thrive by offering education programs to people all over the world who might want to participate remotely, some of whom would no doubt like to be on campus, but some of whom will want to participate in and benefit from those programs from other parts of the country and indeed other parts of the world. So my encouragement to the federal government, to provincial governments, would be to think about how to collaborate with universities in this process of innovation so that we have a thriving university sector coming out of this pandemic and kind of riding these technological trends, offering top instruction and information to people who are interested in accessing those programs from all over the world. I know it's exciting to think about the opportunities that my kids may have to be able to study somewhere else, to be able to take courses in different parts of the world at the same time. And so we should try to be, I think, hopeful and build towards that future where Laurentian University and other post-secondary institutions will be a strong part of our national fabric into the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Alors, la députée de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
All right, we'll continue then. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. He, of course, is my neighbor, and his comments were very, very interesting. One of the questions that I have for him, though, is that, you know, he talks about the value of online learning. He talks about the excitement of being able to study abroad or study in different places. I'm just wondering, first of all, does he not recognize that campuses, that Francophone campuses, particularly in communities outside of Quebec, are vital to the communities that they support? He'll know in my community, in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, that the Campus St. John is fundamental to the Francophone community that we have in our riding. And without it, we would lose so much of what makes Edmonton Strathcona so special. I'm just wondering if he recognizes the value that campuses have for their communities, for the communities in which they reside. If he could comment on that, please.
Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member, I actually specifically addressed the benefits that I personally received from language classes at Faculty St. John. So I very much understand and appreciate the value of communities that are created by physical locations. I had addressed the issue of potential changing technology around the delivery of university education relatively parenthetically at the end of my remarks. But I think it's just important to note that changing technology may provide opportunities for strengthening these campus communities as well. If existing campus communities are also able to draw in additional revenue, perhaps by offering online as well as in-person opportunities, that doesn't in any sense negate the value of those campus environments, but it gives them more flexibility to offer more courses, more offerings, and to reach more students in person as well as remotely. And I think these kinds of evolutions are going to happen as people seek for them to happen, but we should be watching and attentive to these trends and supporting innovation so that all of our campus communities can survive into the future.
Question et commentaire. Alors, la députée de...
Questions and comments?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie mon collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank him for his excellent speech this evening.
Présidente de l'ACPPU.
Ms. Brenda Huston-Smith has said that bad decisions when it comes to modernizing the campus led to huge mortgages for half-empty buildings. I would imagine that this is a reference to what was in the speech. Universities have to adapt to new technologies and realities. My colleague for Strathcona did mention, however, that Francophone institutions are extremely important for Francophone communities outside of Quebec. Can there be a connection between new technologies and the physical presence of campuses in Francophone communities? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
For a very insightful question. Of course, there can and there must be a connection between those strong physical campuses, but also being able to offer more options to more people. There are, I'm sure, many cases of people in Alberta that would be interested in benefiting, to use my province as an example, would be interested in benefiting from things that are courses that are available at Faculty Saint John, but don't live in or around Edmonton, and for whom it's not feasible or practical for them to attend courses in person. The evolving technological environment allows that campus to be able to offer more services to more people at a greater distance. But that doesn't take away from the importance and the value of the physical community, and it becomes a destination that maybe students that are studying at a distance can still come to and participate in physical events from time to time. So there can be a connection between that adaptation to the new environment and the opportunities that it presents, while at the same time working to reinforce the physical environments. We don't know exactly how that evolution is going to work, of course. It's hard to predict these things in advance, but I think it will be driven by precisely the things that students are seeking. It will be driven by demand, and government should work with these institutions to offer the best possible options.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Mamagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before starting my speech, please allow me to send greetings to my colleague from Sudbury, who made a speech at the beginning of the evening. It was a very important speech, which evidently dealt with his region, his city, his family, the institution of Laurentian University. And he obviously cares a great deal, I have no doubts. I sat with him on the Official Languages Committee for many years, and I wish to extend greetings because I come from La Pocatière, that's my hometown, where there's no university, but there is a private college with 500 students, and they come from all over the world. We have a high school, a public high school, that's very important, and of course primary schools. We have an agri-food technology institute, which at one point was threatened, and there was a university presence until 1962. The University of Laval had its Faculty of Agriculture in La Pocatière. I'm putting myself in his shoes, and I understand how difficult this is, not only for him, but for the people in Sudbury to see, perhaps not the disappearance, but just how at risk Laurentian University is right now. This situation is extremely concerning. Laurentian University in Sudbury has existed since 1960. I did a bit of research. The priest Gustave Blanche is part of that institution's history. There are priests who, in Sudbury and in La Pocatière, founded these educational institutions in our communities. I see in La Pocatière what educational institutions can do in terms of economic spin-offs, but also in terms of all kinds of aspects that are connected to it. For Northern Ontario, when it comes to post-secondary education, it's clearly very important to have access to university. It's not crucial just because it's the only university in this region, which is over 4 hours travel from Toronto. It's also important to ensure the survival of Francophone communities, including in Sudbury. This university was well recognized and is still well recognized, in spite of the administrative problems that have led to it filing for creditor protection. The fact that this institution is now under creditor protection, well, what I have to say might seem strange, but in every threat there are opportunities. And one of those opportunities for Laurentian University is to perhaps clean up what's happening in its administration, because the creditor protection provisions allows an institution to clean out its accounts. for example, with different financial partners. I'm trying to look at this in a positive light, in the sense that there could be an elimination of many debts that the university accumulated and is carrying. This could perhaps lead to better long-term survival if the federal government and the government of Ontario work together to invest additional funds to relaunch the university. Of course, the current situation is preventing a full relaunch right now. Contrary to what my colleague for Sherbrooke announced earlier, indicating that the official opposition doesn't recognize that this is under provincial jurisdiction, on the contrary, we fully respected and uphold this jurisdiction. Now, when it comes to the daily administration of universities in Ontario, the Government of Canada has a role to play. It has a role to play in supporting Francophone minority communities. I was on the Official Languages Committee for quite some time. I know full well that the role of the federal government is extremely important, and the minister mentioned it earlier. However, one fact remains is that the current Liberal government has been in place for quite some time. I don't want to politicize the debate, but the Minister of Official Languages makes very lovely announcements, gives fine speeches, but needs to invest more in supporting official languages and official language communities. Can the Liberal government explain to us if they've spent record levels on supporting Francophone communities, where has all the money gone? I raised the issue with the minister earlier. At what point was it known that the university was in danger? Perhaps, surely this was known well before February of this year. I would like to know at which point the minister was aware of the situation, and what were the actions taken at that time, and what conversations were held with the provincial government that perhaps could have led to avoiding the situation we're in now. There were articles in Radio-Canada and La Presse about this subject. The problems of this university are not recent. It takes years of bad management to end up in a situation where an institution is considered insolvent. Ms. Brenda Austin-Smith, the president of the CPPU, says that administrators will be held accountable for their lack of transparency when it came to financial matters. I believe we have to go back several years in the past to find out what was happening. But my question for today is, did COVID amplify the problems that occurred? This is surely not the only reason, however, that the university is in this difficult situation now. I would like to congratulate or extend greetings to students and to faculty members. Students are doing their best to fulfill academic requirements right now, trying to finish their programs, and these cuts are obviously very difficult to accept for professors and students. Surely many of them are asking questions about their future. The university has nearly 7,000 students, and many of them are Francophones, about 2,300. 2,300 Francophone students means that that institution is a large French-speaking institution. I would like to thank my colleague who proposed this emergency debate. It is a duty for Francophone MPs to debate solutions that could be put forward, to do everything to make sure that the opportunity I was talking about earlier could become a reality. And this university could perhaps be relaunched with a new foundation. However, there's a great deal of uncertainty. Students, of course, are doing their best to get their diplomas. My colleague for Sudbury mentioned it. It would be a disaster if these students had to leave the region to study elsewhere. The reality is that when students leave to study elsewhere, they often don't come back to their original region and they decide to move on elsewhere. This would be really devastating for Sudbury. I'm not sure what my new Democratic colleagues are proposing for what the federal government could do. Do they want the federal government to nationalize universities? I sure hope not, but it could happen. The collective agreements for the staff have to be negotiated and perhaps modified because the university is insolvent. I don't know what the NDP has to say about that. There's a great deal of consequences because of the current situation. Laurentian University has been providing French language programs, but will they be able to support those? Will they be able to do more? I believe that the minister will have to provide more clarification about that. Questions and comments? First of all, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague. We have the Official Languages Act, and people are treating English and French as though they are on the same footing. The French language is clearly not on the same footing. There's been 2 emergency debates on French in Canada. My question is for my colleague is, when did the House of Commons last have a debate about the future of English in Canada? The Honourable Member from Mamie, l'Île-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Evidently, we know full well, and the Bloc Québécois is well aware, that Canada is a country where English is dominant and French is in a minority situation. When we talk about issues that affect communities that are in a minority situation throughout Canada, of course, these are situations that are very precarious. The Official Languages Act did help to maintain those communities. I do agree with him, however, that there is more to be done. I certainly share his opinion with regards to that. There are many projects that have been put forward by different governments over the last 50 years to ensure that there's better visibility and to ensure that communities throughout Canada can not only survive but thrive.
Hamilton Mountain. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate everybody's interventions tonight. But I must say, we got to stay on topic about what we're actually talking about today, and that's about an institution, a public institution, a university that's going into bankruptcy protection and trying to survive. And when you really look at it, it's nothing to do about French language or English language. It's about an institution that's made some bad mistakes by its board of directors. Also, the provincial government has cut $360 million in Ontario universities. And the federal government has also been stagnant at what they've been giving as they usually give, and they've cut too. But the full-time faculty has declined over the few years, so it's not salary costs. And what it is, it's some bad decisions been made by the board that they're over-mortgaged. They have empty buildings sitting there, and we got to find out a better way that the provincial government and the federal government can provide proper funding and to make sure that these institutions stay alive. We just can't concentrate in saying, well, we're going to talk about it's a French school or it's going to be an English school. This is just the start of it. The provincial government in Ontario is doing a very sneaky way of saying to the federal government, provide more funding, even though we cut costs, or we're going to privatize.
We will have to get on with the response to that. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much for the question. As I was saying earlier, from the time, for now we cannot change the past, unfortunately. We need to look to the future. And there are opportunities in the future. What will those opportunities be? They will be mainly financial. I agree with my colleague. This university has English and French programs, mostly English ones. However, the federal government can certainly make some targeted interventions and will have to do more than what has been done in the past in order to ensure that the university can restart on more solid financial foundations. I agree that it's a shame to see a university in this situation. This is, however, an opportunity for everyone to work together and ensure that its development is done with administrators that will be able to effectively manage it.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I want to say that I appreciate his approach of talking about management problems for this university. This isn't a recent development. Newspapers in Sudbury have reported that there were serious problems at the university for some time. However, no one made the effort to ask, to demand that management avoid total disaster. What does he think we can do now? The honourable member. I'll say again that I understand, of course, we can judge what happened in the past, but we have to change. We can't repeat the same mistakes. Students are not at fault. Professors are not at fault. The only people who are responsible for the mess that the university is in is the administrators. They have to be held accountable. If they haven't done the work that was necessary to ensure the viability of that institution, they have to be replaced. So let's look to the future and what can be done. However, money must be granted with conditions to ensure that the university can ensure its future development. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a proud Franco-Ontarian and a member for Orleans. I am deeply concerned and shocked by the Black Monday that our community in Northern Ontario has gone through. These devastating cuts, mostly to Francophone programs, serve to remind us, once again, that our official language communities and their institutions are always in danger of assimilation. Our post-secondary institutions are keys to ensure that the Francophonie remains strong, and they have to ensure the survival of our language and our Francophone communities. I am pleased to see that yesterday that our Parliament and its members united behind my community and decried these cuts. Every member of this place, deeply concerned about the fate of this post-secondary institution, has sent a clear message. Our institutions must be protected. Governments must act. This House also sent a clear message to the provincial governments. They have to protect education in minority languages and services in minority languages as a priority. And this is not what we've been seeing from governments in Ontario and Alberta. Conservative governments who are cutting every time they wish to into services and institutions for Francophones. It takes mobilization and unity and protests to finally establish a dialogue with these governments. Let us be clear. The federal government is ready, committed, and has the duty to help. But we expect for the provincial governments to also be accountable and responsible for their own jurisdictions. Every government must unite to find solutions and protect the institutions for the Canadian Francophonie. The Francophone community in Ontario has been able to count on this government in the past, and we will remain an ally of the Franco-Ontarian community during this dark chapter. They count on our government because we've demonstrated time and again that we are there for Francophones from coast to coast. In the throne speech, we made a historic step by recognizing that the federal government has a role to play in protecting and promoting French in Quebec and the rest of Canada. A month ago, the Official Languages Minister followed up with a game plan to modernize the Official Languages Act. It promoted real equality of English and French and proposed a roadmap. It promoted English and French clearly, effectively, and remained centered on Canadians. I'm proud to support this transparent approach, and I am sure that the new bill will be welcomed. This document starts by recognizing many realities. First of all, French is vulnerable. French requires additional protection. For the first time, the Government of Canada will adapt its interventions and take real measures to protect and to support key institutions for official language minority communities, namely Laurentian University, in order to ensure their vitality. We will, of course, act by fully respecting provincial administration and the existing rights of English language minority communities. It should be understood, of course, that the government will never stop supporting Canadians as long as this feeling of linguistic insecurity persists. As the minister said, this is a matter of respect and dignity for everybody who speaks French.
Speaker, I would like to highlight the measures in the reform document that will help promote French language learning from coast to coast to coast by increasing opportunities no matter where you live. Our government recognizes that it is unacceptable that parents who want their children to learn French are subject to wait lists and lotteries to register their children in converted immersion programs, or that adults do not have access to the opportunities they desire to learn their second official language. Rest assured, our government will act. The reform document outlines the development of Moril, a free online second official language learning tool designed for adults, a new Francophone immigration corridor for qualified French teachers, and a national initiative in collaboration with the provinces and territories to recognize French language teaching qualification across Canada to facilitate greater professional mobility. Finally, but not least, is our government's renewed commitment to official language minority communities. The reform document outlines new regulation for federal institutions to take with respect to positive measures under Part 7 of the Official Language Act, increased supports to community institutions, and establishing a better estimate to eligible right holders for minority language education under the Charter. In partnership with local organizations and stakeholders, we will ensure that these communities, Francophone outside Quebec and Anglophone in Quebec, continue to thrive well into the future. Je vous encourage à jeter un...
I urge you to consult the document in question, Mr. Speaker. Under our government, the future of official languages is bright. We will continue to support French and to reinforce the official languages of Canada. And I say to you all, professors, researchers, students, I say to you, We are and we will continue to thrive. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, the member for Orléans, and I would ask her just very clearly if she could respond. When it comes to the underfunding of universities across Canada, hasn't that created this very same situation at Laurentian University? Because they're unable to offer the services that English language, French language, and Indigenous students require. What is your government going to do concretely to fund all of universities so that they can carry out their missions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. In 2018, the government tabled an action plan for official languages, an historic investment of over $1 billion. So that's actually some $500 million more. And the Liberal government did so to help official language minority communities, because French was lagging in Canada. And I would like to say that there was also additional investment for official language minority communities. So there were some $60 million also in the 2019 budget. So we have to keep doing more, and that's why the minister sent a letter to the Minister of Education of Ontario and the Minister of Francophone Affairs of Ontario to say that we are committed to helping Laurentian University because the community is expecting that. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-les-Lacs, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question for my colleague. Has the Liberal government already identified amounts that it intends to invest to help Laurentian University? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I appreciate the question from my colleague because he was talking about provincial jurisdiction in his speech, and as we've done so from the beginning, we've been working with our colleagues in the provinces and territories, and the Ontario government contacted us, and we continue to work together. And we're going to have to sit down together to agree on how to save Laurentian University. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development for the region of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and I'd like to congratulate her for being appointed Parliamentary Secretary to Economic Development and Official Languages. I would like her to go into a bit more detail on how important it is to cooperate and to stand in solidarity to ensure that we can work with the province of Ontario to achieve significant results in order to promote the French language in official language minority communities. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's a very relevant one. You know, in November 2018, the federal government worked with the Ford government and reached out to the government with to support the Ontario Francophone University. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say, well, it's not just here in this House. I mean, obviously, it's important to have this debate in the House, but I'd like to thank also all the organizations that continue to work in this regard. We're trying to protect the French language and we need all Canadian Francophone communities to help us. And also the province of Ontario, though, must work with us. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask you to turn your mic on, please, to activate your microphone. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you for this important debate. I am very proud to be here this evening as a member for Nickel Belt and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. I'm in my Ottawa office for this important debate, and I'd like to say that Laurentian University is a pillar of the Greater Sudbury area and of all of Northern Ontario. Laurentian University offers first-class services for Anglophones, Indigenous students, Francophones, and even international students. Let's be clear. This university is very close to my heart. It's part of 3 generations of my family, my friends. My father started at the University of Sudbury and he graduated in 1958. From Laurentian University. Rather, he started in 58 and graduated from Laurentian in 1962. My daughter graduated from Laurentian with her master's in speech therapy.
Greater Sudbury with a population of 160,000, where my riding of Nickel Belt represents 45% of the population of Greater Sudbury, where I share the riding with my colleague, MP for Sudbury. Since being elected in 2015, it's been a tag team approach with my colleague MP from Sudbury to ensure Laurentian and the entire region receives its share of funding, which is our responsibility as a member of Parliament. Earlier in this debate, we talked about all the funding announcements we've made to support Laurentian University. I want to assure you tonight that we have been there to support Laurentian University, and we will continue to support post-secondary institutions in Greater Sudbury and all over Northern Ontario. Thank you to all my constituents, family, for communicating with myself and my team under these very challenging times. In addition to all the anxiety everyone is facing for COVID-19, please continue to be safe and reach out to your neighbors. Laurentian University is so important for several generations of men and women of accessing higher education and leaders of yesterday, today, the future, and have roots all over the world. Let's be clear. I'm very disappointed and actually angry that we have arrived at the situation today. I'm so sad for our community, what it's going through, the massive uncertainty and of the faculty, the staff, the students, who are finalizing their exams as we speak, and the many students who are unclear if they want to attend Laurentian University in September. What can we do as elected officials? What can we do as a community? Members of city councils for Greater Sudbury, the provincial and federal government, to support the many faculty and staff who have lost their jobs and all the uncertainty that the students have today. These are our friends, neighbors, and families. What role can the Sudbury Chamber of Commerce play and can actively get involved in facilitating employment opportunities to retain the talented individuals in our community? I can take the remainder of my time in the debate tonight to simply say it's a provincial jurisdiction with the province of Ontario and let the local MPPs advocate at Queen's Park. No, we got to work this together. J'aimerais aussi remercier le personnel.
I would also like to thank the staff and the governing board of the 3 university federations who actually founded Laurentian University 60 years ago. Without these foundations, Laurentian University simply wouldn't exist. They give excellent courses, the Sudbury University, and they also give to older adults.
Program on environmental studies, living with lakes, fielding, building of mining, innovation, studies that are respected all around the world. Les cours d'enseignement qui ont été coupés pour nous.
The teaching programs
That keep on growing is so important for our region to understand the history, the culture, and the link with the environment and Indigenous communities all across Northern Ontario. CROSH, health and safety training, world-class health and safety training that was created with the local steel workers union and Valley. Snow Lab, world-class neutrino lab, many other programs. And NSERC funding, there's many national research chairs at Laurentian. Finally, we need to find a solution. All political parties and governments need to work together to support our communities of Greater Sudbury. I know the people of Sudbury are very concerned, but I know the people of Sudbury are resilient. And I know we will get through these challenging times. J'aimerais remercier
I would like to thank Minister Mélanie Joly and Minister Mona Fortier for having listened to us, for having shown openness, and for having taken action to work with the Francophone communities of Ontario, the community of Greater Sudbury, and also for having worked closely with the province of Ontario. I can assure you that the federal government will take its responsibilities because we're talking about official languages, official language minority communities, and we must find a solution and work together with the province of Ontario. So I would also like to thank the countless volunteers, the Francophone organizations, people who continue to work for and support the French language. Laurentian University is an important institution. Laurentian University is at the very heart of the economic development of the Greater Sudbury area, and we must together work to find solutions. And I really appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity of having been able to participate in this debate. We want to be able to be proactive, and I will be happy to take questions from my colleague, but I know that together we will work to protect Laurentian University because we care about French language services and we want to find a solution. Thank you.
Comments. Commentaire. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been in this House all night listening to the Liberals make excuse after excuse, and it seems to be this pattern that there's a lack of responsibility being taken. And I'm so perplexed because for years, both the member for Sudbury and this member for Nickel Belt, both parliamentary secretaries within the government have sat idly by while this crisis has unfolded. And they are members of the government, and yet it's New Democrats that brought this emergency debate forward. I wanted to read to him a message that I got and hope that he has a response for Haley Horton. She's a fourth-year midwifery student at Laurentian University. She was born and raised in Blind River. She wants to return there on her graduation, but her school is stopped. It's been cut off entirely. And she wants to know, there's a critical need for obstetrical and reproductive services in the north. He must know this. He serves with me on the Status of Women Committee. We know that there is a lack of reproductive services for women. What does he have to say to Haley Horton about the lack of midwifery services, the ending of her education, and his unwillingness and his government's unwillingness to take responsibility?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, the member, for this important question. And yes, I appreciate the question here and the time that we spend on the Status of Women Committee. And yes, it is sad. It is when we look at the students here in the midwifery program and like many other programs that were cut, this is unexpected. Laurentian did took the course of action here with the CCWA that shocked everybody. But I want to assure that we need to find a solution. There is no silver bullet here. We have to work with the province. We have to make sure that the province is accountable. This is provincial jurisdiction, But I want to assure the member, and she knows this, that the federal government will be there to support universities, but we have to make sure that we wait and see the developments on the core process, and then we see and work with the province to ensure that we have a plan. What is the plan right now to fund? Are you suggesting that Mr. President, is the member suggesting that we provide $1 million, $2 million, $10 million, $100 million? We have no plan right now from the province, and it's important to have a plan to make sure that we look at the long-term sustainability of programs at Laurentian University in North Ontario.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lélac, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. Obviously, he's from that region, and he's a parliamentary secretary, as my other colleague is. Now, clearly, we're at a crucial moment now, but we could have seen this coming for over a year, and I would like to ask my colleague, how was he involved, and how was his political party was involved? What could the solution have been? Because he's talking about a partnership with the province of Ontario, but it's as if they want to transfer everything to Ontario. But what has my colleague been able to do over the past year with the government to examine the situation? Because they must have seen it coming. It was clear they've been under the protection of the CCAA for a few months now. So what has my colleague done to prevent this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you for the question, and I would like to assure my colleague that since 2015,
avec les députés de cette body, les deux, nous travaillons étroitement avec l'administration, avec le personnel.
We have been working closely with the university. We've been to support the programs there. We've been engaging with the board of directors, with the administration, with the staff. We've been trying to tackle the financial problems along with them, and I can speak for myself. I did not expect them to resort to the CCCA, or rather the CCAA. It's a drastic decision, but I'd like to ensure that we are here. We're looking to see how we can support the university in these difficult times. And we also have to support the staff and the students. But the plan remains the same. We have to find a way together with the province. There's no real magic bullet to give a response right now, given the difficult situation that Laurentian finds itself in.
The Honourable Member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so interested in speaking on this topic, a university in Sudbury, Ontario. Now, I'm a member from the west coast of Canada, almost as far away from Sudbury as you can get in Canada. And I'm speaking on the heels of a member of Parliament from that region. So I have a great deal of respect for that, and I speak tonight with a bit of trepidation. But the reason I'm so interested in the topic is that I understand that Laurentian University has a very big French-speaking department. And I'm a proud Canadian, and my Canada is comprised, it was founded by two founding nations, one French-speaking, one English-speaking. I was raised by immigrants from Europe, Dutch speakers, and they were very proud to become Canadians. But to them, Canada was two languages, French and English. That's the way I was raised, and that's the way we raised our children. And I can tell you that there are a lot of people out here on the West Coast, even though British Columbia is the most English-speaking, most unilingual province in the whole country. There are a lot of people out here who are very interested in what's going on in Ontario, in the Franco-Ontario community and in universities like Laurentian University, which is doing its part to promote the French language. So, Mr. Speaker, to me, Canada is, as they said, founded on two nations, but that does two founding nations, but it is not geographic first and foremost. The Ottawa River Valley is not the dividing line between French Canada and English Canada. I believe that Canada is dual from coast to coast. That is the Canada that I'm standing for. That is why I got into politics, because I'm a passionate Canadian, and I want to do my part to promote unity within that diversity. That is what Canada is, and that's the Canada that I want to fight for. So even though I'm out in the West Coast, I'm very interested in the topic. And I do not stand alone, because I know that many people in my riding are passionate about Canada and about the dual nature of Canada. So if you look at French immersion enrollment out here in British Columbia, it is very big. 6,400 British Columbia students enrolled in French immersion schools. And if we could build more people would go. I know there are a number of them in my riding here, and the parents and the children are passionate about what they do. We could double the number of French immersion programs and we would fill them. So I know I do not stand alone. I'm speaking on behalf. I have the confidence that I have the backing of my constituents when I am passionate about Canada being both French and English. And I applaud the efforts of universities like Laurentian University that would put that forward. I said I was raised by...
I just have to interrupt the honourable member there for a moment. The honourable opposition whip on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear the member, but I believe he was intending to split his time with the member for London Fanshawe, and I just didn't know if I'd heard it, so thought I'd check with you, Mr. Speaker.
Just ask the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove if he can confirm that, and then he can carry on.
It says that right at the top of my notes, so I must have said it. I apologize. I know I did not. So the member for London Fanshawe will be splitting my time. So thank you for that to my whip. Laurentian exemplifies the duality of Canada. But unfortunately, today, it finds itself under creditor protection under the CCAA, the Canada Company Creditors Arrangement Act. I do not know the arrangements and the circumstances under which that had to become a necessity for them. But it is indeed sad. I understand that they will be axing 58 undergraduate programs. Of those, 34 are English language and 24 are French language. But that decision is going to have a disproportionate negative effect on the Franco-Ontario community. And I think that is unacceptable. I talked about French immersion being popular in elementary and high school in British Columbia, but that does not necessarily translate into students then going on to French-speaking French language universities. It's not true in British Columbia, and I understand it's not true in Ontario as well. So the closure of this French language program represents, I would say, a lost opportunity to promote French and a truly bilingual Canada. Now, financial woes for universities across the country has become a reality, not just for this university, but right across the nation, including a private university in my riding, Langley Aldergrove, Trinity Western University. And a lot of the financial challenges that universities face has come to light in the pandemic. We have discovered that these universities rely very heavily on income from foreign students. And of course, with the closure of our borders and restrictions on temporary foreign students coming into the country, that has hurt a lot. What the solution is, I don't know. I think we're all optimistic that the pandemic will soon be over, and maybe by next year, the foreign students will come back again in big numbers. Of course, Canada's universities are leading academic institutions. So there will always be an attraction amongst foreign students to come to Canada. Universities also rely on corporate partnerships. I'm a conservative. I applaud that. I applaud private initiative. That's a good thing, but it can lead to problems as well. A lot of our research chairs are funded by foreign corporations, which creates a real challenge if those foreign corporations are owned and controlled by foreign nations, particularly if those nations are not particularly friendly to Canada. So I'm thinking of companies like Huawei that have financed research chairs. They get the best and the brightest of Canadians to use their intellectual prowess to find new technologies, and then the foreign nation takes the technology with them. It just walks right out the front door. So Canada needs to do something to protect intellectual property assets within Canada, to promote more research and development, and to protect universities and corporations. One idea that has been floated is patent collectives. Canada is a big country geographically, but small in number. And so we need to band together to protect our intellectual property assets, to protect our universities, and to keep our IP at home working productively for our country and for our economy, so that we can export that. We shouldn't be exporting our students. We shouldn't be exporting our intellectual property. We should be developing all of that at home and selling the finished product through patent licenses, for example. I have to think of the CanSino vaccine fiasco. There's just a great example of where Canada is failing industrially. We thought that most Canadians, all Canadians, thought that Canada was one of the leading countries in the industrialized world. And so I think that we were all very, very shocked to find out that we don't even have our own pharmaceutical industry. We can't even develop our own vaccines to keep ourselves safe. We are lagging way behind other countries in vaccinating our citizens. And certainly to the country that we like to compare ourselves to, the United States, right next door to us, we have fallen far behind. How did that happen? Mr. Speaker, I think that there's a fundamental problem here that Canada faces, and that is a lack of industrial willpower to do it on our own. Canadian universities have to be a central part of that. So it's a bit of a diversion away from the main topic, and that is what's happening at Laurentian University. I understand it's not necessarily a research university, but the work that it is doing is very important. And I would applaud any efforts that we can apply to keep this university sound and healthy. Now, it's not for the federal government to tell the province how they must build, promote, and defend their universities. And it's certainly not for me, a member of parliament from the West Coast, to tell Ontario what they must do, or to tell the university how they must survive and thrive. But I just want the university community to know, and the Franco-Ontario community and all Ontarians to know, that we out here on the West Coast have a great deal of emotional investment in what is going on in your country and in your community. We stand behind you. Please make this happen. Make your universities survive. We've got your backs. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, I'm a bit sad. I'm listening to the debate, and we're talking about little steps, investing a bit more in inversion, give a bit of money for post-secondary here and there. It's been a year that we've been debating about French, and it's been 20 years that I've been working for French. In Quebec, there's 3% of French speakers in North America. Next door, we have the United States. It's the most powerful and hegemonic culture. With the Netflixes of the world, it's making its entry everywhere. How can we fight against that if we don't have recognize that we have a real linguistic emergency here in Canada and Quebec? I think that as of today, the French language should be an emergency priority so that we can invest properly in Canada and Quebec. The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Good. Well, thank you for that very important question. I really do appreciate it. I would do whatever is possible to protect the French language. It is a part of Canada's culture. We must defend it. We must protect it. I recognize what the Honourable Member is saying about us living right next door to the United States, English-speaking country of 350 or 380 million people, and French needs proactive investment, proactive protection. The French language is beautiful, but it does need help to be able to withstand the onslaught of the English language in North America. I understand that. I appreciate that.
It's the Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I come to my understanding there are only 3 midwifery programs in actually all of Ontario. All the student midwives in the Ottawa region, for example, are from Laurentian, as Laurentian's the only French program in Ontario. We know midwives are essential to improve maternal and newborn outcomes, and they deliver important care to marginalized communities. And people who give birth constantly say midwives provide holistic, inclusive medical and emotional care, especially for Indigenous and communities of color. This is even more critical. Getting a midwife is hard enough, and losing Laurentian cuts 1/3 of the training program. So my question is to the member, who should be accountable to the demise of a highly reputed center of higher learning like Laurentian University, their board of directors, or the Doug Ford Conservative government?
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
No, good. Well, good. Thank you for that question. There's severe economic strains and stresses throughout Canada's economy. Universities are not immune from that. I don't know the source of all the financial woes for Laurentian University, but universities are primarily a creature of the provincial government, and I would just encourage the government to work together with the university community to keep that university alive and well. Maybe it needs to focus more on certain programs than others. I'm not in a position to tell the university how they need to govern themselves and how they need to remain strong and vibrant. But there are good solutions that well-meaning people, intelligent people, when they put their heads together, can come up with.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to this debate, and I think it's really important that we maintain the French language in universities, but also the revitalization of Indigenous languages and the protection of Indigenous languages. And universities are struggling across this country, and I know in my own riding, Vancouver Island University struggles for funding, and they have to reach out for corporate funding. And I listened to the Honourable Member talk about corporate funding, but then he highlighted some of the issues that are related to that universities become too dependent on this, and corporations end up making out like bandits. And I'm wondering where the disconnect is, if he sees that disconnect.
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove, a brief answer, please.
It's a problem if the partnership is with foreign corporations that are controlled by foreign nations, which are not friendly to us. That's the problem. I don't think that there's a problem with universities partnering with well-funded, responsible Canadian corporations.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start off tonight by thanking my colleague from Timmins James Bay for his work on this issue and for requesting this emergency debate. And I also want to recognize your hard work, Madam Speaker. As the member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, you've been serving in the chair, so you're not allowed to speak, but we've been talking about this. We've been working on this issue for so long, and I know how dedicated you are to the students, the staff, the community of Laurentian University, so I wanted to thank you for that as well. I know that because you've been that incredible advocate, you've shared with me that, your own son, Sean Hughes, he's an alumni of the biomedical science program at Laurentian. You talked to me about your niece, Emily Reese, and your staff member's daughter, Isabel Temeriski, and they're all students of the biomedical science program that is now being cut. These are amazing young people with so much potential, but in order to complete their education, now they have to leave home. Madam Speaker, the crisis at Laurentian University is one that shouldn't be a surprise, however. After years of neglect and underfunding from federal and provincial governments, Canada's post-secondary education system is in trouble. The COVID-19 crisis has, of course, exacerbated this situation. Laurentian University received insolvency protection under the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act on February 1st. This is important to note, as this is the first time a public university has declared and been granted insolvency protection by the courts in Canada. Years of investment by Canadians have built this institution like so many other post-secondary institutions across Canada. Now we see a provincial Conservative government willing to dismantle it and a federal Liberal government standing on the sidelines watching it happen. Words of empathy from a Liberal government won't pay the bills at Laurentian University. Canada's New Democrats, in concert with Ontario New Democrats, won't be silent, however, and we won't let Laurentian be sold off to the banks. We will fight to protect our education system and protect these institutions that Canadians have built. Laurentian is a public post-secondary institution with a tricultural mandate to support French, English, and Indigenous communities. This institution is an essential economic driver in Sudbury and is the third largest employer and serves as a beacon for Francophone excellence and Indigenous research and reconciliation. The impending restructuring and cuts will result in devastating impacts on students, workers, and community members. This week, over 100 faculty members received termination notices. The university is also cutting nearly 70 programs, including entire departments, many of which are unique Indigenous and Francophone programs, which Laurentian is mandated to support. They are also cutting programs like engineering, math, economics, entrepreneurship, nursing, and midwifery. Specifically in regard to the midwifery programs, there are only 3 in Ontario. They are offered at McMaster, Ryerson, and at Laurentian. The program being cut at Laurentian was offered in English and French. And in fact, Madam Speaker, it is the only bilingual midwifery program available, not only in Ontario, but in Canada. Of course, the impact on female students is measurable, as the majority of students that generally take this program are women. The midwifery program also benefited many Indigenous students, since it allowed Indigenous graduates to provide important health services to their local communities, and particularly to the women in those communities. Reproductive health services are severely lacking throughout Canada, but this is especially true in rural, remote, and northern communities. Earlier in this House, I rose to speak about the importance of providing fair and equal access for women to health services in Canada. There are significant disparities between rural and urban access to these services, and midwives are often the major providers of women's reproductive health services in under-serviced areas. Hundreds of people are forced to travel out of their communities to access reproductive health services and must pay for travel expenses out of pocket. Traveling to another city for these procedures can mean having to take time off work, planning or paying for childcare or elder care, and some people can't afford those expenses. Access to services shouldn't depend on your postal code or your income. I said that earlier this evening, and I'll say it again. This is a human rights violation, and it contravenes the Canada Health Act. Throughout Canada, access to health services in remote, marginalized, and Indigenous communities, or communities that remain removed from urban centres because of religious choice, like Amish communities, depend a great deal on midwives and the services that graduates from Laurentian provide. 52% of students who attend Laurentian are the first in their family to pursue a post-secondary education. 65% of Laurentian alumni reside in Northern Ontario after they graduate. People who stay in their communities and offer the training and help that they learned from Laurentian, and this is so important. I want to share a story from a dear friend of mine, Kathy Wilson, who works as an assistant professor in the midwifery education program. And I'll quote her. Yesterday, I did a presentation on Zoom for the third-year class of midwifery students at Laurentian. They would have only just been informed of the termination of their program, and I thought, will they even be able to focus on what I'm teaching them today? I figured they must be devastated, but I was so impressed with how engaged they were. They asked me interesting and challenging questions and made thoughtful comments. Truthfully, they were an instructor's dream to teach. Their passion for the profession of midwifery and care for childbearing people shone through, even on Zoom. They will become excellent midwives, but they deserve to be able to do that in the university where they have been attending with professors and instructors that they know. Ontario and Canada need more midwives, especially racialized, francophone, and Indigenous midwives, to serve diverse communities. And we need the Laurentian Midwifery Education Program to be able to meet our growing need. I want to thank Kathy for sharing her story with me, but I also want to focus on an important point that she makes, and that is the diversity and strength these students have. The cutting of this program will directly impact the 14 faculty members who are women, the 120 students in the program, many of whom are Indigenous, Black, or persons of color, Francophone, and trans or non-binary folk. Madam Speaker, in recent years, Laurentian has made important strides towards providing Indigenous programming in courses that incorporate traditional teachings and Indigenous language. These programs are a crucial component of reconciliation. We keep hearing about the government's commitment to reconciliation, yet this institution is failing right before their very eyes. What good are all the pretty words without the action needed to back it up? It is their responsibility to help this institution. Laurentian University is and must continue to be an important part of our commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action on Indigenous education. This institution has an immense impact on Indigenous communities in Canada, and if the government lets it fail, it will represent the first Indigenous Studies program to be shuttered since the discipline began in 1969. I spoke to the Canadian Association of University Teachers, and they were clear that without Indigenous Studies programs, we have no Indigenous language teaching at Laurentian. 1,200 or plus Indigenous learners without access to formal language instruction if they want or need it, and virtually no Indigenous content requirement courses for other students. Tonight, we've heard from members of the government on this crisis, and the response is to say that they feel bad, but that this isn't in their jurisdiction. Repeatedly, we see this government fail to take responsibility. It is the attitude that has left so many Indigenous communities behind. It has led to the poverty rates that we have seen on and off reserve, and boil water advisories across Canada. And after all the signaling and words from this Prime Minister and this government, how can the government just sit there and do nothing once again? Madam Speaker, I often plead with the government on a humane or compassionate grounds to act, but I find often when it comes to Liberals and Conservatives, this is only about money. Across the country, universities are facing losses in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and now billions of dollars because of COVID-19. In Ontario, the rising costs and revenue shortfalls from COVID-19 total more than $1 billion. In British Columbia, universities and colleges have requested an exemption to run deficits of more than $178 million. With the universities seeking bankruptcy protection, their liabilities may expand, and this may raise costs for universities across Ontario and Canada as banks reassess the risk of lending to them. In other words, Madam Speaker, without action now, this crisis will spill over to other universities. This shouldn't be a surprise to the government, as they have left colleges and universities to struggle throughout the COVID-19 pandemic alone. I wrote to the Minister of Employment, Workforce and Development and Disability Inclusion back in May of 2020 to ask for that the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy be extended to them. I asked the same question in the House several times. The minister's only response was, "We'll think about it. We'll talk about it." After a lot of thinking and a lot of talking, we now see the result in the lack of action from this government. The question now, Madam Speaker, is will the government wait another year, think about it a little longer, do nothing, or will they finally take the necessary steps to save Laurentian University? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Glen.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Questions and comments. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I extend my greetings to my fellow colleague. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. One question I do have is, does she think that federal government should fund universities in a language minority situation, or should the provinces fund these institutions in partnership? If the federal government is the only one getting involved, there will be serious impacts in other provinces. And how much should that investment amount be? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
It's an important role for the federal government to ensure that there are many services that are provided to Canadians equally, fairly, in a balanced way. Education is certainly one of them. The federal government certainly has a role to fund post-secondary education, and they failed in that role for many, many years. The transfer payments that universities were provided through the provinces haven't moved. They haven't increased the way that they need to. And that's actually shifted a lot of the responsibility to students, having to pay a lot more tuition. But it's left universities looking for other alternatives. The member before me spoke about turning to private partnerships. This is unacceptable. And it's the federal government's responsibility to ensure that fairness, that balance throughout the post-secondary education system.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Madam Speaker. My question to my colleague is, we've spoken about Laurentian University and the University of Sudbury, which wants to become a Francophone university. Schools should be by and for Francophones. Often, bilingual and immersion schools tend to lead to assimilation of Francophones. It's the same principle for universities. Does she think that the government should strongly support the University of Sudbury, which wants to become a Francophone university in that community? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I truly believe in the equality of access for education to all. That's in all of the both official languages. That's for the Indigenous education piece. That's part of our reconciliation promise. No matter where you are.
Just going to stop for a minute. Est-ce qu'il y a un problème technique?
Is there a technical issue?
La traduction ne fonctionne pas.
The interpretation is not working. Is it working now?
Is the interpretation working now? On essaie?
Ben, vous parlez français, fait que je l'entends.
You're speaking French, so I don't hear it.
J'entendais l'interprétation en anglais.
Okay.
Parlez en anglais, disons.
That's what I was doing, and I'll try again. Can you hear me now? Okay, wait, parfait.
Mais
okay.
tantôt, j'entendais. OK, merci.
Parfait. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe?
So just like we have in this House, and we have equal access to languages that we need, that is equal, that is balanced, that is fair, that has to exist in our education system as well. And I really thank the Honourable Member for that question about, again, that equity and the provision of French language services to all students across Canada.
Brief question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. A brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd say to my friend from London Fanshawe, I agree the federal government needs to do more. There are billions of dollars that are transferred on the Canada Social Transfer. They're supposed to go to post-secondary. What suggestions does she have about how that money can be tied to actual results to protect post-secondary?
Fanshawe has just about a minute to respond.
I thank the Honourable Member for her question, and I think that the answer, and something that New Democrats have been pushing for a long time, is a Post-Secondary Education Act. It would ensure that the monies that are transferred get to where they need to in terms of the educational access, the programs, and the institutions that provide incredible services to Canadians in that post-secondary education sector.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague for Saanich Gulf Islands. I haven't had a chance to see her recently, and I do miss her. When we have a chance to sit next to each other in the chamber, hopefully that will be soon. I'm the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell, as you said, Madam Speaker. Like my other colleagues from Ontario, I'm sorry, the Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île, please turn your microphone off. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As long as I am speaking French, I'm sure that we can all communicate, even if there's interruptions from time to time. I am a proud Francophone from Ontario. I represent a riding that includes 60% Francophones. I'm a Franco-Ontarian, and that doesn't mean that I experience the same realities as my other Franco-Ontarian colleagues. In my region, it's easy to find Francophone schools. I can have access to education in French within a 100-kilometer radius. Even though there are problems and there are gaps sometimes, my reality is completely different from that of my Francophone colleagues in York, for example, who don't have access to Francophone institutions or community centers, the kinds of things that I have access to here. That's why it's so important to have an official languages action plan, which was presented in 2018. Another thing I wish to mention is that since 2015, I developed a good working relationship with the member for Sudbury, who will not be running in the next election. We've had a chance to talk about our different situations, including with the member for Nickel Belt, where a small group, our accent might be a little different. Kapuskasing has an accent. Francophones in Orleans have an accent. In Hawkesbury or Embrun, maybe they have an accent, but it's fine. We all talk together. And we're a good group. I wish to highlight that along with the member for Orleans, the member for Ottawa-Vanier, when there were issues that we had to face in 2018, we all worked together. We all worked together. We remained united in order to inform the Minister of Official Languages. I know that she is also committed to the well-being of Francophones in Ontario. Francophones in Castleman fully understand the issues impacting our community, for instance. I graduated from the University of Ottawa, La Cité Collégiale. I had a chance to also study at Laurentian University. I did a course on personal finance. I didn't have any interaction with Laurentian University for some time, but I'm thinking of Dr. Robichaud and the conversation that we had back then. I'm not sure if he's still part of the university. I don't know if he is a victim of what happened recently, but I want to thank him because he had a marked influence on my career, on my education. I wasn't even a student yet at Laurentian University. I was at Cité Collégiale. There was a partnership between Cité Collégiale and Laurentian University, and I called Laurentian University. Dr. Yves Robichaud called me back right away and said, "Francis, it's no problem. Of course, you can take a class online." It's funny because normally I meet people from Sudbury who move here, often people who move because of their families. But here, a fellow from Eastern Ontario who was taking classes with a university connected to Ontario's north. There are people from the north who come to the east to study and to work. I thought it was a rare thing that a student from the east went towards the north, but it does show just how our Francophone community is interconnected. Now, on my point about Dr. Yves Robichaud, I don't know if he's still at the university, if he lost colleagues, or if he himself has lost his job. I think often of him and his colleagues and the students that are part of the university. Some of my colleagues have said that we have to find a solution. We should have found it some time ago. The reality is simply that that's not how it works. It's not up to the federal government to find a solution. Of course, we want to be a partner. We've always been a partner, whether it be through funding, through Heritage Canada. We've always been a partner, but it's up to the Minister of Colleges and Post-Secondary Institutions, or rather universities, to work with us to find a solution and to work with Laurentian University to find a solution. Some of my colleagues who have participated in this debate have emphasized that the federal government, working through the Minister of Official Languages, will of course be there. We don't have a plan right now, and I'm not saying that to blame anyone, including the provincial government. It takes time. We have to take the time to have a solid plan and to ensure the viability of Laurentian University. We don't want to have another emergency debate in 5 years and have the same arguments being presented. The government didn't do this, this other government didn't do that. What we need to do is take the time. One of my Conservative colleagues said that, and I'm seeing on the screen right now, he said that it's true that it was a Black Monday for the Francophone community. But we have to roll up our sleeves and get to work. We can find a solution, just as we did for the Franco-Ontario University. I don't think the federal government can fund Laurentian University or any other university throughout the provinces to 100%. The federal government has to be a partner, but it should not be liable for 100% of funding of universities which are under provincial jurisdiction. I really would not like to see a situation where the federal government creates an incentive for provinces to not invest in post-secondary education for our official language minority communities. When it comes to the French language university in Ontario, yes, we agreed at the federal level to fund the first 4 years, but the provincial government has to get involved. It has to commit. We have a solid agreement for at least 8 years that the Francophone University in Ontario will be funded with $40 million from the provincial government and $40 million from the federal government. That means we're ensuring the viability of that institution for our community to have access to programs in French. Madam Speaker, I will conclude by saying that my thoughts are with the Francophone community in Northern Ontario. I grew up in a Franco-Ontarian family. My father was a founding member of the Francophone Association for Ontario's Municipalities. My father didn't have the same opportunities that I did when it came to access to post-secondary studies. I don't know how many times he told me, my boy, when I went to school, there were 30 Francophones in one class. And if there was a single Anglophone student, the entire class was held in English. That generation fought for their rights in the 70s. They fought for the right to education in French. And I know that we are all going to work together, whether it be the NDP or the Conservatives or the Bloc. And I was pleased to hear Quebec talk about Francophone communities outside of Quebec because they are so very important. I've heard my colleagues say that we represent 3% of Francophones, 3% of the population in North America. Yes, Francophones are in a minority situation. Yes, the French language doesn't have the same status as English because we are in a minority situation throughout North America. But I trust that we have pan-governmental actors, including the Minister for Official Languages, who has recognized the situation and recognized that the funding envelope was insufficient and increased it. Francophones must have access to Francophone institutions to education in French. I'm sorry, but your time has expired. The honourable member may perhaps respond during questions and comments. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague with a great deal of attention, knowing that he's a Francophone from Eastern Ontario, close to Quebec. Of course, he cares about these issues. I've asked several times during the debate, what are the concrete actions that Liberal MPs have been able to take or perhaps develop in light of tonight's debate? Our colleague from Northern Ontario has said that since 2015, and we're in 2021 now, since 2015, there were problems on the horizon when it came to funding Laurentian University. We're talking about 5 or 6 years ago already, where it was already in the ether. The university had problems, and now in February, they placed themselves under creditor protection. Between 2015 and the Creditors Act, certainly things happened. I'm sorry, but I need to give time to other speakers and let them ask a question. The Honourable Member for...
Mon Dieu, tout d'un coup, de Glengarry Prescott.
For Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know what my colleague wanted to ask, and I was taken aback when it happened. I was surprised. I have many more links to the University of Ottawa and Cité Collégiale, but I know that there are programs that exist that are recurrent under the agreement. But if Laurentian University had major problems, because I'm not exactly sure what happened, but what I can say is that it's not normal that a university should place itself under the CCAA. And I'm happy that my colleague from Sudbury is going to be presenting a bill. Secondly, if the federal portion, the federal contribution needs to be increased, well, then negotiations have to happen. And I'm going to go back to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. The Honourable Member has to activate his mic, please. It's late, so I have an excuse. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question. The member said that he was attached to the principle of the two founding peoples of Canada and, the importance of the French fact. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that. In 1982, the former Prime Minister Trudeau took an action, and doesn't the member think that there are solutions here that could be proposed, but that are not done so because of the unimportance of the French fact? The Honourable Member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about, the squabbles of 82. I wasn't even born then. I don't know what they have to do with the current situation and how it relates to Laurentian University. But what I can say is that the federal government did step in for the Ontario Francophone University. It contributed to the tune of 50%. And today, Ontario Francophones have access to this university because of the funding contributed by our government.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to join in on this debate this evening. And I want to thank my colleagues in the New Democratic Party for bringing this forward as an emergency debate. I completely agree this is an emergency. I'm speaking to you from the traditional territories of the Sonic First Nations and raise my hands to them, speaking Sanchothan, Haishka Siem. It's important tonight that we remember we're talking about a university that offers programs for Anglophones, Francophones, and in Indigenous languages, Haishka Siem. I want to start at a broader level of abstraction of post-secondary education in Canada in general in crisis, and then focus in on Laurentian. I hope to be able to offer some useful suggestions, I hope. Back in 2005, Madam Speaker, in the last book written by Jane Jacobs, one of Canada's great minds, Dark Age Ahead was the title of her last book. And she spoke of the threats to 5 major pillars of civilization and culture. And she said they were all under assault: family, community, science, proper taxation, and education, specifically post-secondary education. She said it was under assault because it was being transactionalized. We were trading in education for the purposes of broadening our minds and exploring what we could be internally, finding our talents. We were trading education for something she described as certification. You pay your money, you get your ticket. So that young people were increasingly consumers, as Jane Jacobs explained, of a decreasingly impoverished intellectual experience, with larger and larger classroom sizes, less and less contact in students and their professors. It led to, of course, more insecurity around the finances of universities. We've seen a real trend to where universities have to be beholden to large corporate enterprises, large corporations, some foreign, some Canadian, with chairs in this and that. When I was teaching at Dalhousie University, it was very hard to see that the professors working on the threats to marine mammals from seismic testing would get very far when Shell gave a lot of money to the university to run a chair in offshore oil and gas development. The money also tended to flow in ways that meant that the research that was produced by universities became proprietary. The information that was gleaned from academic pursuits had suddenly become the property of the corporations funding the universities. These trends are dangerous. We've also had a increasingly large bureaucracy in universities, often focused on fundraising. So you see these trends towards we have to raise money, and what do wealthy people want? Well, they want to give money so that the building is in their name. You don't see tenure track positions created with a big plaque on the name of the professor that says the wealthy person who gave the money so that professor has a tenure track position. The trends are not good, and these apply right across Canada. The federal government provides, as I mentioned in an earlier question to the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, the federal government provides billions of dollars in federal provincial transfers to provinces for universities and post-secondary, but we don't track that we know where those dollars actually go. So the trend lines aren't good. And as I said, Jane Jacobs pointed this all out in 2005. We see some of the most poorly paid workers in Canada are the exploited group of recent PhDs who don't ever really get a tenure track position, but teach part-time and as sessional lecturers. And we see increasingly reduced opportunities for students and increased tuition, increased student debt. I suggest that the whole pile of financial mistakes and failure to support post-secondary education adequately is a national crisis. Turning now to Laurentian University, which of course is tonight's focus. Laurentian is in Sudbury, a wonderful community, and I've been very honored to have given lectures at Laurentian University over the years. It's a community. Sudbury went from being a moonscape, literally described as a moonscape, to being a green and sustainable place. Laurentian University and the research done there in places like the Cooperative Freshwater Ecosystem Work and Ecology Institute are part of that story. So too, of course, is what's been happening with a Francophone education, Indigenous education. I want to speak of the students tonight because we haven't heard the students' voices. My daughter's friend, Kristen Lavallée, wrote this letter, which was published in the local newspapers, saying that the people who made the financial mistakes that have led to Laurentian being in bankruptcy protection, they need to be held accountable. These are Kristen's words because the students have been going through a terribly stressful time. Quote, "We as students deserve to have clarity about our choices in order to continue our education. Laurentian University is a publicly funded institution which should be receiving the support of the provincial and federal governments. Instead, staff, faculty, and students are experiencing the brunt of the irresponsibility of a select few in administration. It is important that we hold the people who are responsible for having caused the current fiscal chaos at Laurentian University accountable." Those are the words of Kristen Lavallee, student at Laurentian University. I also note that Senator Monsian from the other place has made it very clear that what we're talking about here are constitutionally enshrined rights and that they must be protected. Quote, "Upholding these rights requires strong institutions. Canadian courts have long recognized the importance of maintaining strong institutions, protecting language and the culture of official language minority communities. Substantive equality requires it." Laurentian University's situation is not unique, reflects the continuing underfunding of post-secondary institutions that wholly or partially serve official language minority communities across Canada. The case of Laurentian University is sounding the alarm, as is this underfunding that threatens constitutional rights of communities. This is a very important point that we're not just talking about one small problem. This requires really creative, out-of-the-box thinking for the federal government to take control of this and say, I'm sorry, it was wrong to apply corporate commercial insolvency protection in the case of a publicly funded university. I'm going to switch over on my interpretation. Sorry about that. Je veux dire aussi en français que maintenant...
I would also like to say in French that now this is a crisis for Francophone minority communities in Ontario and across Canada because of the elimination of programs in this university, and especially the treatment received by the Francophone professors is an attack on the vitality of the French language in minority communities. Madam Speaker, I want to say clearly that we must do something different.
To protect this university, we have to have the federal government say, I'm sorry to the province. It's provincial jurisdiction usually, but constitutionally protected rights are at risk. Mismanagement of this university includes a mania for building, which has led them, the spending spree is the proximate cause of their financial disaster of the moment. I agree with the students. I agree with the faculty association. And if you're watching tonight, students and faculty, the 110 fired professors of Laurentian University, this is a wrong that members of parliament understand is wrong. And we want to fight for you. We will ask and demand that in the budget that we'll see on Monday, there be a special new paragraph being drafted right now to ensure that Laurentian University, its programs, its midwifery programs, its Indigenous language programs, its programs in environmental studies, that its programs in philosophy and theater be resurrected, that Laurentian University not go under. It's the canary in our educational coal mine, and we'll fight for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et comments?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Edmonton, Alberta. Edmonton, Strathcona.
Edmonton, Strathcona. But it is in Alberta, so you're most of the way there, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague. I similarly have not seen her in person in a very long time, and so this is how we see each other now. And I was very moved by some of the comments she made. Of course, she will know that in Edmonton, Strathcona, in fact, the University of Alberta is under incredible attack by our provincial government. And we are risking losing an awful lot, not just the Campus Saint-Jean, but the university itself. And so I'm curious as to what she would say, what we can do, what at the federal level what are those concrete things that we can do to protect our universities? You know, she luckily has an NDP government in British Columbia, but in Alberta, we do not. We have a conservative government. And I'm just wondering what she would suggest we could do despite our government, since we know that we can't do it in collaboration with our government.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thanks to my friend from Edmonton, Strathcona. I've never applied the adverb luckily to having an NDP government that's cutting through our old growth fracking and ignoring its commitment to shut down Site C. But moving on to the point of what do we do about better provincial federal cooperation, I think we have to make sure that money that's transferred to provinces for post-secondary education is tied to spending on post-secondary education. I agree with her wonderful colleague from London Fanshawe that we need a Post-Secondary Education Act in Canada that ensures, again, that we hold to standards. We're looking at a slippery slope where we'll have students who emerge from universities with, as Jane Jacobs says, you pay your money, you get, said before her death, pay your money, get your ticket, and you're not really getting the educational experience that goodness knows I was very fortunate to get 40 years ago when I went to law school. I think we need to pay attention to this.
So I got to go to another question, the questions and comments. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her impassioned speech. Thank you for that. Now, the member talked about universities having to think outside of the box, and I wonder what her comments would be about universities partnering with responsible Canadian-controlled corporations that have a good track record of social responsibility to fund research chairs and to partner with the intellectual property assets that would come out of that very valuable research.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you very much, my colleague. Obviously, any place that universities can partner is welcome, as long as it doesn't restrict or transactionalize the intellectual process of research. Publicly funded universities and the work in academia should remain publicly accessible. Information should not be privatized. Knowledge should be shared. But in that kind of partnership, absolutely.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bacotte, a brief question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech, and especially for having cited Jane Jacobs. She's someone I admire a great deal. And I would like to ask if there is a problem, according to her, with bilingual universities where there is a strong majority of Anglophone students. And I know that this is the will of some people. Should the governments of the French language programs be transferred to Francophone universities?
Highlands has 1 minute to respond. Gulf Island, I believe your mic might be on mute. I'm not sure if we... Oh.
Merci.
Thank you to my colleague. Thank you. It is so important to protect the rights of Francophone students who are in minority situations. Perhaps he is right. It's the first time that I have heard the idea that there is a threat to other students in such a context, but I think that we need the richness and the resource, the richness of these three cultures, Indigenous, French, and English. We need to share the values and the reality of living in French.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we are switching to the Mountain Time Zone shift. And with that, I will be sharing my time with the member from Edmonton, Strathcona. You know, this is a really great debate, and I want to congratulate the NDP for putting this forward, because it's something we actually haven't really talked about in Parliament. So we're debating this specific issue with a specific university and its insolvency and its funding model and how we proceed forward. But it's really a flashpoint of a larger issue that's been brewing, I think, for several years, that was really disrupted this year by the pandemic. And what I think is really interesting about this debate is I'm not sure that there's necessarily a partisan line on this. I actually think that this is an opportunity, that we have an opportunity here as parliamentarians to really think about workforce development in Canada in the context of what our post-secondary education system looks like writ large. So since we're on the late show here tonight, and this sitting is remarkably well attended by my dozen or so colleagues that are here tonight, I will give a little bit of information about myself and my interest in this topic. Prior to entering politics, I spent close to a decade in senior roles in academic administration at two of Canada's top universities, at the University of Manitoba and at the University of Calgary. So, I did see the challenges and the opportunities that universities both face, but also bring to the Canadian economy firsthand. And we really can't talk about post-COVID recovery without talking about the role of post-secondary institutions, what the role of the federal government is in supporting that vision, without really looking at post-secondary education writ large. So, what I would say is this, many of the issues that my colleagues have raised tonight with regard to the need to ensure that every Canadian has viable and tangible access to post-secondary education is something that I don't actually think we've ever achieved in Canada. And, when I think about Laurentian University and many universities that service rural and remote communities in Canada, they are providing services to students in language of choice, which is very important, but also to Indigenous communities who have been traditionally underserved and also sort of pigeonholed and forced into learning in a certain way that might not align with their context. So it is really important that we talk about these issues, but we also need to talk about the broader challenges that post-secondary education is facing right now. And, I read a really interesting article, Madam Speaker, from RBC Human Capital. I think it really outlined the inflection point that Canadian post-secondary education is facing right now. So in March of last year, both colleges and university in Canada, about 2 million students were moved from the classroom onto online learning in a matter of weeks. And that was remarkable, but it really did create a disruptive force in how post-secondary education was delivered. And I'm not necessarily saying that in a bad way, but here's the reality. The stats that are in this article, nearly 1.6 billion learners have been affected by national school closures. Globally, 91% of the world's students were displaced from the classroom during the pandemic. In Canada, more than 7 million students had to shift their learning style. And some of the challenges that have been highlighted here, Canadian institutions historically lacked the resources and expertise to develop fully online learning. Canada's advantage in international student attraction is at risk. I want to talk about international students in a second. Digital spending comprised only 2.5% of global education expenditures pre-lockdown. And then some of the key questions that this report asked were, will the explosion of remote-based learning lead to more options for students? Will learners who are most vulnerable, which learners are most vulnerable to disruption? So which students or people that we want to reach would be most negatively affected by these changes? Will online learning in Canada still appeal to international students? Can job-ready skills, so for example, trades, be cultivated through online learning? Can learning on a massive scale become personalized? Are Canadian post-secondary institutions at an inflection point for their business model? And that's where I want to start. When I worked at both the University of Manitoba and the University of Calgary, I did a lot of work in sponsored research and in tech transfer. And a lot of universities, operating is focused on research and commercialization, and that's great. I mean, we want to have research-intensive universities in Canada. But what does the shift mean? What does it mean for universities that maybe aren't research-intensive? And are we now seeing perhaps a delineation between research-intensive universities and teaching-intensive universities? Is that happening? Does our funding model need to change to support that? But also, like, I think that the things that are in there, that report that I mentioned, that are very critical for us to address as parliamentarians are, can we reach every student in Canada in a meaningful way? There's infrastructure issues like rural broadband and wireless that I think have been a barrier to accessing education, not just for people in rural and remote communities or on reserve, but frankly also in urban centers. You know, Canada's internet crisis is now in crisis mode, and it's affecting our post-secondary education system as well too. And like, these are questions that nobody really wants to ask. And I think, you know, I want to underscore that I certainly support the services that Laurentian University provides. I think we have to be asking the question of what business model, given the amount of tax dollars that go into post-secondary education, what business model best serves the needs of Canadians? And I think that's something that every political stripe has an opportunity to talk about here. What I think we should avoid, and this would be my argument in this debate tonight, is necessarily like being attached to one form of rigid dogma on what works. I think what we have to do is start with the student or the learner being at the core focus of how services is delivered and what funding models we're supporting, but also tying that to what the vision is for Canada's workforce in the future to ensure that we've got platforms that are nimble and that provide services to train that workforce. I said that I wanted to talk about international students, Madam Speaker. You know, international students provide a lot of revenue for Canadian universities right now. And many universities have reached out to me during the pandemic to talk about the fact that they've lost revenue. And I think we actually have to talk about like the elephant in the room is, you know, should we be relying on international students to bolster a business model for universities, especially with many people say that the shift to online learning is here to stay in one way, shape, or form, that it's going to become more, that universities are going to have to be more competitive to get top students and teachers. But I think that universities also have to think about how they're allowing access, universal access to students, because a well-educated population means that we have better economic growth and more innovation and better social determinants and less discrimination and more opportunities for marginalized communities. So, you know, there's all sorts of questions that we could be asking in Parliament. And I understand that this university is in a crisis right now and we have to deal with that for a variety of reasons. But that has to be done, I think, in this broader context, Madam Speaker. You know, there's a lot of questions. You know, I've had many, just even of my constituents say, I'm paying tuition for in-class learning right now, but I've been online for a year. Is that fair? I think that's something we should ask, right? I think we should be asking if it's fair to be demanding online learning if somebody doesn't have a safe place to have online learning in. You know, I think that there's certain assumptions around privileged assumptions that go into the capacity to have online learning as well too, right? So, Madam Speaker, I just really want to encourage my colleagues to look at this from a broader perspective. And I hope that we can come together as Parliament and really be a world leader as a country in the shift of post-secondary education post-COVID.
Comments? The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. And I think, when we talk about education, there is a lot of conversations we have to have. I think of myself, I represent a more rural and remote riding. We have international students. One of the biggest challenges is we have international students that are really interested in staying, and there isn't the systems in place to allow them to look at the opportunities in our region. So I think there's a lot of important things to talk about. But one of the things, when I think of this particular issue, and relate it to the experience in my riding, as I've heard again and again from educators in my region, from both North Island College and Vancouver Island University, which is in Powell River, is that we need to have education that is provided closer to home, because that is how we support people staying in our region. And that's really important for rural and remote communities across the country. So I'm just wondering if the member could talk about if the member thinks that the federal government has an important role to play to ensure that this access to post-secondary is there, especially in these kind of communities. When we think of this particular case, the Francophone supports, the Indigenous...
Unfortunately, I do have to allow for other questions. So the Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I love it. I love that. I wish we could have longer to have this conversation. The answer is yes. When I was in ministry in previous parliaments, one of the things that I really got excited about was the ability to bring, for example, augmented reality, virtual reality training trailers for trades in northern Manitoba communities. Yes, we should be looking at every way possible to allow people to get education as close to home as they can, to be cognizant of community needs, intersectional needs. And I wish I had more time, Madam Speaker, to speak about the very valid point that was brought up with regard to needing supports to integrate international students and new Canadians into rural remote communities, but perhaps another day in another emergency debate.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Ilek, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. I find it very interesting to want to broaden the discussion when it comes to university education. I do have a question for her because she was in university administration for about 10 years, if I understood correctly. What would have happened at Laurentian University to end up in a situation where they had to place themselves under creditor protection? The member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, unfortunately, I haven't read the audited financial statements of Laurentian University for the past several years, but I will say this. I think many universities across Canada are going through a fundamental shift in their quote-unquote business models. They're asking themselves, are we providing research? Are we providing teaching? To what level? How are we providing online learning? And institutions that provide these services that aren't necessarily in urban centers are at risk for a wide variety of reasons. And I think that we do have to have this conversation in the context of a broader macro level look at post-secondary education vision in Canada. We shouldn't be tied to one business model. What we should be tied to is outcomes for learners and for workforce development.
Brief question, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River. Maybe she just forgot to take her hand down, so we'll go to the member for Langley-Aldergrove. A brief question, please.
Good, thank you. Brief question. So thank you to the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. She talked about her experience in her previous professional experience in university administration. I wonder what her thoughts are on the state of Canadian Research University Entrepreneurial Initiative. How are we faring compared to other world-class universities?
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill, a brief answer, please.
I think that again, this is a question for a broader conversation around retention of intellectual property in Canada that ties into our trade agreements, as well as macroeconomic conditions around taxation, labor, et cetera. Research-intensive universities are important, the provision of basic research, but we also have to figure out how we retain intellectual property in Canada, and that can't happen without other broader macroeconomic conditions being in place, which frankly, I don't think we're in good shape on right now.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Merci, Madame Présidente. Je suis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am sorry that I don't speak French very well. I did not study French in school.
Je suis très heureux que.
I am very pleased that my children have had the opportunity to study French, and I will fight for all of the children in Alberta and all Albertans have that opportunity.
I want to start today by thanking my colleagues, the members of Parliament for Timmins, James Bay, and London Fanshawe, for raising this vital issue and ensuring that all parliamentarians have a chance to debate this and to urge the government to finally take action to protect the Francophonie in Quebec and across Canada. Now, I know that this particular debate is looking at the devastating potential loss of Laurentian University. And I have to tell you that I am deeply saddened by what is happening in this institution. Laurentian University is the only educational institution in Northern Ontario with a robust tricultural mandate serving Francophone, Indigenous, and Anglophone communities. Laurentian has been a key hub of instruction and culture for Franco-Ontarians, offering more than 150 courses in French, in addition to being one of the largest Indigenous education providers and a vital provider of unique programs like midwifery training. It is terrible that it has come to this. It is unbelievable, really, that the Liberals have been silent and have failed to protect and defend one of Northern Ontario's biggest universities, an institution that is key and central to Northern Ontario's largest city of Sudbury. I cannot believe that it took my colleagues within the NDP to raise this issue and to call for an emergency debate. And I am thankful for the strong leadership of the MP for Timmins, James Bay, and the MP from Algoma, Manitoula, and Kapekasing, who are fighting for Northern Ontarians. I've heard from many people who are deeply concerned about what is happening in Laurentian University. I'm going to share something that I heard from one of the alumni, Michel Laforge, a resident of Sudbury, Ontario, and a twice graduate of Laurentian University. I'm going to quote him. This year, Laurentian sent face masks to alumni. I wear it, logo facing in, black side out, in solidarity with the Laurentian community's loss of jobs, colleagues, knowledge, and research. I protest on behalf of everyone who depends or who has depended on this university. The, quote, Laurentian 2.0, unquote, being discussed in restructuring plans behind closed doors will be a shell of its former self. My real alma mater closed its doors today, and this is a slap in the face to people like me who strive to make Northern Ontario a better place to live, end quote. And while I'm deeply concerned about what is happening with Laurentian University, I'm here tonight, Madam Speaker, because I want to raise the alarm about what is happening in Sudbury, the loss of infrastructure, the loss of institutions that support Franco-Canadians outside of Quebec is not just occurring in Ontario. It is occurring in my province, it is occurring in my city, it is occurring in my riding. The federal government must do more to stop this insidious attack on the French language, on our Francophone citizens, and on our cherished bilingual country. As an Anglophone member of Parliament from Alberta, joining you this evening from Treaty 6 territory, I want to raise my voice during this important debate because I am so proud to represent the strong, determined Franco-Albertans in communities across Alberta. Madam Speaker, I know you know, but one such Francophone community is my constituency of Edmonton Strathcona, where we are very lucky to have an incredibly dynamic Francophone community with strong institutions like La Cité Francophone, incredible public service organizations like La Frappe, the Alliance Jeunesse Famille de l'Alberta, and great festivals like the Franco Musique and the Canoe Volant. which is, for those that don't know, who haven't had the great privilege, it's a spectacularly beautiful festival where I can inform you, Madam Speaker, that my brothers and I came third in the downhill canoe races that were held last year before the pandemic. But there's another institution that makes Edmonton, Strathcona, and indeed Alberta great, one we've heard about a lot this evening, a great deal about, and that is Campus Saint-Jean. Campus Saint-Jean is the only French language university west of Winnipeg, and it serves Francophone and bilingual students from Alberta and across Western Canada with a wide range of undergraduate, after degree, and graduate programs. It is a hub in my community. It encourages immigration, which in turn makes Edmonton Strathcona more vibrant and more diverse. Campus Saint-Jean is critical to the vitality of French language in Alberta and in Western Canada. Its education programs train future teachers for Alberta and other provinces' primary and secondary French and French immersion programs. Without Campus Saint-Jean, Alberta would not have the qualified teachers it needs to serve its Francophone programs. In fact, so many Albertans want their children to access French and French immersion school that there are long wait lists to enroll. Already, we cannot keep up with the demand, and we cannot meet our obligations to provide French school opportunities. And you know, today we are at real risk of losing Campus Saint-Jean. In violation of a contract that was signed between the Faculty Saint-Jean, the University of Alberta, and the Government of Alberta that promised adequate funding to operate, maintain, expand, and enhance the school, the UCP government, the Conservative government in Alberta, the cuts to post-secondary education are threatening the very existence of Campus Saint-Jean, its very survival. You know, and just like in Ontario, Jason Kenney and his government is failing to live up to its obligations. And this has profound implications for the future of French language instruction and vitality in Alberta, and so it must be addressed by the federal government. The federal government must step in at this point. We need systematic change that acknowledges the need for post-secondary education, not just K-12, over long term. And right now, there's an enhanced need for immediate support that doesn't rely on provincial governments to match. Current federal funding is not sufficient to meet the intent of the Official Language Act. Article 23 of the Charter cannot be fulfilled without support for post-secondary institutions to train French language teachers and to guarantee that Alberta's Francophone parents have the right to have their children receive primary and secondary school instruction in French. The Supreme Court ruling affirmed this right and more. It found that minority language communities must receive equivalent support to the majority language, not proportional support, as was argued in British Columbia. And you know, the implications for Alberta are very, very clear. Unless Campus Saint-Jean is supported, Alberta school boards will not be able to meet the equivalency standard. The federal Liberal government needs to step up to support French language post-secondary education and to ensure that Francophones across Canada have their minority languages protected. I urge the minister to stop hiding behind jurisdictions, to stop waiting for the provinces that we know are not going to act, that we know are not going to come to the table. We know that we can't rely on them to protect our official languages. So I'm going to quote the minister from the minister's own mandate letter. I'm going to quote to the minister from the minister's own mandate letter. Make new investments to help train, recruit, and attract teachers in both immersion and second official language programs, and develop and promote new opportunities for language and cultural exchanges, and invest in building infrastructure that supports official language minority communities, including schools and cultural centers. We need a federal government willing to stand up for public higher education in Northern Ontario, in Edmonton, Strathcona, across Canada. We've had enough empty words. We within the NDP are looking for action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if my colleague for Edmonton, Strathcona is aware of the link between Collège Saint-Jean and Collège Sainte-Anne in La Pocatière, because they have an agreement concluded many years ago so that Anglophone and French-speaking students in Saint-Jean can increase their French-speaking capacity in La Pocatière. We have that in common. For me, it's important for Canadian universities to remain healthy. We need minority communities to be well funded. When you say that you want the federal government to fund these schools more, do you have an idea of how much that funding should be? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. I mean, one of the things that we heard from the minister earlier on today is that there is money on the table waiting to go to the institutions, but that the hold up is that the provincial government is not accessing it or not providing the match. So even that support, I feel like if we are working with a provincial government that is not willing to meet their obligations, is not willing to meet their own contractual obligations, then I think that the federal government needs to, at the very lowest bar, at the very least, be prepared to move forward to protect the official language and minority communities without the match. I think even just that is a big piece of it. But I also like what many of my colleagues have said before, including my colleague from London Fanshawe, about having a post-secondary act, being able to tie funding that goes to provinces to post-secondary and ensuring that it is going to the right spot. I think that's another excellent way that we can make sure.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Question un peu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a heavier question for this time of night, but we're all here, and that means French matters to us. I would like to ask my colleague if, at the international level, among Francophone universities, could this university play a role to better unite other institutions? Does my colleague not think that perhaps funding, including research in French, and sustained involvement internationally would not be valid ways of perpetuating French language education in Canada? There would be an advantage to conducting research in French. More support for Francophone universities could be mobilized that way. What does my colleague think about that? I have to give time for an answer. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. One of the things that I think is really wonderful about Campus Saint-Jean and other Francophone universities across the country is how they encourage immigration, how they encourage Francophone immigration, which we know needs to be increased and needs to be promoted and supported in Canada. But I agree with the member that to be able to have research be done in French, to be able to have our French universities be part of an international collection of people doing research and doing that work can only strengthen the relationships that our French universities have with other French universities. That can only increase the participation of Francophone members of the Francophonie from around the world. Like I said in my speech, one of the things I most love about Campus Saint-Jean is how it's increased immigration in Edmonton Strathcona and made our community so diverse.
Sorry, I do want to allow for a very brief question. The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really enjoyed the presentation made by the member for Edmonton Strathcona, and I would like to offer her the opportunity to talk more about how Campus Saint-Jean can help with Francophone immigration in her province, and how the federal government must offer support, in spite of Jason Kenney, to encourage that Francophone immigration.
Answer from the member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, and I want to thank my colleague who is such a voice in Quebec for the Francophone, and I know he is so supportive of the Francophonie across the country. We need to do a better job. We know that French immigration needs to increase, that we need to commit resources. We need to have a better plan with regards to immigration to encourage the Francophonie to come to Canada, to settle in Quebec, but outside of Quebec as well. And the best way to do that is to make sure that we have communities that are supporting the Francophonie, that are supporting Francophone culture, that are supporting Francophone language. Campus St. John is the heart of that community in Edmonton, Strathcona.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanis, Askey.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. Today I join with my NDP colleagues in calling for immediate federal government intervention with regards to the devastating situation faced by students, faculty, staff at Laurentian University. First, I want to state that I, along with my NDP colleagues, stand in solidarity with you, the students, the faculty, the staff at Laurentian. This is devastating for Sudbury, for the North, for Indigenous communities, for Francophones living outside of Quebec, particularly in Ontario, for women, and for Canada as a whole. This is the time for federal leadership. This is the time for federal leadership for the North. I'm joining you from my home in Thompson on Treaty 5 territory, the territory of the Nisqually Cree Nation. Thompson is a sister city to Sudbury. The same mining company, Inco, has operated and been the economic backbone of our cities. I, like many people who grew up here in Thompson, have many friends from Sudbury. Many people go back and forth between our communities. Our stories are intertwined in many ways. Our communities, like many across the North, have experienced a brutal hollowing out in recent years. Foreign ownership, like the takeover of Vale of Inco, has only meant the loss of good Canadian jobs across the board. It has meant that decisions that deeply affect our communities are no longer made in our country when it comes to our jobs and our future. The devastation of Laurentian University adds to this. It robs opportunity from Northern young people, from Indigenous people, from Franco-Ontarians, from working class young people whose ability to access a post-secondary education can make all the difference. The North, particularly Indigenous communities, have a history of being exploited for the resources and the people for their labor. The loss of a university and access to post-secondary education in our region turns the clock back on everyone. We as Northerners should have the opportunity to be educated in the North. We know that people who are able to access a post-secondary education in the North tend to stay in our communities and in our regions. As a former instructor for the University College of the North here in Northern Manitoba, I know this reality well. I stand in solidarity with students, faculty, and staff fighting back. I also want to share some quotes from friends from Sudbury, advocates in this time of need. Julie Lalonde, who wrote, "I don't live in Northern Ontario because youth migration is real. I'm one of thousands of young people who grew up in the North but were forced to leave to find work. Laurentian University imploding is horrific for the economy in a way that Southern Ontario folks just don't get." Another quote from Kaylee Frampton, who said, "I was taught by amazing queer professors who changed my life. The classroom opened up my world. What's happening at Laurentian University should have never been allowed to happen. I'm sad for generations of Indigenous, Francophone, and all kids from a working class mining town who won't get to go." Maggie Frampton, who wrote, "Laurentian's Francophone, Indigenous, and English programs are integral to the arts community of Sudbury, of Northern Ontario, and beyond. Many have come to study in Sudbury and discover we have something special. The long-standing institutions created at Laurentian University continue to ingrain our landscape. My question now is, what will happen to the next generation? Who will continue what was started here?" The bottom line is that we need a federal government that believes in Northern Canada, not in terms of slogans, but in terms of action. In terms of investment, Northern Canada has one of the youngest populations in the country. There is immense opportunity, but with the shuttering of post-secondary opportunities, we close the door on our future. We push the North backward. Inequality between our regions grows, and with it, Canada goes backwards too. On a besoin du leadership pour les Franco-Ontariens, pour
We need leadership for Franco-Ontarians, for Francophone leadership, for the rights of Francophone people. The future of Canada is at stake. Post-secondary education in French outside Quebec is already threatened. My colleague for Edmonton Strathcona talked about Campus Saint-Jean. Institutions for post-secondary education are fighting for their survival. We need federal support to ensure post-secondary education in French. Monique Baudouin said that I am sorry for all of these great people who contribute so much to the expansion of our community, to the arts, to literature, to the economy, to the environment, to the future. I grieve the loss of this symbol where so many people were working so hard and were fully invested. This wasn't just a job for them. They have had this unique opportunity stolen from them. I had such a fragile hope that perhaps reconciliation on the land of the Neshwikamuk was possible. The survival of Laurentian University is essential to protect Francophones' rights in Northern Ontario. The survival of French language programs, namely for nurses and midwives, is essential to protect women's rights to access medical care in their language. The survival of Laurentian University is essential for the future of the Francophonie. The survival of Laurentian University is essential for the future of bilingualism in the country.
This is the time for federal leadership. It is the time for federal leadership on post-secondary education. We must be clear. Post-secondary education should not and cannot be a commodity. It is a right. Post-secondary institutions should not be run like corporations, and I want to add my voice to that of my colleagues opposing the Laurentian University Administration's application for creditor protection under the CCAA. This problem, this crisis, requires all levels of government to step in right now for the good of students, faculty, and the future of an institution that is at the heart of a community, of a region, and of our country. There's been immense concern shared about the future of the Indigenous Studies program. Will Morin, an Indigenous prof at Laurentian, has fought against the possible termination of the Indigenous Studies program, which, if it were to go, would represent a significant turning away from Laurentian University's tricultural mandate and its commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action on Indigenous education. It would have an immense impact on Indigenous communities and Canada, and it would represent the first Indigenous Studies program to be shuttered since the discipline began in 1969. As students have pointed out, I think that's what we've learned, realizing our professors aren't just our professors in the academic sense, but our teachers, our elders, and our knowledge keepers. This isn't just losing a professor, it's like losing an auntie, a grandfather, or a grandmother. As my colleagues in the NDP have said clearly, this requires a long-term, sustained commitment to post-secondary education that is not premised on making a profit, but instead a post-secondary institution that is seen as education that is seen as vital to our personal development, to the betterment of our communities and our society. Finally, we have a lot to learn from the COVID crisis. One of the biggest lessons, I would argue, is that the neoliberal status quo must go. The constant push for profit, including from our post-secondary institutions, has led us to a point like this. The emphasis on the individual over community has also led us to a point like this. The exploitation and marginalization of working people, Indigenous communities, women, and so many renders us all worse off. The fight for Laurentian is more than a fight for an institution, but for the future of our country, a future a brighter future that must come out of this crisis. Let's be on the right side of history and find a way to support the students, faculty, and staff at Laurentian. And in closing, I want to share a few words by Myriam Cusson, a professor of theater, one of the programs that has been cut at Laurentian University. And just a small snippet of her poem, Cher Robert. Attaque brutale contre les sages-femmes.
A brutal attack against First Nations, Franco-Ontarians, and midwives, students, immigrants from Francophone countries. They tried to cut our throats, to cut out our tongues. They forget that we remember. This will be yours to discover. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her impassioned speech. I have a question about funding for universities, which of course is a big challenge for all universities. And I know Laurentian University isn't really a research-focused universities, but so the question is more general. Does the member see a role for universities to partner with responsible Canadian-controlled corporations to be more entrepreneurial and to raise money in that way to reduce tuition fees for students?
Honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanawuk, Askey.
Well, I think the research work at universities should be publicly funded. I'm a huge supporter, actually, and for years have fought for public funding of our research councils, of our research institutions. And I think actually the problem is that we've relied on corporate models, and that have led us to where we are. But to bring the focus back to the Laurentian, what's clear is, there have been a number of problems that have existed for some time now, but it shouldn't be students, faculty, the North, Franco-Ontarians that pay the price. We need the federal government and all governments to step in for a publicly funded solution.
I do have to allow for another question, questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member. She is a representative of people in remote communities from the North, and one of the huge programs that's being cut is the midwifery program, the only bilingual midwifery program in all of Canada. Could she talk about the impact that will have on her communities for women in those remote having limited access to reproductive health services in her community? Thank you very much.
Honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanawuk, Askey can give a brief answer, please.
Absolutely. Well, Indigenous and Northern women, particularly living in Northern Canada, are already at a disadvantage in terms of accessing reproductive services and critical health services. It is a no-brainer that the loss of the midwifery program is nothing short of devastating. We need to see an immediate governmental response, in part because of the gendered impact of these cuts. It is women, Indigenous, Northern Franco-Ontarian women who will pay the price. We cannot let this happen. We need the federal government to step in.
And I'll allow for one more quick question. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for really articulating the impact of these cuts on Northern Ontario and for all of Canada, really. One thing we haven't talked enough about is what students are going through right now. We're hearing that students across the country, last summer, they had a shortened work season. They're having difficult conditions that they're studying under. With COVID right now, they're under unbelievable stress. Can she talk about how unfair this is to those students and how this is going to cost them and in their ability to further their education and having to transfer many of them to other institutions and impede their education?
We've run out of time, and I was hoping to just allow a quick question. So I'll ask the honourable member to answer briefly. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanawuk, Askey.
Absolutely. Well, my colleague has clearly spoken to the personal crisis that so many students are facing. I also cannot imagine what Laurentian students are going through right now. There's obviously been a lot out on social media. Look, this is a crisis on many levels, and this really is about the desperate need to have all governments step in, particularly the federal government, to ensure that these young people have a brighter future, right? And we can do that. We have the power to do that, and let's resolve to do that coming out of this emergency debate.
It being midnight, I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.